Krosh Walheim is struggling to catch his breath, his body battered and covered in strange, glowing runes. From behind him, a harsh voice yells, calling him a failure and demanding to know why he's just standing there. Sigrun Ephania stands nearby, glaring at him with pure contempt while she checks on the wounded Arthur. She doesn't care about Krosh's pain. She just wants him to hurry up and steal the curse currently killing their leader. He's at his absolute limit, coughing up blood as he forces his broken body to keep moving. He knows his time is running out, but he reaches out a hand anyway, ready to perform the one sacrificial duty he's been kept around for. The young man reflects on his life as the sacrificial lamb of the party. He spent his entire existence absorbing the rot and poison of others, and it looks like his final moments will be no different. Krosh stares at his hand, which is covered in intricate tattoos that mark him as a failure from a prestigious lineage. He's been treated like a garbage disposal for his entire life, used only for his ability to siphon off the misery of others. Someone watches with a wide, shocked eye as the dark power begins to spiral out of control. They've seen him do this 1,000 times, but there's a new, desperate edge to the energy coiling around his fingers today. He calls out his skill, Black Hood, and a massive wave of shadow erupts from his hand. It snakes across the frozen ground like a living thing, dark and hungry for the curses it's meant to consume. The shadows sweep past the girls, their faces twisted in sudden fear as the violent energy brushes against them. They're used to him quietly taking their pain, not unleashing a force that feels like it's ready to swallow them whole. The Black Hood skill is normally used to steal curses, locking the poison inside Krosh's own body to save his teammates. It's a thankless, suicidal role that has left him with more scars on his soul than medals on his chest. Our protagonist is technically a member of the elite Blue Sky generation, the heroes tasked with stopping the world's destruction. But while the others get the glory, he just gets more blood in his lungs and more rot in his veins. On one side, Krosh collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood after finishing the absorption of the curse. Meanwhile, on the other side, the women of the party crowded around the so-called hero, Arthur. Abela was practically begging him to take the potion, her voice trembling with desperation as she watched their king falter. The hero looks up with a stoic, almost empty gaze despite the gore dripping from his chin. He's the shining hope of humanity, but in this moment he looks just as fragile as the broken world around them. A monster known as the Blue Knight of Death suddenly appears in the sky, riding a terrifying winged beast. It's a literal harbinger of the end, and its presence alone makes the freezing air feel like ice. The creature's skeletal head glows with an eerie blue light as it stares down at its prey. It's a nightmare born from the world erosion, and it looks ready to finish off what's left of the legendary heroes. A massive explosion rocks the entire area, sending chunks of rock and ice flying into the darkening sky. The impact is so violent it feels like the very ground is being torn apart by the monster's arrival. Arthur stared at the scene of destruction with a vacant expression. He muttered under his breath that they were absolutely no match for it. He wondered if they could truly win this battle with the handful of people they had left, especially since everyone was already severely wounded. His ornate sword falls into the snow with a heavy thud, discarded as if it's suddenly just a piece of useless metal. He mutters that it's impossible, the finality of their defeat finally sinking in. The blonde leader quickly snaps out of it and calls his 3 companions to his side. He tells Sigrun, Abela, and Mary to come over immediately, his voice dropping into a low, serious tone. They cling to him with absolute devotion, looking at their leader as if he's the only anchor left in the middle of a storm. They have no idea that their hero is about to make a choice that will leave them all in the cold. Krosh watches the scene from a distance, clutching his side as he struggles to stay conscious. He's completely excluded from their little group, a disposable tool that served its purpose and is now being left to rust. He glares at the group, wondering what the hell Arthur is actually planning to do. The guy is just sitting there while a world-ending monster approaches, and it's making Krosh's skin crawl with suspicion. Arthur declares that he's ending this right now, his eyes turning cold and resolute. There's a finality in his voice that suggests he's not talking about winning the battle, but something far more personal. The boy collapsed to his knees as the crushing weight of reality finally shattered his spirit. The world's last flicker of hope was dead, and there stood their hero, shamelessly spewing nothing but revolting words of surrender as he completely gave up on the fight. He grits his teeth, his face twisted in pure rage and frustration at Arthur's decision. He realized that their hero is simply giving up on this world, choosing to run away rather than face the consequences of their failure. The group starts to walk away, leaving a literal sea of corpses behind them in the snow. Krosh asks if they're really going to abandon everything after so many people were sacrificed just to deliver them to this final battlefield. Krosh lets out a bitter, mocking laugh as he yells after them, calling out the hero's arrogance. He mocks Arthur for throwing it all away, especially since the guy spent the whole journey being pampered by a harem of doting women. Sigrun snaps and screams at him to shut his mouth, her face contorting with absolute fury. She can't stand to hear their trash of a teammate insult the man she worships even as they prepare to leave him. The princess crosses her arms and defends Arthur, claiming he's done his absolute best for the Empire. She's technically a hero of the Blue Sky generation, but her sense of justice is clearly blinded by her devotion. She doubles down on the insults, calling Krosh a piece of garbage who only knows how to steal things. She warns him not to dare lecture a noble hero like Arthur, despite everything Krosh has sacrificed for them. Krosh is genuinely stunned by her nerve, his one good eye wide with disbelief. To be called trash by the very people whose lives he saved a dozen times is almost more painful than the wounds on his body. He points a trembling, blood-stained finger at them, his voice rising in anger. He asks how they can possibly spit such hateful words at the person who's been their shield for years. Our protagonist gestures wildly at the battlefield, reminding them that they wouldn't have even survived the first month without his skill. He was the one who took the hits so they could keep playing hero. He starts to cough violently again, but he refuses to stop until he's reminded them of every single sacrifice they've chosen to forget. He decides to start his list with Abela, the party's Red Witch. Abela stares back with a teary, pathetic expression, clutching her staff as if she's the one being bullied. She's supposed to be a powerful mage, but her gratitude for his help is non-existent. She was once hit by a curse that took her voice, making it impossible for her to cast spells or even speak. She was completely useless, just a dead weight to the party until Krosh stepped in to take the curse himself. The girl actually attacked him when he tried to get her painkillers, lashing out like a cornered animal while he was still suffering from the very poison he took from her. He bore her misery, and her response was to try and kill him for it. He notes that back then and even now, her attitude of ignoring the sacrifices of others remains exactly the same. She's happy to use him as a trash can for her problems, but she won't even look him in the eye. She turns away, tears streaming down her face as if she's the victim of some terrible injustice. It's the same old story. She'd rather play the damsel than admit she owes her life to a thief. Next up is Mary Diana Ephania, the woman hailed as the Empire's strongest spear. She stands there with a stern, judgmental look, clearly thinking herself superior to the man who's been cleaning up her messes for years. The knight was nothing more than a brainless idiot who rushed into every trap, falling for every single curse imaginable. She'd wail and cry for Krosh to save her every time she got herself in over her head. Krosh touches his face, his fingers hovering over the eye he lost for their sake. He reminds the princess that she calls him trash now, but he's the one who sacrificed his own sight just so she could keep hers. The princess just stares at him with cold, bored eyes, completely unmoved by the fact that he gave up a part of himself for her. He asks if she has any idea how it felt to suffer for her, but her expression says his sacrifice was just a tool doing its job. In a flashback to their academy days, Sigrun Ephania stands over Krosh with a sword, her expression full of arrogance. She targeted him specifically because his family was part of the rival Starlon Kingdom faction, using politics as an excuse for her cruelty. Krosh is huddled on the floor, taking blow after blow while his classmates mock him. They laugh at his helplessness, calling him a failure who can't even find the strength to fight back against his bullies. The students whisper behind his back, questioning if he's even a true member of the prestigious Walheim family. They mockingly wonder if he's just a fake who managed to sneak into the academy under a famous name. Despite the relentless abuse, Krosh reminds himself that he endured it all for a reason. He was the one who sacrificed everything to heal Sigrun's eyes, a debt she has clearly chosen to forget. Sigrun looks back at him with a cold, triumphant smile as she recalls his recruitment into the Blue Sky generation. Back then, They told him he was needed to help save the world, but the reality was far more sinister. In the present, the protagonist is a broken man, clutching his bloodied face as he listens to their insults. He was never a hero in their eyes, just a disgrace to the kingdom and a failure with no talent for actual combat. He looks up with a hollow expression, his face smeared with dirt and blood. After years of cleaning up their messes and absorbing their curses, he's left wondering what the hell all that suffering was even for. Arthur stares down at him, his mouth bleeding as he delivers a chilling assessment. He tells Krosh that if he were anyone else, he might have been a savior, but as he is, he's just a disappointment. The boy screams Arthur's name, his voice full of desperation and confusion. He can't believe the leader he trusted is looking at him with such utter indifference in their final moments. He recalls the days of following Arthur, even when it meant leading other fools into danger. He had put all his faith into this one man, thinking they were working toward a future where everyone survived. Krosh remembers the moment he decided to stay by the hero's side, seeing him stand bravely on the front lines. He truly believed Arthur was the only one who could lead the Blue Sky generation to victory. Krosh asked Arthur why he was giving up so easily at the very end, while the hero's voice remained eerily calm even as the world crumbled around them. Arthur decided it was finally time to reveal the secret he had been keeping from his most loyal follower. The blonde leader leans in, blood dripping from his chin as he delivers the final blow. He confirms that the world is already over, but he doesn't plan on dying with it. He announces his plan to start everything over from the very beginning, leaving the current destruction behind. Arthur's eyes are devoid of guilt as he prepares to abandon the very world he was supposed to protect. Krosh's eyes go wide with shock as he realizes what Arthur is saying. The idea of starting over, while everyone else dies, is a betrayal he never saw coming, even from these people. Arthur explains that this isn't the first time he's watched a world be destroyed. He's been through this cycle before, using his secret power to escape the consequences of his failures. He reveals the name of his hidden ability, regression. It's a cheat-level skill that allows him to rewind time and keep his knowledge of the future, effectively giving him infinite chances to get things right. The hero adds that since he obtained a memory inheritance technique, his 3 female companions will be able to regress with him. They'll all keep their combat experience and memories, making them stronger in the next timeline. Krosh stares in horror as the implications of Arthur's plan settle in. He realizes that for the King of Heroes, people are just variables in a grand calculation to maximize their survival odds. Arthur calmly explains that starting over with experienced allies increases the probability of preventing the next world's destruction. In his mind, leaving behind the weak is simply a logical necessity for the greater good. He clarifies that he is only taking the 3 girls with him back to the beginning. He has no intention of wasting energy on anyone who can't contribute to his vision of a perfect victory. Krosh looks devastated, his hands trembling as he asks the question he already knows the answer to. He desperately wants to know where he fits into this new plan, but Arthur's silence is deafening. Arthur's expression remains cold and detached, his eyes showing no pity for the man who bled for him. He looks at Krosh like one would look at a broken tool that's no longer worth fixing. The hero delivers the final verdict, telling Krosh that he simply isn't necessary for the next world. He's decided that the protagonist has outlived his usefulness and is better left to die in the ruins of this timeline. The boy is left speechless, his mind reeling from the cold-blooded rejection. He had spent years thinking they were comrades, only to find out he was never even a factor in Arthur's long-term plans. Arthur admits that Krosh's Black Hood skill was actually quite helpful for a long time. It allowed the party to bypass powerful curses that would have stopped any other hero in their tracks. He recalls how Krosh was able to steal curses that were otherwise impossible to break, acting as a shield for the entire party. But to Arthur, those sacrifices were just a convenient service that's now come to an end. Arthur points out that regressing with someone whose body and mind are already in tatters makes no sense. He'd rather leave the broken version of Krosh here and start fresh with a new version in the next world. The hero mocks the idea of loyalty, suggesting it's much more efficient to just pick up a clean, fresh version of Krosh once they travel back in time. He views his ally as nothing more than an early game item to be replaced. Tears stream down Krosh's face as the reality of his existence finally hits him. He realizes he was never a friend or a teammate to these people. He was just a consumable resource to be used and discarded. Arthur and the girls turn their backs and walk away as the world literally begins to explode around them. He tells Krosh not to worry, promising to make use of him in the next life, and the one after that. He gives one last, mocking farewell, telling Krosh that they'll meet again soon. The hero walks into the light of his regression skill, leaving his most loyal follower to be consumed by the end of the world. Krosh tries to call out, his voice a weak rasp as he watches them abandon him. He begs them to wait, but the heroes don't even slow their pace as they head toward their new beginning. He reaches out a bloodied hand toward their retreating figures, the weight of Arthur's betrayal finally sinking in. Deep down, he admits that he always knew this day was coming, but he chose to ignore the truth until it was too late. In a memory of his childhood, Krosh recalls the times he was bullied while Arthur simply stood by and watched. He realizes now that if Arthur really thought of him as a comrade, he would have stepped in to help at least once. Back in the present, his despair turns to raw, white-hot fury as he screams at them to take him along. He calls Arthur a bastard, his rage finally boiling over as the world-ending fire closes in on his position. The boy's hand trembles in the snow as his vision starts to blur and his consciousness begins to fade. He can feel the cold creeping into his bones, a sign that his broken body is finally giving up on him. He looks up at the crumbling sky, realizing with a grim irony that his own life will end before the world does. He's going to die alone in the dark while the people who used him get to start a perfect new life without any consequences. Suddenly, a spark of defiance flickers in his eyes as he refuses to let it end like this. He forces himself to stay conscious for one last act, determined to drag Arthur down with him or find a way to survive. Krosh realizes that Black Hood isn't limited to just stealing curses. It's also effective on skills. He's never tried it on another hero's primary ability before, but in this moment, he has absolutely nothing left to lose. He reaches out one last time, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength and hatred into his hand. He activates his skill, targeting Arthur's soul with the intent to rip the regression power away from him. In a desperate gamble, Krosh unleashes his power as the heroes prepare to depart. He's a broken, dying man at the bottom of a ruined world, but he's determined to steal the one thing that will give him a future. Arthur is bathed in a blinding white light as the regression skill begins to activate. He stands with his arms outstretched, oblivious to the fact that his greatest power is about to be snatched away. The Black Hood's skill manifests as a colossal, shadowy hand reaching down from the heavens. Its dark, spiraling energy descends toward Arthur, its giant eyes fixed on the soul of the King of Heroes. Krosh stares up in disbelief, his face bruised and bloodied as the skill takes hold. He can hardly believe that his desperate gamble is actually working against someone as powerful as Arthur. A terrifying, monstrous maw opens within the swirling dark energy, its sharp teeth and long tongue ready to consume. The sheer intensity of the stolen power creates a vortex that shakes the very foundations of the dying world. Runes and ancient markings glow along the protagonist's skin as the skill transfer reaches its peak. The name of the man who betrayed him echoes in his mind, fueling the dark magic of the Black Hood. Arthur looks down at the broken boy, his expression one of confusion as he asks why Krosh hasn't given up yet. He still doesn't realize that his own lifeline is being severed by the person he considered a disposable tool. Krosh's hands grip the cold ground as he confronts Arthur about his countless previous regressions. He reveals that he knows the hero has seen the world end many times before, always leaving others to perish while he escapes. A vision of a mountain of corpses appears, representing the many timelines where Arthur abandoned his comrades. Krosh reflects on the sheer despair he felt each time he was left behind in a dying world just because he was no longer useful. With a bloodied but triumphant smirk, Krosh told the blonde hero that this time, the tables had turned. He would be the one to survive, and it was Arthur's turn to be discarded and left behind. Meanwhile, the hero simply responded that he had lost his mind. The protagonist smiles peacefully despite his horrific injuries, his eyes reflecting a sense of absolute satisfaction. He has finally achieved the one thing he wanted, to witness the arrogant King of Heroes face the consequences of his betrayal. High above the crumbling mountains, A skeletal reaper on a winged steed descends through a portal of red energy. The harbinger of destruction has arrived to claim the world, its scythe ready to reap the souls of those left behind. The skeletal rider's hollow eye socket glows with a piercing blue light as it fixes its gaze on the battlefield. It is an unstoppable force of nature, signaling the absolute end of the current timeline. Arthur's face contorts in pure terror as he realizes he can no longer activate his escape. He is forced to face the reality he always ran from, that this world was truly destined for nothing but ruin. Absolute panic fills the blonde hero's eyes as the stolen skill leaves him vulnerable and alone. The confidence he once had has completely evaporated, replaced by the same fear his comrades felt when he abandoned them. Arthur is consumed by the encroaching destruction, his screams drowned out by the roar of the collapsing world. Without his regression skill, he is just another victim of the apocalypse he failed to prevent. The skeletal rider swings its massive scythe, the cold steel cutting through the very fabric of reality. A voice booms across the void, telling those who fear death to struggle with everything they have. A pillar of swirling blue and white energy erupts around Krosh, shielding him from the Reaper's strike. The stolen regression skill is finally triggering, pulling him out of the dying world and into the past. As the world disappears into a void of light, Krosh makes a solemn vow to himself. He will not just survive the next world, he will save it on his own terms, using the powers he has stolen. Everything fades into a heavy, ringing silence as the regression takes hold. Krosh's consciousness drifts in a sea of white, his tired eyes finally closing as his body is remade by the skill. Beads of sweat roll down the protagonist's forehead as he begins to stir from his deep slumber. The transition back through time is taxing, leaving his mind in a state of confused semi-consciousness. Suddenly, his eye snaps open, his pupil dilated with the shock of a fresh memory. He is no longer on a frozen battlefield, but somewhere warm and far too familiar. He bolts upright in bed with a panicked scream, his hand reaching out toward an ornate chandelier hanging above him. He's gasping for air, the phantom pain of his previous wounds still echoing in his mind. Krosh's eyes are clear and healthy, devoid of the blood and dirt that had marred them just moments ago. He blinks in confusion, trying to reconcile the luxurious room with the hellscape he was just in. He looks around the lavishly decorated bedroom, taking in the sunlight streaming through the large windows. The realization begins to dawn on him as he recognizes the furniture and the layout of the space. He leaps out of bed, staring at his small, unscarred hands and feeling his youthful face. He realizes with a shock that he's back in the house he lived in when he was just a child. A status window appears in his vision, confirming the impossible truth of his situation. He has successfully regressed to his 13-year-old self, a time before his family's downfall and his own suffering began. The system confirms that the regression is officially complete. Krosh stares into space, stunned by how young he looks and the incredible second chance he has just stolen for himself. Chap 2, the world is literally falling apart, being swallowed whole by another dimension. This cosmic disaster is known as world erosion. When the environment shifts, these erosion species start pouring in from the other side. They aren't just animals, they're invaders looking to claim what's left. The most dangerous among them are the ones that actually look like us. Beneath those human-like features lies something much darker. These leaders of the invasion are called world eroders. They command the smaller beasts, turning a natural disaster into an all-out war for survival. People scream and scramble for their lives as massive creatures stomp through the town square. Knights are called in, but they're barely holding the line. Then there are those who stand at the very front of the chaos, the elite few who have the power to actually push back against the erosion. A staff glows with intense heat, channeling flames to incinerate the oncoming swarm. It's the kind of power most people can only dream of. The battle is in full swing, steel clashing against hide as the heroes dive headfirst into the fray. The sky itself seems to be fracturing above them. This group of legendary fighters is known as the Generation of the Azure Sky. They're the world's last hope against total annihilation. And then there's Krosh Walheim, standing in the shadows behind the shining heroes. He was part of the group too, but his role was far from glorious. With a body that could do nothing but absorb and seal curses, Krosh spent his days suffering for the others. He coughed up blood after every encounter, barely holding himself together. He was treated as a human lightning rod, taking every hit so his comrades could stay perfect. In the end, they didn't just use him, they betrayed him. It was a miserable, painful existence that finally ended in a frozen wasteland. But as the darkness closed in, Krosh made one final move. Suddenly, the cold is gone. Krosh's eyes snap open as he gasps for air, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He bolts upright in a bed that feels way too soft and looks around in a daze. The room is decorated with gold and fine wood, bathed in warm sunlight. This isn't the battlefield. He touches the sheets, looking around at the luxurious surroundings of a place he hasn't seen in years. Just a second ago, he was dying in the dead of winter, covered in blood and curses. Now it's a summer afternoon so hot that he's already dripping with sweat. He recognizes this place. It's Azure Pine Manor, the home he stayed in when he was just a child. He looks at his small, unscarred hands in disbelief. Memories of the final gamble flash through his mind. He had used his Black Hood skill on Arthur, the king of heroes, right at the moment of the world's collapse. It worked. He actually managed to rip the regression skill right out of the hero's soul and keep it for himself. Krosh lets out a shaky laugh, clutching his head as the reality of his situation sinks in. He really went back in time. He brushes his hair back, still trying to wrap his head around how he's in his 10-year-old body. The tattoos and curses that once covered him are completely gone. He sits on the floor, leaning against the bed as he starts to analyze the mechanics of what just happened. Stealing a skill of that caliber shouldn't have been possible. The Black Hood is a terrifying ability, often thought of as something that can take whatever it wants without any consequences. But Krosh knows better. The skill has a very specific and difficult catch that usually makes high-level theft impossible. Every time the skill activates, it generates a padlock that the user has to unlock. If you can't break the seal, you can't take the prize. The complexity of that lock is based entirely on how much the owner values the target. Even a common pebble becomes impossible to steal if someone thinks it's precious. If a little girl cherishes a stone, the unlock condition might be something insane, like transferring 99% of the world's wealth to her. Naturally, things that are actually powerful, like god-tier skills, should be exponentially harder to steal. They usually come with locks that no one can pick. Krosh taps his chin, deep in thought. By all accounts, Arthur's regression skill should have had the most complex lock in existence. He pictures Arthur, the so-called king of heroes, who always looked so stern and composed in front of the public. But when Krosh activated Black Hood back then, there was no lock at all. The skill just slid into his hands like it was waiting for him. There's only one explanation for that. If there wasn't even a basic padlock, it means the owner didn't value the skill in the slightest. Arthur actually wanted to give up the regression skill. He didn't see it as a gift or a power. He saw it as a burden. Looking back, Krosh remembers seeing the hero, standing over piles of monsters, with a look of pure exhaustion on his face. Arthur was the world's savior, but he was doing it for the countless time. He wasn't a hero anymore. He was just an employee doing chores. He moved with a hollow expression, clearing away waves of enemies like he was just finishing a pile of boring homework. Krosh realizes that repeating the same dying world over and over again, all by yourself, would eventually break anyone's sanity. To Arthur, being able to turn back time was no longer a miracle. It was a curse that kept him trapped in an endless loop of destruction. He had planned to pass his memories on to his 3 favorite female teammates, so they could all regress together and try again. In that vision, Arthur and the girls were a happy family, and Krosh was nowhere to be seen. He was being left behind to die in the old timeline. A cold look settles on Krosh's face. The fact that he stole the skill so easily means Arthur was desperate to throw it away, and now Krosh is going to use it to settle every single debt. Krosh looks down at his small hands, realizing that in the timeline he left behind, the King of Heroes is now powerless. Arthur lost the regression skill and was abandoned in a dying world that was already crumbling into nothingness. Massive meteors from the death blue night rain down on the landscape, obliterating everything in their path. For someone trapped there without a way back, it's a death sentence. Back in the safety of his room, Krosh stands up and brushes himself off. He took the very skill Arthur wanted to discard, and in his mind, the hero should actually be thanking him for the relief. A dark smirk plays on the young boy's lips as he chuckles softly to himself. The irony of the situation isn't lost on him. He remembers how it used to be, standing under the full moon while the rest of the group treated him like an outsider. They always moved ahead, leaving him to deal with the aftermath. He recalls the agony of absorbing their curses, his voice cracking from screaming while they stood by and watched. They acted like his sacrifice was just something anyone could and should do. He spent his previous life suffering on the ground, ignored by the comrades he was supposed to be protecting. They didn't give a damn about him as long as their own path was clear. The memory of blood and liquid dripping from his chin is still fresh in his mind. It's a bitter reminder of the price he paid for their glory. "Serves you right," he mutters, his eyes narrowing with a cold intensity. He views them as nothing more than pieces of trash that he's finally outgrown. Before stepping out, Krosh pauses in front of a mirror in the hallway of Azure Pine Manor. He needs to see exactly what he's working with in this new life. His reflection shows a boy of about 10 years old, short but surprisingly well-built for his age. He can already see the results of the grueling training he forced himself through. For years, he swung a sword every single day, desperate to find a place in the Walheim family. They are the most powerful martial house in the kingdom, and weakness is not tolerated. He gazes out the window at the manor grounds, pinpointing exactly where he is in time. This is shortly after the proving ceremony he attended when he was 10. The ceremony is the most important event for a Walheim, a public stage where children prove their strength and worth to the family. It's the moment their entire future is decided. It all comes down to the contract. The more talented the child, the higher the rank of the god that chooses to bless them. The direct line of the family was always expected to draw the best of the best. But Krosh was the glaring exception to the rule, kneeling on the cold floor while the crowd looked on. He was born with zero martial prowess or talent, so not a single god stepped forward to claim him. The fallout was immediate. Servants began packing boxes and loading them onto carriages as he was officially kicked out of the main house. He was no longer a pride of the family, just an embarrassment to be hidden away. He was sent to the gates of Azure Pine Manor, a remote estate where all the family's failures are driven to live out their lives in exile. He looks up at the massive structure, a monument to his previous disgrace. He leans against the window frame, staring out at the lush greenery while a heavy thought weighs on him. Out of everyone in this world, he is the only one who knows exactly how everything is going to end. He looks down at a pond where ants are scurrying along the edge of the leaves, oblivious to the water below. It's a simple scene, but it mirrors the state of humanity. The ants struggle and drown as the water ripples around them, unable to stop the forces of nature. Even the legendary heroes of his past couldn't stop the inevitable end when it finally came. Krosh stares into the distance, his reflection visible in the glass as he questions his own capability. He wonders if he really has what it takes to stop the world from falling apart. He imagines the red, monster-infested sky of the apocalypse and the destruction that awaits everyone. It's a terrifying vision of a future he's already lived through once. His hand begins to shake, but he quickly clenches it into a tight fist to steady himself. He tells himself not to whine or let fear take hold. Looking at his small feet and the phantom memories of blood on the cobblestones, he realizes his motivation is simple. It isn't a question of whether he can stop it, it's that he has to. If the world is destroyed again, he'll die right along with it, and he has no intention of letting that happen. He remembers the feeling of blood matting his hair and the weight of death. A fierce, almost manic grin spreads across his face as he resolves to change his fate. There is no other option. He has to be the one to steer the world away from ruin. The sound of polished shoes clicking against the tile floor echoes through the hallway, drawing his attention. Someone is approaching his room. A tall, elderly butler in a formal suit stops and bows deeply, his hand over his heart. He greets the boy with a calm, practiced respect that seems genuine. "Arioto," Krosh says aloud, surprised to see the man still alive and well at this point in time. The butler looks down at him with a gentle expression, asking what he's doing. This man is the only servant assigned to look after Krosh at the manor. He appears to be a kind, grandfatherly figure who cares for the failure of the family. On the surface, Arioto was the perfect caretaker who stayed by his side when everyone else left. But Krosh knows the dark truth hidden behind that friendly mask. An intense, heavy dark aura seemed to swirl around the butler's face as Krosh stared straight into his eyes. He remembered that it was Arioto himself who, following the orders of his older brothers, had made a move against him. Krosh's eyes widen with a chilling intensity as he looks at the man he once trusted. Arioto is the ringleader who forced him to drink poison when he was 14, teaching him the very first lesson in betrayal. Chap 3, Charlotte is a whirlwind of steel, taking down fully armored knights like they're nothing more than practice dummies. With a final, decisive blow, she sends another opponent crashing to the arena floor while the spectators look on in shock. The people in the stands are stunned by her prowess, whispering about how she's only 15 and already outclassing veteran soldiers. This is Charlotte Walheim, the family's resident genius who's earned the title of Sword Saint before even reaching adulthood. Everyone is singing her praises, calling her a once-in-a-thousand-years talent who will surely lead the Walheim family to glory. But while the crowd cheers, Barakin Walheim sits in the shadows, his hands clenched tight as he stews in pure envy. His eyes are full of a dark, cold intent. He's decided that if he can't be the brightest star, he'll just have to snuff out the competition. Someone notices his intense expression and asks if everything's all right, but Barakin is too deep into planning his next move to care. To secure his path to the top, Barakin decides he needs to start by eliminating the family's biggest failure. He calls for Arioto, the loyal family butler, and prepares to make him an offer that's impossible to refuse. Barakin knows the butler is struggling with money and a sick daughter, so he plays on those desperation-fueled fears. He pushes a small vial of poison across the table, promising that Arioto's financial and family troubles will vanish if he just kills Krosh. Arioto is torn. He's raised Krosh since he was a baby and truly loves the boy as if he were his own son. Barakin doesn't give a single damn about his feelings, looking completely bored by the old man's moral dilemma. He forces Arioto to make a choice: protect a child that isn't even his, or save the life of his own flesh and blood. The butler's silence says everything. He's been backed into a corner where there are no good outcomes. In the timeline before the regression, this plan actually worked, and blood ended up staining the pristine floors of the manor. A hand shook as the poison did its work, the weight of the betrayal starting to sink in far too late. Young Krosh could only watch in horror as the man who was practically a father to him suddenly collapsed. Arioto had given into the pressure, but the guilt was so overwhelming that he ended up taking his own life right after the deed. Even with his dying breath, the butler reached out to the boy he'd just betrayed, apologizing through the blood and tears. His hand eventually went limp, leaving the young master alone in a silent room filled with nothing but regret. That was the grim end for Arioto in the first life, a man who broke his own heart trying to save his daughter. He chose to leave this world, rather than live with the memory of the poisoned stew he'd served. Fast forward to the present day, and Krosh is confronting the butler with a level of intensity that shouldn't be possible for a kid his age. He knows about the poison Barakin gave him, and he isn't shy about asking Arioto exactly what he plans to do with it. Arioto tries to play it off as a misunderstanding, but Krosh shuts that down immediately by mentioning the butler's daughter. The old man freezes, realizing that his secret leverage is no longer a secret at all. Krosh lets out a long sigh, seeing that he's essentially cornering the poor guy all over again, just like his brother did. He tells Arioto to drop the act. If the butler is just going to keep playing dumb, there's no point in talking. Arioto is genuinely shocked. He expected the boy to be angry, crying, or blaming himself for the betrayal. Instead, he's looking at a version of the young master that seems older, colder, and far more dangerous. Krosh tells him to stop worrying about the past and follow him instead, leading the way with total confidence. They walk into the manor's massive library, a quiet place filled with enough books to hide 1,000 secrets. They stop in front of a completely ordinary-looking wall, and Arioto can't fathom why they've come here. Krosh points to a specific spot on the wall and gives a command that makes no sense: cut it open. He prods at the butler's pride, asking if a top-tier servant of the Walheim family can handle such a basic task. Arioto doesn't waste any more time with questions, stepping forward with the focus of a man who knows his duty. He draws his sword with blinding speed, a blue aura flaring around the blade as he prepares to strike. His hand is steady as he channels his power into the hilt, ready to show why he's more than just a simple butler. A thunderous slash rips through the air, shattering the heavy stonework with terrifying precision. The dust clears to reveal a hidden corridor. It's a perfect cut, opening the way to the family's long-lost secrets. Arioto can't believe his eyes. He never would have guessed a hidden passage was tucked away in a place like this. Krosh walks right in, offering a simple, well done to the stunned butler. Arioto follows close behind, looking at the boy's back with a mix of awe and confusion. To him, it's like Krosh has become a completely different person compared to the weak young master he knew just yesterday. He looks at Krosh's determined face and wonders if the boy has been hiding this side of himself until now. The atmosphere around him is heavy with a presence that Arioto can't quite put his finger on. They stop in front of a massive wooden door, heavily reinforced with iron bars and chains that have been locked tight for ages. Arioto feels a chill, nodding that the young master's current aura strangely reminds him of the family head. Krosh doesn't even turn around, telling Arioto to stop dwelling on the past and just keep moving forward. He's focused on what's ahead, and he doesn't want anyone's sentimental memories slowing him down. A brief image of a devastating fire flashes through his mind, a memory from his previous life where everything was reduced to cinders. He's here now to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself this time around. He reaches out and touches the massive lock, a sense of relief washing over him that he actually made it here before the disaster could strike. The timing is perfect, and everything is falling into place exactly as he planned. Arioto, ever the loyal servant, offers to draw his blade and hack through the chains as well. But Krosh stops him, explaining that these aren't the kind of locks that a normal sword can just cut through. He knows he has to handle this part himself. It's time to see just how much of his old power he can still pull off in this younger body. He takes a deep breath, focusing his energy for a serious test of strength. He activates his Black Hood skill, and a terrifying, monstrous hand with sharp teeth and a long, lolling tongue manifests from the shadows. It's a grotesque sight that would turn anyone else's stomach, but to Krosh, it's a familiar tool. The dark, jagged shadows from the skill surge forward like living snakes, wrapping themselves around the iron chains and the massive lock. They begin to pull and gnash at the metal with a raw, supernatural force. With a sickening crack, the massive lock is ripped clean from the door, sending chains rattling to the floor as Arioto lets out a cry of pure terror. The butler is stumbling back, his hands raised in a panic as he tries to process what he's seeing. Krosh catches the heavy lock as it falls, nodding that his touch is still as sharp as ever, and his skills haven't gone rusty. Arioto can only stare, trembling as he asks if the boy has somehow made a secret contract with a god. Krosh thinks to himself that in this timeline, he hasn't actually made a formal contract with any deity yet. He knows how suspicious this looks, so he has to come up with a believable lie on the fly. He turns back with a cool, detached expression, telling Arioto that he simply made a deal with some insignificant, nameless god. He even challenges the butler, saying that if he wants to report this secret library to the family head, he's free to try. Arioto is completely paralyzed by the weight of that look, his mind spinning as he tries to reconcile the boy he raised with the person standing before him. He can't find the words to respond, only able to stare in stunned silence. The butler watches Krosh walk ahead, thinking about how just yesterday the boy's eyes looked like they had lost all hope. Now, those same eyes are burning with a terrifyingly clear sense of purpose. He's convinced that the contract with a god has changed the young master overnight, giving him a strength and a drive that wasn't there before. Krosh is absolutely determined to take whatever skills he needs to survive what's coming. He reminds himself that he carries the same blood as Charlotte, the greatest genius the Walheim family has ever seen. Even if he isn't a natural-born prodigy like her, he's going to reach the top in his own way. Arioto can only gulp, sweat beating on his forehead as he feels the immense pressure coming from the young boy. He knows better than to question the master right now, even if his heart is racing with fear. He finally manages to find his voice, calling out to the young master with a shaky but respectful tone. He needs to make his stance clear if they're going to continue this journey together. Arioto bows deeply, placing a hand over his heart as a sign of absolute loyalty and discretion. He swears that he won't tell a soul about what's happening here, at least until whatever Krosh is planning is finished. Krosh looks down at the old man, a flicker of something like sadness or regret crossing his face for just a second. He's starting to realize the true weight of his regression and the ripple effects his actions are having. Because he's choosing a different path this time, Arioto is changing right along with him, becoming more than just a tool for his brother's schemes. The butler's loyalty is shifting, and Krosh can feel the timeline diverging. For a moment, he's haunted by the memory of the Arioto who betrayed him in the previous life, the man who served him poison and then died in agony. That ghost still lives in his head, a constant reminder of what could happen if he slips up. He wonders if Arthur, the king of heroes, gave him this regression skill specifically, because he was troubled by these kinds of discrepancies. It's a heavy thought that lingers in his mind as they push deeper into the library. He looks at Arioto, thinking that if he can cure the butler's daughter, he'll have the old man's loyalty secured forever. It's a cold calculation, but in this world, he knows he needs to be the one holding the strings. He knows he needs to increase the number of usable pawns at his disposal if he wants to survive the coming storm. Every ally he gains is another layer of protection for himself and his future. He tells Arioto to do whatever he wants for now, brushing off the immediate concerns. He promises he'll think about the treatment for the butler's daughter later, but for now, they have work to do. The massive library doors groan as they finally swing open, revealing a dark, cavernous space that's been hidden for generations. This is the top priority, the source of the power he's been hunting for. As the doors part, a blinding purple light spills out from the center of the room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the stale air. It's an eerie, magical glow that feels both ancient and incredibly dangerous. Krosh's eyes widen as he takes in the sight, his breath catching in his throat for a split second. He's finally found what he was looking for, and the reality of it is even more intense than he remembered. A massive pillar of raw energy erupts toward the ceiling, swirling with colors that seem to defy the natural world. The power radiating from it is immense, making the very air around them vibrate with magical tension. A wide, confident grin spreads across Krosh's face as he realizes his gamble has paid off. He can feel the energy calling out to him, a promise of the strength he's been craving since the moment he regressed. He can feel the world erosion curses crawling across his skin, a sensation that would drive a normal person mad with fear. But to him, it's just a sign that he's in the right place, standing right where his secret manual is hidden. They look at row after row of bookshelves, many of them covered in thick cobwebs and layers of ancient dust. Somewhere among these thousands of forgotten volumes is the key to his survival. He scans the titles with a practiced eye until he finally spots the one he's been searching for. He reaches out a hand, a sense of triumph washing over him as his fingers brush against the worn spine of the book. This is the legendary, secret library of the Blue Pine Pavilion, a place that hasn't seen a visitor in more years than anyone can count. It holds the forbidden knowledge of the Walheim family, kept far away from prying eyes. These pages record the techniques and memories of the Walheim ancestors who were labeled as failures by the rest of the world. They were men and women who couldn't rely on natural talent and had to fight for every bit of power they had. These aren't just simple skills granted by a god. They are the products of human blood, sweat, and absolute effort. This library is where those who were rejected found a way to reach the ultimate heights of martial arts. At one point, this place was open for anyone in the family to see, a shared history of struggle and growth. But it was eventually locked away and turned into a secret library because of the influence of just one person. That person was Valhaes de Marisheim, the greatest failure in the history of the clan. He stands there in a vision of red energy, a muscular, demonic-looking warrior who proved that effort could overcome any lack of natural talent. The shadow of the past looms large, a dark silhouette with a toothy grin standing against a blood-red sky. In the long history of the Walheim clan, he was always spoken of as the ultimate failure, a man who couldn't live up to the family's standards. But that very failure was what led him down a forbidden path, where he was swallowed whole by world erosion. Instead of being destroyed, he emerged as the strongest person to ever walk the earth, reaching out with a power that defied everything the clan believed in. Krosh stares up at the forgotten archive, his face slick with sweat and a wide, hungry grin stretching across his lips. He reaches out a hand, his fingers trembling with anticipation as he finally comes face to face with the goal he's been hunting for. He seizes the ancient manual, and orange flames of raw energy erupt around him as he pulls the forbidden knowledge into his grasp. He offers a quiet, mocking apology to the ancestors who hid this place away, finally securing the legacy of the man they all feared. A single, powerful word echoes through the silent chamber, marking the moment the power of the greatest failure is finally claimed. This strength, this legacy, and the future it promises are now his and his alone. Disgrace Walheim. The name is synonymous with disaster in the family history. A silhouette looms against a blood-red moon, his eyes nothing but hollow shadows staring back from the past. He was known as the worst failure to ever bear the name Walheim, but ironically, he was also the strongest figure in their history. In his prime, he carved a path of destruction that no one could match. The world's leading powerhouses all threw themselves at him, desperate to end his reign. They brought their strongest magic and their best warriors, but they were in for a rude awakening. With a simple movement, he unleashed a power that defied logic. Lightning crackled from his fingertips as he prepared to show them the true meaning of a curse. No one could stop the carnage. He tore through their ranks like they were made of paper, a grin of pure madness plastered on his face as he moved through the battlefield. One by one, the heroes of the era fell, left broken and bleeding in his wake. He was a force of nature that refused to be tamed, leaving nothing but ruin behind him. His power came from something called extreme blood poison. It was a double-edged sword that granted him godlike strength at the cost of his very soul and sanity. He achieved this by absorbing the curse of world erosion and turning it into his own weapon. It was a secret technique born of pure madness, documented in a forbidden book that shouldn't have existed. Back in the present, Krosh Walheim studies the scorched pages of the legend's journal. Half the book is burned, leaving him to wonder if Disgrace really went mad because he couldn't control the power consuming him. He remembers the feeling of being hit by that same curse in his past life. He managed to weaken the effects using Black Hood, but the memory of that pain is still fresh. A realization dawns on him as he looks at the text. If Disgrace neutralized one curse with another, then he can do the same to manage his own blood poison and keep it from running rampant. It's a dangerous game of balance, like a snake and a crow fighting for dominance within his body. To survive, he needs to steal a specific curse that can act as a leash for the others. The two forces clash violently inside him, represented by the spiritual forms of a serpent and a bird of prey. It's a literal struggle for control over his own life force. A blinding light erupts as the energies begin to stabilize. He can feel himself changing, evolving into something that might finally stand a chance against the coming apocalypse. He stares at the swirling orb of power in his hands, a dark smile playing on his lips. If he plays his cards right, he can become just as strong as Disgrace ever was. Arioto steps into the room, his head bowed in respect. He's ready to serve the young master who showed him mercy, regardless of the darkness Krosh is dabbling in. Krosh gives his first real command with his new authority. From this day forward, no one is allowed to set foot inside Azure Pine Manor without his express permission. Arioto acknowledges the order and turns to leave, his long sword trailing behind him. He's more than willing to act as the lone gatekeeper for Krosh's sanctuary. As he walks through the manor halls, the butler adjusts his glasses. He hasn't forgotten that Krosh turned a blind eye to his previous mistake, and he intends to repay that debt in full. He's decided to throw his lot in with the boy everyone else called a failure. He'll refuse any proposal from the rest of the family, because to him, Krosh is the only master worth serving. Meanwhile, Barakin Walheim is losing his mind in his office, slamming his fists onto the table until papers fly everywhere. He can't believe his offer was actually rejected for the sake of a half-wit. He bellows in rage, calling Arioto a fool. His pride is wounded, and he's clearly not the type of guy to let a servant's defiance go unpunished. He stares at a newspaper headline praising Charlotte Walheim as the genius of the century. Seeing her success alongside Krosh's defiance just makes his blood boil even more. His hatred stems from an old family grudge, remembering a woman he believes tainted their direct lineage. To him, Krosh is just a reminder of that perceived filth. He thinks back to Sister Lilish and how they could have secured their rank if things had gone differently. The resentment has clearly been festering for a long time. He grits his teeth so hard they might crack, his expression twisted into a mask of pure spite. He refuses to let a failure get the better of him in his own house. He calls out to one of his subordinates who is waiting nearby. The man approaches cautiously, sensing the volatile mood of his master. Barakin orders him to head to Azure Pine Manor immediately. He wants to know exactly why the butler changed his mind and what Krosh is hiding behind those walls. Sometime later, the messenger returns with some bad news, and Barakin looks like he's about to explode again. They couldn't even get past the front gate. Arioto stands firm at the entrance, his hand resting on his sword as he blocks the way. He made it clear that even the head of the family wouldn't be allowed inside the manor. Barakin is stunned, unable to process the audacity of a mere servant. The fact that Krosh is now shielded from his influence is a direct challenge to his authority. Inside the manor, Krosh is completely focused, oblivious to the drama outside. He's deep in meditation, surrounded by a thick, swirling purple aura. He lets out a slow, controlled breath, steam rising from his body as he pushes himself to the limit. The physical strain is immense, but he doesn't waver for a second. His fist clenches tight, knuckles white from the effort. He can feel the breakthrough coming, the moment he finally reaches the realm of an aura expert. In the world of warriors, the path to power is divided into clear ranks. It starts with the aura user, the basic level where one first learns to tap into their internal energy. But the true dividing line between the ordinary and the genius is the aura expert. It's the second stage, containing the most aura, and where a warrior's potential truly begins to manifest. Even though Krosh just reached the entry level, he's still miles behind his sister. Charlotte is only 2 years older and is already on the verge of becoming a master. Her talent is so overwhelming it's almost frustrating to think about. In his previous life, he could only watch her brilliance from the shadows, dumbfounded by her speed. But Krosh remembers the grim reality of the future. Even a monster like Charlotte, with all her absurd talent, was left kneeling in the face of total destruction. He sees the vision of her defeated, her legendary sword planted in the ground as she stares at a world ending in chaos. All that power meant nothing in the end. He looks at his own younger self standing next to the broken image of his sister. He knows that being just an expert isn't going to be nearly enough to change their fate. A look of grim determination settles on his face. If he wants to protect anything this time, he has to find a way to grow much faster, no matter the cost. Krosh knows that without trying, he'll never truly understand the depth of his own potential. He stares ahead, his mind already calculating his next move. Before his regression, a curse had completely locked away his ability to use aura. He reflects on that struggle, knowing how far he's come from being a complete failure. But things are different now. The rules of his previous life no longer apply, and he's finally carving out a path of his own making. He looks toward the horizon where Charlotte Walheim stands, a literal son of talent. He knows he can't compare himself to her innate genius yet, but he doesn't plan on staying in her shadow forever. He has something no one else does, the secret manual left behind by Maurice Walheim. It's a guide written by a man labeled a failure just like him, who found a way to the top anyway. A fierce determination glints in his eyes as he prepares for the next step. He's done being the weakling of the family and is ready to claim the power he was always denied. He can feel the dark energy from the manual surging through his body. He's going to become stronger than anyone ever imagined, by any means necessary. He takes a moment to breathe, the intense training session finally over. For now, this level of progress is enough to satisfy his hunger for power. Arioto approaches with a towel, bowing deeply in respect. He offers his genuine congratulations to the young master for finally reaching the expert entry level. Krosh casually takes the towel and begins drying himself off. He dismisses the praise, acting like reaching such a milestone is just another routine day for him. He looks over at the butler, wondering why the man was waiting for him in such a place. He can tell from Arioto's expression that something important is about to happen. Arioto delivers the news with a bow. Lady Bianca Hardenheart, Krosh's fiancée, has arrived at the Azure Pine Manor. Krosh freezes mid-motion, the name hitting him like a physical blow. He didn't expect her to show up this early in his new timeline. A terrifying vision of the future flashes through his mind. Bianca the White Demon, the monster she is destined to become. In the future, he remembers, she was the ringleader who led the world eroders. She was the one who personally oversaw the destruction of their world. She was a force of nature who even defeated one of the 10 strongest under the heavens. That was how she earned her chilling alias, the White Demon. He looks out the window, trying to reconcile that monster with the girl waiting downstairs. Right now, she's just the youngest daughter of the Hardenheart family. He spots her standing alone by the gate, a small, solitary figure. He realizes this political marriage is finally becoming a reality. To the Walheim family, this is just a convenient way to dispose of a useless failure. They get rid of Krosh and gain a powerful connection to the rulers of the North. The Hardenheart family, rulers of the North, get to discard their own problem in return. It's a cold, calculated deal where the children are treated like simple bargaining chips. Krosh can't help but smirk at the irony of it all. Both he and Bianca are being used conveniently by their families, thrown together like trash. But he actually has business with Bianca, and her arrival is more of an opportunity than a burden. He's surprised she'd come all this way from her side of the country so soon. Bianca Hardenheart is the youngest daughter of the family that rules the North. Her tragic history is well known to those who deal in the family's dark secrets. Her tragedy started before she was even born. Her mother was afflicted by the curse of world erosion while she was still carrying her daughter. As a result, Bianca was born already carrying a horrific curse of her own, the Snow Doll. Even as a baby, she was a carrier of a power that would eventually consume her. The curse reached even her soul, and it was something that not even a curse breaker could hope to remove. Because her body was so contaminated, she was never able to form a contract with a god. Her own family looked at her with nothing but disgust and fear. To them, she wasn't a daughter, but a ticking time bomb of dark energy that they wanted gone. She was a cursed child born in exchange for her mother's life. Growing up in the Hardenheart family, Bianca was treated with a coldness that would break anyone else. Krosh wonders if she ever really hated him in their previous life. They were both outcasts in their own way, but they never truly understood each other back then. He pushes those thoughts aside, focusing on his current goal. He hopes that her feelings don't interfere with his plan to steal her curse for himself. He needs the Snow Doll, curse, because it's the only thing that can act as a leash for his extreme blood poison. It's the final piece of the puzzle for his survival. Arioto notices Krosh is still shirtless and sweating after his training. He quickly offers to go and prepare a proper change of clothes for the upcoming meeting. Krosh gives a small, confident smirk as he hands back the towel. He's finally ready to face the future White Demon and take what he needs to get stronger. Bianca Hardenheart stands waiting outside, a small girl with white hair and a cold, vacant stare. Krosh tells his butler to show her inside while he prepares for their encounter. 5 months ago, a young Crash Walheim was in the middle of a typical tantrum. He slammed his hands down on his desk, sending papers flying as he vented his frustrations. He screamed at Bianca to get out of his sight. He was convinced she was only interested in his family's status and had no real care for him. Bianca stood there, absorbing the verbal abuse with a stoic expression. Crash told her to quit pretending to be his fiancée, his voice dripping with spite. He slammed the door shut, leaving her alone in the massive, cold hallway of the Walheim estate. She stood there in silence, a small figure against the grand architecture. She thought back on how she didn't even want to be there. Her eyes were distant, filled with the weight of expectations she never asked for. In a deeper memory, her father reminded her that the Hardenheart family's survival rested on her. He told her she needed to use her looks to win over the youngest Walheim son. The pressure was visible in her gaze as she stared off into the distance. She knew the fate of her entire house depended solely on her success. Sitting alone later, she clenched her chest. She told herself that even if her emotions were gone, she still understood the difference between right and wrong. She remembered looking at the young, angry version of Crash and thinking he was just a foul-mouthed loser. To her, he was a burden she was forced to bear for her family's sake. She clenched her fist tightly, steeling herself. Dealing with him was the high price she had to pay to keep her family name alive. Back in the present, Bianca sat quietly, lost in thought. She had resolved to be the one to reject this relationship this time around. Crash suddenly spoke up, snapping her out of her thoughts with a casual remark. He seemed much more relaxed than she remembered. He gave her a polite smile as he looked at her tea. He apologized for it being so hot, nodding her sensitive tongue and promising to speak with the maids later. Bianca just stared at him, completely caught off guard. In front of her was a perfect spread of tea and cake, a far cry from the hostility she expected. He gestured toward the window, mentioning the nice weather. He suggested they take a stroll through the garden to see the southern flowers that don't grow in her cold homeland. Crash called for Arioto, the butler. He instructed him to have some macadamia cookies brought out to the garden for their walk. As they walked through the grand estate, Crash kept the conversation light. He noted her long journey and suggested they spend more time together since they were engaged. When Bianca responded with stiff, military-like formality, Crash just laughed. He told her she sounded more like she was talking to a superior officer than her fiancé. Bianca remained silent, watching him closely as they walked. She was trying to reconcile this polite version of him with the boy who had screamed at her months ago. To her, something felt completely off. His gaze used to be sharp and full of spite, but now he felt like an entirely different person. She realized something even more puzzling. She had never told him she liked macadamia cookies, yet he had ordered them without a second thought. Crash stopped to admire the peaceful garden. Bianca stood behind him for a moment before finally gathering the nerve to speak. She looked him straight in the eye and asked if he was really Crash. The question hung in the air, heavy and direct. They locked eyes in a tense, silent moment. The only sound was the rustle of leaves in the garden. Crash reached up and rubbed the back of his head, appearing caught off guard by her question. He looked a bit sheepish as he thought of an answer. He looked back at her with a calm, steady gaze. He asked if he truly seemed that different from the way he was before. Bianca's eyes widened as she felt a sudden, chilling sensation. For a split second, she thought she sensed a flash of bloodlust coming from him. Terrified she had overstepped, she immediately bowed and apologized for speaking out of turn. Crash looked panicked, realizing he had probably ruined the mood. Internally, Crash admitted his memories of this time were hazy. He couldn't quite remember exactly how badly he used to treat her. He looked at her face, noticing an expression that felt hauntingly familiar. It stirred something in the back of his mind. A memory of the future flashed through his mind, Bianca dying in front of the North Sea Pavilion. She had that exact same look in her eyes on that day. He realized he needed a believable excuse for his change. He put on a bright smile and told her he had recently made a contract with a god. Bianca seemed to accept the explanation, offering him a quiet congratulations. Her suspicion seemed to fade slightly. Crash leaned in, saying he had a specific proposal he wanted to make. Bianca looked at him with a mix of curiosity and caution. She wondered what someone who had contracted with a god could possibly want from her. Her mind raced through the possibilities. Her first thought was the worst. She asked if he wanted an annulment, causing Crash to shout back in pure shock. Crash started rambling, saying he understood if she didn't want to marry a guy like him. He even suggested she might be the one wanting to break things off. Bianca watched his self-deprecating display with confusion. She couldn't understand why a member of the powerful Walheim family would have such low self-esteem. She looked down, her face shadowed, before firmly reminding him that she was his fiancée. Her voice was steady and serious. She looked up with a determined expression, telling him that her status wasn't going to change. She was staying by his side. Crash was stunned by her sincerity. He wondered when the last time was that he had heard such genuine, kind words. He cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and got back to the point. He began to explain how he intended to use his newly awakened ability. Crash extends his hand, offering to take the burden of the snow doll curse from her. A dark, swirling energy surrounds his palm as he makes his proposal. Bianca is stunned, remembering how even the most famous curse breakers in the world were powerless against it. She stares at him, unable to believe he would even suggest such a thing. She asks if he really intends to take the curse upon himself. He confirms he has a use for it, offering her any one wish in return, even an annulment of their engagement. Bianca remains silent, considering the weight of his offer. She wonders if a situation like this is one where her lack of emotions might actually be an advantage. She thinks about how Crash is constantly treated as a failure, creating a deep rift between him and his own bloodline. The isolation he must feel is visible in her mind. A chibi version of him looks hollow and lost. Bianca wonders if he's so exhausted by his life that he wants to erase his own emotions by taking on her curse. Looking at his desperate offer, she begins to wonder if his sudden kindness is actually a symptom of a mental breakdown. She searches his face for any sign of the person she once knew. She recalls the words of a mental-type mage from her childhood. He taught her that when a person reaches their mental breaking point, their mind can fall ill in unexpected ways. The old mage showed her a book illustrating the two paths of a broken mind, one of self-destruction and another of sudden, inexplicable kindness. To him, these were signs of a person's spirit fracturing. He warned her that these moments are incredibly dangerous, serving as final signals before a person reaches their impending end. He gently patted her head as he spoke of these tragedies. He gave her one final piece of advice. If someone close to her ever reached that point, she must stay by their side no matter what. That memory now guides her every thought. Back in the present, Bianca reaches out and firmly clasps Crash's hand in her own. Her eyes are filled with a new, protective resolve. She tells him it's okay and that she's certain he can overcome this internal struggle. Crash is left staring at her in total confusion, wondering where this is coming from. She urges him to learn to control his emotions instead of relying on a curse to numb them. The irony of her situation isn't lost on her, but her focus is entirely on saving him. Crash tries to interject, sensing a massive misunderstanding, but she isn't listening. She announces that she'll be visiting often from now on to look after him. She even suggests arranging to live nearby if she asks her father for permission. Crash can only stand there, completely baffled by her sudden change in plans. He reminds her that she supposedly hates him and never wanted this engagement in the first place. He's trying to ground her in reality, but her mind is made up. Bianca doesn't deny her past feelings, but says she simply cannot abandon someone standing on the edge of a cliff. She holds onto his arm as if he might disappear if she lets go. Looking into her determined eyes, Crash realizes she's the type to charge headfirst into a task once she's set on it. He begins to realize his plan has taken a very strange turn. Since she won't hand over the curse willingly, he wonders if he should try activating his skill in secret. He starts to channel his power, a dark aura pulsing around him. He invokes his lock board skill, the interface appearing before his eyes as he focuses on the powerful curse within her. Purple energy swirls violently around Bianca. Aura flares as his power clashes with the ancient curse. A prompt appears, announcing that a new unlock condition has been generated by the system. The condition is revealed. To access the curse, he must first become Bianca's genuine friend. The screen glows with a harsh, violet light. Crash stares at the requirement, realizing this is going to be far more complicated than he anticipated. A double lock on a skill is something he hadn't prepared for. He notes that since the curse has been with her since birth, the system recognizes it as an actual part of her body. That gives it a value far beyond a normal status effect. Becoming friends with the future white demon seems like an impossible task. He watches her carefully, trying to find a way past her emotional walls. He knows that without emotions, she rarely shows interest in anything at all. Building a real connection with someone who feels nothing is a daunting prospect. But he also knows that if he lets her return home now, it will only accelerate her tragic transformation. He decides he must keep her close to change her fate. By preventing her from becoming the white demon while also securing the snow doll curse, he can kill two birds with one stone. It's the perfect, if difficult, plan. He decides that for now, simply going along with her misunderstanding is his best move. He forces a pleasant expression and prepares to play his part. He holds her hands and tells her he's glad to hear she wants to stay. He adds that he'd genuinely appreciate being able to see his fiancée more often. Bianca nods, saying she will consult with her father and return soon. She turns to leave, her expression as unreadable as ever. As the sun sets, Crash watches her carriage depart from the estate. He expects to have at least a month of peace to study his secret arts manuals before she returns. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing that things are finally starting to get busy. He has no idea just how quickly that peace is about to end. The very next day at Chingsong Hall, workers are already arriving and unloading massive wooden crates. The courtyard is a hive of activity. A long line of horse-drawn carriages is parked outside, overflowing with luggage. Crash watches in total disbelief as more and more boxes are piled up. He breaks into a cold sweat as a familiar voice calls out to him from the middle of the mess. He can't believe his eyes. Bianca steps forward, looking perfectly calm amidst the chaos. She simply announces that she's decided to start living here at the hall today. She continues walking past him with an air of absolute certainty. Leaves flutter around her as she makes her grand entrance into his life. Crash stands frozen in place, his mouth hanging open in absolute shock. He realizes her consultation with her father took all of 5 minutes. Crash slowly opens his eyes, blinking away the sleep as the first light of morning hits his face. He's just beginning to shake off a long night of rest. Right beside him, Bianca is sound asleep, her silver hair fanned out across the pillow. She's even drooling a little, looking completely unbothered by her surroundings. Crash stares at her in shock, wondering when she managed to crawl into his bed again. It seems his fiancée has made a habit of making herself at home in his room. He sits up and lets out a massive yawn, stretching his arms toward the ceiling. He's already thinking about the rumors that will spread if anyone sees them like this. Bianca wakes up and rubs her eyes, giving him a dazed morning greeting. She looks completely unfazed by the situation, acting as if waking up in his bed is the most natural thing in the world. Crash can't help but feel a bit annoyed by her casual attitude. He's the one who should be asking for an explanation, not her giving him a morning salute. The scene shifts to the manor grounds, where several months have passed since Bianca moved in. Crash is deep in his training, focusing his energy as the seasons begin to change. Sweat drips from his brow as he reflects on his progress. He's been working tirelessly to prepare himself for the challenges that lie ahead. He recalls the day Bianca first arrived at the Azure Pine Manor during the summer. She looked small and stoic as she stood before him, ready to start their life together. Young Crash was stunned by her sudden appearance and the fact that she was actually moving in. He hadn't expected her to follow through with the arrangement so quickly. He asked her if she was really okay being sent away from her family at just 12 years old. She simply replied that her family gave their permission immediately, without any hesitation. Crash realized then that the curse was already making her numb to the feelings of abandonment. She didn't seem to feel the sting of being cast aside by her own kin. He knew her lack of emotion was a direct result of the snow doll curse eating away at her heart. It left her isolated, unable to connect with the people who were supposed to love her. Since then, she's been following him everywhere like a loyal chick trailing its mother. Crash saw this as a perfect chance to fulfill the friendship condition needed to steal her skill. Back in the present, the summer has long since faded into a biting winter. Crash continues his rigorous training as the year draws to a close. The opening of the Lahilun Academy is fast approaching, and the pressure is starting to mount. He knows this is his one chance to change his fate before history repeats itself. Lahilun Academy is an institution founded by the 4 great kingdoms to nurture the world's most elite warriors. It's where the best of the best gather to sharpen their skills. Only those between the ages of 15 and 20 can enroll. In his past life, Crash was just a bystander, watching from the shadows as real geniuses rose to power. That generation produced legends with cheat-level skills that defied common sense. They were the ones who would go on to shape the future of the entire world. Crash grits his teeth, remembering how those geniuses looked down on him in his previous life. He hasn't forgotten the humiliation and the bitterness of being a failure. He knows their weaknesses better than anyone, which means he can steal their skills with ease. He's planning to take everything for himself once he steps foot in that academy. He has exactly 1 year left before he reaches the age of enrollment. Every day counts if he wants to be ready for the monsters he'll be facing. He pushes his body to the limit, knowing he needs to bridge the gap between his current self and those legendary figures. The goal is clear, but the path is grueling. However, he can feel himself hitting a wall in his growth. No matter how much he trains, his progress has started to plateau. He realizes that just following martial arts manuals isn't going to be enough to break through the expert stage. He needs something more potent to catapult his strength. He looks at Bianca, knowing the answer lies in her curse. To overcome this wall, he needs to steal her snow doll curse and master the extreme blood poison skill. As he finishes his training, he finds Bianca waiting for him outside the door. She's been there the whole time, clutching her book and watching him. She tells him she stayed because she couldn't leave him alone. Krosh is taken aback, noting how her constant presence has become a permanent part of his life. He reflects on how she's been trailing him like a baby bird ever since that summer day. It's a strange dynamic, but one he's grown accustomed to. He wonders when she'll finally consider him a true friend. Despite her blank stares, he can feel their bond slowly tightening as the months go by. His thoughts are interrupted by the arrival of Arioto, the manor's butler. He approaches with a formal air, clearly carrying important news. Arioto hands over an invitation to the Star Sanctuary, a prestigious gathering for the kingdom's noble youth. Krosh eyes the envelope with a mix of curiosity and dread. The Star Sanctuary is an annual gala held once a year for minors in the Starin Kingdom. It's meant to foster friendships and expand noble networks. Krosh thanks Arioto for the explanation, even though he's already somewhat familiar with the event. He knows it's a den of vipers where status is everything. He remembers that in his previous life, he was a complete shut-in during this time. His memories of the social scene are blurry, filled with the shadows of his past mistakes. He stares at the invitation, debating whether or not he should actually attend. It's a public debut that could either help his plans or draw unnecessary heat. He knows that guy will probably be there, but he also thinks about a promise to Arioto. He recalls a painful memory of the butler looking devastated by a bedside, and he doesn't want to cause that grief again. He tells Arioto that he'll attend, making a sudden decision to face the crowd. Bianca immediately steps forward and announces that she's going too. Bianca warns him that the other participants will likely criticize him and try to drag his name through the mud. They haven't forgotten his reputation as a failure. Krosh looks at Bianca and suggests she should stay behind for her own safety. He knows the other nobles will be just as cruel to her as they are to him. Bianca shakes her head, refusing to back down. She's determined to stand by his side, no matter what kind of insults the other nobles throw her way. She calmly declares that protecting her partner is her duty as his fiancé. Even with her blank expression, her loyalty to Krosh is undeniable. Krosh gently pats Bianca's head, explaining that he isn't asking her to go as her fiancé. He truly wants to know her honest feelings about attending the party together. Bianca just stares back at him with that same look of deep pity in her eyes. She clearly thinks he's reaching a breaking point from all the pressure he's under. For the last few months, Krosh has been suspiciously kind to her. It's a total shift from his previous behavior, and Bianca has definitely taken notice of the change. He's been attentive to her every need, from asking about her breakfast to suggesting trips to the library. He even makes sure she can sleep a little longer when she's resting outdoors, staying right by her side. Bianca reflects on how she was never treated with this much warmth even back at the Hardenheart estate. The kindness she's receiving now is enough to make her forget all her terrible first impressions of him. While Krosh trains his heart out with his sword in the garden, Bianca is always there, watching him silently. She's become a constant shadow in his daily life. Her internal walls are starting to crumble, and she realizes she doesn't actually dislike him anymore. The white demon is finding it hard to stay cold when he's always around. She looks up at him with a steady gaze and confirms that she will accompany him to the gala. She isn't doing it because she has to, but because she's chosen to. She emphasizes that she's going of her own free will, not just because of their engagement. Krosh is visibly shocked by her sudden show of independence. He eventually gives in with a reluctant nod, accepting her decision. He can't help but feel a bit worried about what's waiting for them at the event. The sun sets over the horizon, casting a golden glow on the prestigious Garyu Hall. It's the venue chosen for the annual Star Sanctuary gathering of noble youth. A lavish carriage pulls up to the entrance, signaling the arrival of the night's most controversial guests. The atmosphere is already thick with tension and anticipation. Inside the carriage, Bianca has fallen asleep with her head resting on Krosh's lap. He looks out the window, wondering if the nobles here really have money to burn on such a famous tourist spot. In this world, nobles are only respected because they stand as the front line against the world erosion. They are the shields that protect commoners from total destruction. Yet, as Krosh looks at the partygoers drinking wine and laughing, he can't help but feel a surge of disgust. These people are neglecting their training just to lose themselves in vanity. He leads Bianca onto the red carpet as they make their way toward the grand entrance. They walk with heads held high despite the many pairs of eyes watching their every move. As they enter the massive hall, Krosh knows there won't be many decent people inside. He's prepared for the worst that aristocratic society has to throw at him. The herald's voice rings out across the room, announcing the arrival of Krosh Walheim and Bianca Hardenhart. Every conversation in the hall suddenly grinds to a halt. The whispering starts immediately, with the other nobles mocking them as the Walheim failure and the cursed daughter. They aren't even trying to hide their contempt for the pair. Krosh scans the room, ignoring the insults and the fake smiles of the people around him. He knows exactly what these fake nobles are actually worth. Up on a balcony, someone watches the new arrivals with a predatory grin. To them, Krosh and Bianca are the most interesting things to walk through the door all night. A group of 3 sits together in the VIP section, looking down on the crowd with bored expressions. These are the real elite of the younger generation. One of them is Barak Hogma, the Tiger Boy, known for his animalistic strength and sharp instincts. He's destined to be one of the top fighters of the Azure Sky generation. Beside him is Elfin Emilia, the Magpie, with her piercing red eyes and cold demeanor. She's a genius whose talent far outshines everyone else in the room. Completing the trio is Annex Glazer, the Wood Bow, who watches the scene with a smug look. Together, these 3 will eventually be known as the 3 heroes of Starin. Krosh feels their intense gaze and starts to sweat, wondering why they're so interested in him. He's definitely not the kind of person geniuses usually notice. He realizes it's probably because of Charlotte, his terrifyingly powerful relative. Her reputation and strength cast a long shadow wherever he goes. He remembers a story Charlotte told him about how she once rampaged through this very hall. She called the Star Sanctuary nothing more than a glorified garbage dump. In the memory, Charlotte boasted about how no one could defeat her, while a young Krosh hid in fear. She's the reason the Walheim name is both feared and hated here. Looking at the hostile atmosphere, Krosh is certain Charlotte must have already made quite a mess of things in the past. He's just here to pick up the pieces of her destructive legacy. Suddenly, Bianca reaches out and firmly grabs the edge of Krosh's sleeve. She can feel the tension in the room and isn't about to let him face it alone. She tells him to ignore the mocking voices, unaware that he was actually just reminiscing about Charlotte. She's doing her best to be his emotional support. Krosh realizes she's being badmouthed too, but she doesn't seem to care about herself at all. He gives her a quick pat on the head to reassure her. He looks toward the entrance, wondering when the main event is going to show up. He knows he should be arriving any moment now. Right on cue, the herald announces the arrival of Lord Darling Danfelion. The name causes a stir among the crowd, even more than Krosh's arrival did. A figure in extravagant clothing steps into the light, radiating a strange, flashy energy. The crowd watches with a mix of awe and confusion at the new arrival. To Krosh, this guy is the absolute weirdo among weirdos. He's a character that even the most eccentric nobles find hard to deal with. Darling Danfelion, the attention-seeking lord of the alchemist's castle, waves cheerfully at the stunned crowd. He's clearly enjoying every second of the spotlight. Krosh stands there, his body literally covered in black curse markings. He looks completely drained, like the weight of those curses is finally starting to crush him. Suddenly, someone reaches out, hands spreading wide as they start examining him like some kind of rare specimen. Darling Danfelion leans in close, inspecting the erosion-type curses with way too much enthusiasm. He's already brainstorming crazy ways to fix the problem. He suddenly grabs Krosh's face, squishing his cheeks together. He asks if Krosh wants to be his test subject for a little experimental cure he's cooking up. Krosh doesn't even have the energy to push him away. Darling just takes his silence as an invitation to get started right then and there. A wide, slightly unhinged grin spreads across Darling's face. He's clearly found a new toy, and he has no intention of letting it go. Krosh's eye goes wide as things start to get weirdly intense. Whatever Darling is planning, it definitely isn't going to be a walk in the park. The treatment begins, and it looks more like a physical beatdown than actual medicine. Krosh can't help but scream as Darling does his thing. Darling pins him down, laughing like a maniac while Krosh begs him to just get off. This kid is absolutely out of his mind. This was Krosh's first meeting with the boy who'd eventually be known as the world's greatest king of alchemy. Quite the introduction, right? Fast forward to the present at the party, and Darling makes a grand entrance, soaking up all the attention. Half the crowd thinks he's a genius, while the other half just thinks he's a total freak. Krosh watches from a distance with a dry smile. He knew a massive attention seeker like Darling wouldn't miss a gathering of his peers. He turns to Bianca Hardenheart and tells her to wait there for a moment. He has some business to take care of with their eccentric guest. Bianca just nods, her mouth full of figs. Honestly, she's perfectly happy staying right where the food is. Darling spots someone approaching out of the corner of his eye. He pauses, wondering who's bold enough to walk straight toward him. He recognizes him immediately. It's Krosh Walheim. He's surprised to see him here, especially looking so composed. Darling remembers seeing him with Charlotte Walheim earlier and can definitely see the family resemblance. He's already forming an opinion on the supposed failure of the family. His eyes practically turn into stars as he leans in close. He asks if Krosh is really Charlotte's younger brother, looking way too excited about the connection. Darling starts acting all bashful, wondering if Krosh was just struck by his incredible good looks. The guy's ego is on another level. Krosh cuts through the nonsense immediately, mentioning that he knows Darling has been poking around with world eroders. That stops Darling's laughing real quick. He gives Darling a knowing smirk, asking if that's enough to pique his interest. He's got the hook in, now he just needs to reel him in. Darling's playful expression vanishes, replaced by a much sharper look. He calls Krosh a provocative little brat, but you can tell his interest is fully captured. They duck away from the crowd, slamming a heavy door shut behind them. A sign on the handle makes it clear that nobody else should be getting in their way. They end up in a private room filled with weapons. Darling turns back, casually asking Krosh how old he's actually supposed to be. He reaches out and grabs a pair of practice swords from the rack. He's not ready to talk shop until he sees what Krosh is really made of. Darling brandishes the blades, nodding that while Krosh is only 13, his aura doesn't match his age at all. He's sensing something much deeper. Krosh just sighs to himself. On the inside, he's an adult who's already survived the harshest training imaginable. He tells Darling he doesn't have much time and wants to get to the main point as quickly as possible. He's not here for games. Darling just smiles and tosses one of the swords over. He's willing to listen, but only if Krosh can keep up with him. Krosh catches the blade effortlessly, the weight feeling familiar in his hand. He's not the helpless kid everyone thinks he is. His focus narrows, eyes locking onto his opponent. The atmosphere in the room shifts instantly as he takes his stance. They clash, the sound of metal ringing through the air. Darling doesn't hold back for a second, testing Krosh's reflexes immediately. Darling lunges forward with a sudden, high-speed strike. He's moving way faster than any scholar has a right to. He laughs, admitting he just wanted to see Krosh's skills for himself first. He's heard the rumors and wanted to see if there was any truth to them. Krosh grinds his teeth, finding this whole test to be a massive pain in the neck. Dealing with a genius like Darling is never easy. The exchange continues, swords clashing again and again. Darling keeps the pressure high, reminding Krosh that he's still listening. Krosh swings back, his movements precise and efficient. He isn't using any flashy skills, just pure honed technique. Darling is genuinely shocked, wondering how a failure without any skills can fight like this. He's starting to realize he completely underestimated the boy. Krosh pushes back against Darling's blade, looking him dead in the eye. He tells him that even if he looks like this, he trains every single day. He decides it's time to really rattle the future king of alchemy. He needs to show him that he knows things no one else should. Krosh drops the bombshell, offering to help Darling with his secret research on curse neutralization. Darling's jaw nearly hits the floor in shock. He's completely stunned that Krosh even knows about his private experiments. He asks what a scholar like him could possibly know about alchemy to say he'll cooperate. Darling Danfelion is leaning on his sword, completely out of breath from the duel. He's putting everything he has into this spar, but Krosh Walheim is still standing firm. Looking up, his face drained of color as he found the cold steel pressed right against his throat, leaving him completely paralyzed with shock. They clash again, the ring of their swords echoing as Krosh drops the bombshell about neutralizing the curses of world eroders. It's a topic most people wouldn't even dare to whisper about. Darling flips through the air with the grace of an acrobat, his eyes never leaving Krosh. He notes that even the world's best curse breakers haven't cracked that mystery yet. Krosh presses the advantage, pointing out that Darling needs to prove that specific research to become a truly first-class alchemist. He's got the perfect bait to hook the genius. Darling backs off and stands tall, looking more like a confident scholar than a wild kid for a split second. He's clearly weighing the massive risk against the potential reward. Krosh doesn't let up, offering his own unique skill that steals curses to aid in the research. He's making himself an indispensable partner in Darling's experiments. He stares Darling down with an intensity that feels way too old for his body. He's ready to use his darkest secret as a bargaining chip for this alliance. Darling's jaw drops as he realizes what he's hearing. He can't believe the failure of the Walheim family is standing there claiming to have a skill that powerful. He starts to smirk as the pieces fall into place in his mind. If Krosh's words are true, this could be the alchemical breakthrough of the century. Darling's excitement hits a fever pitch as he realizes this is the perfect chance to prove his theories. He's all in, and he immediately asks what Krosh wants in return for such a deal. Before Krosh can even answer, Darling gets a dreamy look in his eye and suggests he could become Krosh's boyfriend. Krosh just stands there, looking like he wants to disappear into the floorboards. Krosh ignores the weirdness and explains his real demand: medicine to help him manage the multiple curses he plans to acquire. He's already thinking 10 steps ahead of everyone else. He knows that just stealing skills isn't enough if the backlash of those curses ends up killing him. He needs a professional to help him balance the scales of his new power. He thinks back to the future he remembers, where even the strongest heroes couldn't stop the coming destruction. He refuses to let history repeat itself. Krosh's eyes narrow as he reminds himself that a failure like him has to use every possible tool to survive. Whether it's forbidden medicine or stolen skills, he'll take whatever it takes. Darling watches him, realizing that the rumors about Krosh being a crushed soul were dead wrong. He sees a fire in this kid that's more dangerous than anything Charlotte Walheim ever showed. He looks at Krosh and sees the shadow of Charlotte behind him. It's a terrifying combination, an overwhelming genius and a twisted eccentric from the same bloodline. Darling starts blushing, finding the whole Walheim family dynamic absolutely fascinating. He's clearly a fan of their specific brand of chaos. Krosh decides to wrap things up with one final question. Darling perks up, curious about what else this mysterious kid has on his mind. He asks if Darling is planning on attending the newly established Lahilun Academy. The massive school looms in his mind as the next stage for his plans. Krosh gives a sharp, knowing smile when Darling confirms it. For him, the answer is so obvious it barely needs to be said. He's already thinking about the academy as a buffet of powerful skills just waiting to be taken. His ambition is growing with every successful deal he makes. Darling is ecstatic, promising to do whatever compounding or research Krosh needs. He even throws in a creepy reminder that the spot next to him is still open. They look up at the ornate ceiling of the manor, the main deal finally settled. But Krosh has one more request that's a bit more personal. He asks Darling about discoloration disease, the terrifying illness that turns skin black and leads to an agonizing death. It's a plague that hasn't even hit its peak yet. He tells Darling to create a cure for it, leaving the genius alchemist looking completely baffled. It's a disease that's currently considered incurable by everyone. Darling tries to explain that incurable means it can't be fixed, even by a genius like him. But Krosh knows that in the future he came from, Darling is the one who eventually succeeds. Krosh looks him in the eye, his expression unwavering. He doesn't care about what's impossible right now, he only cares about what needs to happen. He raises a fist, a silent gesture of solidarity and a challenge to the young alchemist's pride. He's forcing Darling to look beyond his current limits. He simply tells Darling that he can do it. It's a heavy weight of expectation, but it's exactly the kind of thing a twisted genius like Darling thrives on. Darling gives a confident, slightly piqued smirk, He admits that hearing such a direct challenge really pricks his pride as a genius. They seal the deal with a fist bump, an unlikely alliance born in a dusty training room. The future of this world has just been fundamentally altered. Krosh tells him to deliver the medicine to Azure Pine Manor once it's ready. Darling turns into a chibi ball of hearts, promising to bring it over personally with way too much enthusiasm. As Krosh heads for the door, he stops and turns back. There's one last thing that's been nagging at him since they started talking. He bluntly asks if Darling likes his sister, Charlotte Walheim. Darling practically floats away on a cloud of hearts, shouting about how much he loves her. Krosh is totally confused. If he loves Charlotte, then why was he talking about being Krosh's boyfriend earlier? Darling just gives him a sweet, innocent smile like it's the most natural thing in the world. Darling leans in with a heavy blush, telling Krosh that he's still too young to understand. He casually mentions that he happens to like men as well. He practically sparkles as he admits he can go both ways. Krosh's face goes completely blank as he realizes just how eccentric this guy really is. Krosh doesn't wait around for another word and bolts down the hallway. Darling reaches out, calling him his future lover as the poor kid runs for his life. He stops in the hall to catch his breath, sweating from the sheer awkwardness of the encounter. He finally remembers that this is exactly the kind of person Darling always was. He looks back toward the main party hall, hearing a commotion in the distance. Something going on, and it doesn't sound like a typical polite conversation among nobles. Krosh Walheim stops in his tracks as he reaches the main hall, his expression darkening instantly. The commotion he heard earlier is happening right in front of him, and it's worse than he thought. A pompous nobleman with slick-back hair and a rude demeanor is aggressively grabbing Bianca Hardenheart's arm. He's trying to drag her away while she looks on in silent distress, her pale eyes wide with shock and discomfort. Before the man can pull her any further, a firm hand suddenly clamps down on his wrist, stopping him cold. Bianca's expression shifts from fear to relief as she realizes her fiancé has arrived just in time to help her. Krosh doesn't waste a single breath on warnings and delivers a brutal kick right to the man's midsection. His face is twisted in pure, cold fury as he moves to defend his fiancée from the harasser. The nobleman is sent flying backward across the room, crashing headfirst into a lavishly decorated table of party snacks. Plates and glasses shatter everywhere as he tumbles amidst the wreckage of the food and drinks. He hits the floor hard, clutching his head and groaning in pain as the entire room falls into a stunned silence. Krosh stands over him, a dark and menacing aura beginning to radiate from his small but imposing frame. Standing tall over the fallen noble, Krosh's eyes are hidden in deep shadow, giving him a terrifyingly intense presence. He demands to know exactly what the man thinks he's doing by trying to take his fiancée away by force. Krosh stands shrouded in a dark, suffocating aura, his face cast in deep shadow. He can't believe someone had the nerve to try and take his fiancée by force right in front of him. The lackey recoils in shock, his hand flying to his face as the sheer pressure from the boy's presence hits him. He stammers, completely caught off guard by the sudden intensity. Krosh stares the man down with cold, piercing eyes. He calls him out for targeting a 12-year-old girl, making no effort to hide his disgust. Stepping closer, Krosh looms over the cowering man while the crowd begins to whisper. He doesn't hold back, calling the guy a piece of trash for even attempting such a thing. The man frantically points a finger and shouts his defense. He claims he was only following the direct orders of Princess Claudia Starren. Krosh pauses, his eyes wide as he processes the name. The mention of the second princess seems to have struck a chord. The lackey continues to shout, desperate to shift the blame. He insists his mission was simply to bring Bianca to the princess. He gestures toward Bianca, who stands clutching her dress in the middle of the hallway. He argues that he only resorted to force because the young lady refused a royal command. Even though she's the youngest daughter of the powerful Hardenheart family, Bianca is treated like an outcast. The nobility looks down on her because of the curse she carries. Krosh finds the situation suspicious. The princess usually only spends time with her own loyal inner circle, so why would she specifically summon Bianca? Krosh rubs his chin, narrowing his eyes as he analyzes the hidden motives. He knows something is fundamentally wrong with this picture. He starts to piece it together, realizing there's another connection he hadn't considered. A familiar face begins to take shape in his mind. In the darkness of his memories, a smirking young man appears. The connection is clear now. The culprit is Annex Glazer. Crash remembers him as a persistent stalker who was obsessed with his sister, Charlotte. Crash clenches his fist, his expression hardening. He knows exactly who is pulling the strings from the shadows. A memory surfaces of Annex looking beaten and humiliated after a fight at the Star Sanctuary. He couldn't defeat Charlotte, but his obsession never truly faded. Crash realizes how desperate the plan is. Since Annex couldn't best Charlotte, he's decided to go after her younger brother instead. Crash lets out a short, mocking scoff. He finds the entire attempt to use the princess as a shield quite pathetic. His aura flares up once more, dark smoke billowing around him. He demands to know if Annex really thought he could drag Bianca into this mess. The lackey squeaks in terror, cowering before the boy's sudden shift in mood. Crash looks down at him with utter contempt. Crash decides he's done with the middleman. He declares that he's going to find Annex himself, skipping the princess entirely. He looks back one last time at the man on the floor. He mocks the lackey's intuition, pointing out that the guy doesn't even know whose orders he's actually following. Crash reaches out a hand toward Bianca, calling her name. She looks up, her expression softening instantly. The two children walk away together, leaving the room behind. Bianca follows closely, her gaze fixed on her fiancé. As they walk down the quiet corridor, Crash asks why she refused the princess's order in the first place. It was a risky move for someone in her position. In his mind, Crash recalls the events from before his regression. He knew who the mastermind was before the encounter even began. He keeps his eyes on the path ahead as he waits for her answer. He wonders if a 12-year-old could have sensed the danger. Bianca looks down, her voice small but steady. She's thinking back to the moment the messenger approached her. She looks him right in the eye and gives a simple reason. She refused because Crash had told her to wait for him. Crash is taken aback for a second, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't expected such unwavering loyalty. A gentle smile crosses his face as he reaches out. He gives her a soft head pat, telling her she did a good job. Suddenly, a loud yawn breaks the silence of the hallway. A small, beast-like boy is stretching lazily in front of a massive set of doors. The boy turns around with a predatory grin, his eyes glowing like a hunter's. It's Barack Hogma, also known as the Tiger Boy. Barack laughs, nodding that Crash actually made it through the halls. Crash doesn't flinch, stating clearly that he's here for Annex. The Tiger Boy points toward the doors with a carefree gesture. He mentions that Annex already gave the word to let Crash in if he showed up. Crash watches him warily, aware of the reputation this boy carries. He identifies the intruder as Barack Hogma. Barack is a skilled dual swordsman whose combat sense is completely unpredictable. Crash would prefer not to get involved with someone so volatile. Crash reaches for the door, hopping to move past quickly. However, the Tiger Boy doesn't seem ready to let him go just yet. Barack suddenly gets right in Crash's face, his expression twisted with excitement. He shouts that he wants to settle things right here. He leans in close and takes a deep sniff, his eyes widening. He recognizes the scent of Charlotte on Crash and looks ready to pounce. Crash remains stoic even as Barack mocks him for looking weaker than his sister. He recalls hearing that Barack actually put up a better fight against Charlotte than Annex ever did. A thick purple aura erupts from Barack as he prepares to strike. Crash notes that even among experts, this boy's skill level is slightly higher and much more dangerous. Crash looks down, sweat beading on his temple as he realizes he shouldn't have underestimated the Beastkin's tenacity. He knows fighting this guy is a hassle he'd rather avoid if possible. Barack's slitted golden eye fixes on him with a predator's focus. It's clear from his gaze that he doesn't have any intention of letting Crash walk away without a fight. Barack lunges forward, his fist already cocked back and glowing with a faint purple light. He doesn't wait for a signal to start the brawl, moving with pure instinct. The Beastkin boy unleashes a devastating, 1,000-pound swipe that tears through the air. Crash is forced to duck and weave, narrowly evading the initial onslaught of his wild, frantic movements. Barely evading the strike, Crash immediately fires back with a counterpunch, but the Beastkin boy flips through the air to dodge it. His shoes pivot sharply on the ornate red carpet, throwing up dust as he shifts his center of gravity. Everything depends on his footwork and timing right now. Seizing the split-second opening, Crash drives a powerful blow directly into his opponent's center. The sheer force of the impact sends a shockwave through the room. Crash's eyes burn with a cold, focused light as he commits to the strike. There's no hesitation in his movement, only a clinical and deadly efficiency. The technique is Walheim's secret art, instant strike. A blinding flash of white energy erupts where his fist connects with Barak's chest, piercing through his defenses. Barak is sent reeling back, his body arching from the sudden and overwhelming force of the hit. He coughs violently as the air is completely knocked out of his lungs. Crash stands his ground, breath hitching as he keeps his guard up. He watches the beastkin carefully, not assuming for a second that the fight is over yet. Barak struggles to sit up, one hand clutched to his ribs as he winces in pain. He grumbles that Crash really wasn't holding anything back with that last hit. Crash rolls his shoulders and cracks his neck, looking down at his opponent with a neutral expression. He reminds Barak that he was the one who forced the challenge in the first place. Despite the pain, Barak's tail twitches with a strange sort of excitement. He asks if he can grab his weapon before they continue their playtime in earnest. Crash simply stares at him, his face a mask of disbelief at the other boy's resilience. He doesn't seem interested in making this into a long, drawn-out duel. Barak flashes a bloodied, toothy grin, his golden eyes wide with a manic energy. He looks like he's actually enjoying the sensation of losing. The beastkin's head rolls back, his vision starting to blur as the damage finally catches up to his body. He lets out one last, confused sound as his eyes go dull. His strength fails him, and he face-plants onto the red carpet with a heavy thud. Crash looks down at the unconscious boy, remaining completely unmoved by the victory. Bianca looks on with a bewildered expression, asking Crash what kind of trick he just used to end it so fast. Crash calmly explains it's a secret art belonging to his family. An ancient silhouette appears in a splash of black ink, illustrating the origin of the technique. The instant strike was an art created by the outcasts of the Walheim family long ago. The technique is designed to release maximum destructive power over the shortest possible distance. It's a specialized move for ending a conflict in a single heartbeat. In the right hands, it can pierce through heavy armor and strike deep into internal organs. Crash has relied on this very skill to survive 1,000 near-death encounters in his long-past life. Crash looks at his hand, noting that Barak won't be waking up for a long time after a direct hit like that. He turns his attention back to their original goal. He tells Bianca it's time to head inside and see the person who's been pulling the strings. Behind him, Barak is out cold, his mouth agape in a dazed stupor. Crash pushes open the heavy glass doors leading to the balcony. The night air rushes in as they finally step outside to confront the mastermind. Annex Glazer leans casually against the stone railing, flanked by the silent Abela. He looks down at the newcomers with an arrogant, half-lidded gaze. Annex calls out Barak's name, but there's no response from the hallway. Crash and Bianca step forward onto the terrace, undeterred by the presence of the nobility. Annex's eyes widen slightly in genuine surprise. He hadn't actually expected someone like Crash to be able to overcome his personal guard. Crash looks him dead in the eye, his voice flat and unimpressed. He asks if setting Barak in his path was supposed to be some kind of final test. He accuses Annex of using Princess Claudia as a lure just to bring him out here. Since he's arrived, Crash wants to settle everything face to face. Annex rests his chin on a gloved hand, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. He admits that Crash is quite different from the failure he'd heard about in the rumors. He wonders aloud if the stories about the Walheim's youngest being a waste were all lies. Crash stands firm, unfazed by the backhanded compliment. Crash declares that those rumors are about to change very soon. A dark, swirling energy begins to pool around his outstretched hand. His aura explodes into a mass of black tendrils as he reaches for Annex. He tells the older boy that he's not just here to fight, he's here to take his skills. Annex Glazer leans against the balcony railing, looking down his nose at Krosh. He confirms the rumors of Krosh being a failure, but adds a stinging challenge. If the failure gets beaten tonight, those rumors might actually start looking like compliments. The smug antagonist maintains a half-lidded gaze, clearly enjoying the chance to belittle someone he considers far beneath him. He doesn't even see Krosh as a threat, just a target for his boredom. Krosh's mind drifts back to a younger, more vulnerable version of himself. Back then, he actually looked up to Annex, considering him a peer and a genuine friend. The two were together from the academy all the way into the Azure generation. The old memories flash by like scenes from a movie, shared training, and a bond that the protagonist now knows was completely one-sided. Looking back with his current knowledge, Krosh realizes he was never actually a friend to the guy. He was just a tool, someone whose presence and skills were convenient for Annex to exploit. The memory turns dark, shifting to a disastrous expedition from his past life. He is shown desperately clinging to a crumbling cliff edge while monsters swarm the base below, his life literally hanging by a thread. In the flashback, young Krosh shouts out in desperation, his eyes wide with terror as he sees his teammates taken down. He realizes he's completely alone and backed into a corner at the edge of an abyss. The boy spots Annex standing safely at the top of the ridge and begs for help, thinking his friend will reach out. But the cold, immobile posture of the person above tells a much darker story. Instead of helping, Annex just stands there calculating his next move. He's worried that if the authorities find out the trap was his fault, he'll lose his prestigious spot in the Azure generation. A twisted logic takes hold of the traitor as he looks down at his dying friend. He realizes that if Krosh is the only witness and he doesn't survive, no one will ever know the truth about what happened. Annex mocks Krosh from his safe vantage point, asking if he really thought it would be that easy to get help. He's already decided that his companion's life is a fair price to pay to keep his own reputation clean. The boy grins, satisfied with his own cold logic as he continues his internal monologue. He finds it amusing how easily he can discard a human life to protect his own future. He calmly decides to shift all the blame onto Krosh. In his mind, it's the perfect cover-up. Everyone already dislikes the target, so they'll believe anything negative about him. The memory shifts to the aftermath, where a silhouette of Annex spins a story to a group of officials. He paints himself as the victim of Krosh's incompetence, ensuring the truth is buried forever. The manipulator even has the audacity to fake a mournful smile while thanking Crash for being a friend until the end. It's a disgusting display that cemented his status while trashing Krosh's name. Young Krosh can only stare up in absolute horror as the person he trusted most leaves him to die. The shock on his face is plain to see. The betrayal hurts far more than the fear of the fall. The narration underscores the hollow nature of that friendship. It was all a calculated performance, a mask Annex wore until it was no longer convenient for him. The protagonist realized then that Annex had only stayed close to him to get near his sister, Charlotte. Every moment they spent together was just a stepping stone for the guy's own selfish ambitions. He gritted his teeth, revealing just how much he loathed Krosh for having to play the friend just to achieve his own twisted goals. Annex looks at Krosh with pure contempt, remarking that the boy doesn't possess a single shred of true talent. He immediately begins looking for someone else to blame for his own failures. Annex turns his back on Krosh and begins to walk away, declaring that their pathetic farce of a relationship ends here. He stops and looks back over his shoulder, his eyes glinting with a cold, mocking light. He suggests that perhaps things worked out for the best after all. He hurls one last brutal insult at the protagonist, remarking that Charlotte definitely wouldn't want to deal with both a funeral and a wedding on the very same day. The memory of that day on the cliff flashes again, the exact moment his strength finally gave out. His fingers slip from the rock, and the world begins to tilt as he falls into the void. Everything slows down in that final second. He closes his eyes, fully expecting the darkness to take him after being abandoned by everyone he knew. But then a hand reaches out through the gloom. Arthur catches him in midair, a moment that Krosh now realizes was just trading one manipulator for another. In the present, Krosh looks completely unfazed. He's no longer that scared kid on the cliff. He's someone who has seen the end of the world and come back for payback. Annex looks slightly taken aback by the sudden change in demeanor. The failure he used to push around is suddenly radiating a pressure that makes him visibly uneasy. The antagonist tries to regain control by mocking Krosh's appearance again, noting how much he resembles Charlotte. He uses her name like a weapon, trying to provoke a reaction. At the mention of his sister, Krosh's eyes narrow. He realizes that despite everything, Annex hasn't changed a single bit. He's still the same arrogant scumbag. The boy steps forward and warns Annex never to speak his sister's name so casually again. Bianca stands behind him, sensing the sudden spike in tension. Losing his temper, Annex triggers his family's secret art. Dark, wood-like energy begins to swirl around him, manifesting into sharp, whip-like tentacles that lash out toward Krosh. The attacker lunges forward, his body wreathed in the purple aura of his wood magic. He declares that he's like his sister, always ready to accept any fight that comes his way. With a look of utter contempt, Annex thinks to himself that his provocation has worked perfectly, now that Krosh is charging at him in a blind rage. A massive wooden pillar erupts from the ground, effortlessly blocking the protagonist's punch while Annex remains completely unfazed. The protagonist moves like a blur, flipping through the air with effortless grace. He lands lightly on one of the very wooden branches Annex just summoned, treating the deadly attack as nothing more than a stepping stone to continue his assault. Crash drives a powerful strike forward, only to be blocked by another tree trunk. Annex's manipulation skills are clearly no joke. Refusing to let Krosh attack freely any longer, Annex manipulates the tree trunks to coil tightly around the protagonist's legs. He massive wooden limb catapults Krosh upward, leaving him suspended and vulnerable high above the ground. Without a second's delay, Annex slams Krosh down onto the floor with bone-crushing force. But with lightning-fast reflexes, Krosh managed to pull off a perfect landing unscathed, even as the wooden vines continued to swarm and lash out from every direction. He looks up, his eyes sharp and focused. He sighs, nodding that Annex is just as annoying now as he was in his past life, and it's clearly time to end this little show. Annex Glazer smirks, fully confident behind the Glazer family's secret technique, Mokyu Tentauseki. He goads Krosh to use a weapon, unaware that he's practically handing over the tools for his own defeat. The technique freely manipulates plants with aura and uses recovery skills to bypass its limits. It's a relentless, self-replenishing offensive that should be impossible for a failure to survive. Krosh calmly snaps off one of the very wooden tentacles Annex summoned. If his opponent wants him to use a weapon, he's more than happy to oblige. He stands his ground with the makeshift wooden sword, a mocking half-smile on his face. He's going to beat Annex using the very magic that was supposed to crush him. Annex's expression sour as he watches Krosh's display of confidence. He dismisses the move as a bluff, certain that a mere branch can't stand up to a master's secret art. More wooden spikes erupt from the ground, converging on Krosh from every angle. Annex dares him to try and block the onslaught with that single, pathetic branch. Krosh moves with impossible fluidity, weaving through the thicket of wooden spears. He doesn't even need to block. His movements are so precise that the attacks never even graze his clothes. Annex freezes in shock, his eyes wide as he realizes his full-power strike hit nothing but air. He can't wrap his head around how a supposed failure is moving like a seasoned warrior. The antagonist struggles to process the scene, thinking that even someone like Charlotte would have trouble dodging that. He begins to wonder if Krosh has somehow opened his mind's eye, a level of mastery far beyond his age. Krosh watches Annex's panic with a cold, steady gaze. To him, the other boy's movements are predictable and full of openings he's seen 1,000 times before. Krosh closes the distance, his movements blurring as he ducks under another massive swing. He notes that he saw enough of these abilities to be sick of them in his previous life. Today is just a boring repeat for him. Annex's jaw tightens as Krosh brings up his humiliating defeat at the hands of Charlotte. He absolutely loathes how the protagonist seems to see right through his hidden motives and deep-seated insecurities. Annex's expression goes cold as a lethal wood magic aura erupts around him, showing he's finally reached the absolute limit of his rage. Annex prepares his ultimate move, his posture shifting as he pours every ounce of his power into a final summoning. He's done playing games and wants to end this confrontation once and for all. The ground heaves as a massive wooden construct begins to take shape, the fifth form of the Glazer family art, Wooden Heaven Giant. It towers over the balcony, a terrifying mass of enchanted wood with a jagged, toothy maw. Annex commands the giant from a distance, his voice high and frantic. He warns Krosh that he should have been more careful about how he spoke if he wanted to keep his life. He maintains a cruel, condescending smile, confident that no amount of fancy footwork can save Krosh from a direct hit from his family's greatest technique. Abela watches from the sidelines, her eyes wide with worry as the giant prepares to strike. She shouts out a warning, sensing the lethal force behind the attack. Krosh doesn't move an inch, his eyes fixed on the massive wooden fist descending toward him. He looks almost bored, as if he's simply waiting for a bus rather than facing certain death. The giant's fist slams down with enough force to shatter the entire wing of the castle. The impact is staggering, throwing up a cloud of dust and debris that obscures everything. The narration notes that if a hit like that connects, the consequences would be irreversible. But Krosh is already elsewhere, his mind retreating into the lessons of the past. His thoughts go back to the Ayamatsukan's secret library, specifically to the thinnest book on the shelf. It was the least impressive-looking secret art, but the one with the most profound meaning. The book belonged to an ancestor who lacked natural talent and spent 80 years repeating nothing but ordinary sword swings. He didn't have flashy magic, just a lifetime of dedication to a single motion. In his later years, he wrote down the culmination of those millions of swings. It wasn't a complex manual, just a record of how to truly become the sword. The secret art required a state of object and self in unity, something that could never be reached by mere training or raw talent. It required the kind of perspective only death and regression could provide. Krosh closes his eyes, centering himself amidst the chaos of the battle. Because he's been driven into so many lethal situations due to his curse, he can finally grasp the truth of that ancestor's words. He takes a deep breath, his world narrowing down to a single point. In this moment, the boundary between his body and the branch in his hand completely dissolves. He declares that the sword becomes me, as a soft, white aura begins to emanate from the simple piece of wood. The air around him seems to still, the destructive power of the giant frozen in place. A vertical line of pure light cleaves through the center of the wooden heaven giant. The massive creature is split perfectly in two, its enchanted wood crumbling into useless splinters before it can even finish its strike. Krosh looks through the light, his gaze piercing. He's reached the ultimate simplicity of the blade. One sword, one person, one truth that can cut through even the most complex magic. He stands in the aftermath of the explosion, the branch still held loosely in his hand. The giant is gone, leaving only settling dust and a terrified opponent. Bianca and Abela are both paralyzed with disbelief. They watch as Krosh calmly steps out from the ruins, looking as if he hasn't even exerted himself. Annex stares at his broken magic, his face pale and dripping with sweat. He can't comprehend how his family's trump card was destroyed by a boy with a stick. Krosh calls out to him, his voice echoing through the silent courtyard. He's back to his usual unimpressed self, but the aura of power around him is now undeniable. He tosses the branch aside, letting it fall into the rubble. He gives Annex a final, chilling warning. Don't get carried away again, because next time he won't be using a branch. Krosh tosses the wooden stick aside, his gaze cold. He gives Annex a final warning, don't ever get cocky again. Annex stays collapsed on the ground, completely broken after the defeat. Krosh looks back one last time, making sure the message sunk in. Breathing heavily, Krosh stands amidst the debris of the wooden giants. The massive structures loom over him like shattered monuments to his opponent's failure. Blood drips from a small cut on his face. He admits to himself that he intended to go easy just to steal the skill later, but things took a different turn. His eyes are strained as he feels the heavy toll of his own technique. He pushed himself to the limit with one strike, and now his body is refusing to budge. His legs tremble uncontrollably, barely keeping him upright. He tries to call out, but the exhaustion is so deep he can't even force a word through his throat. Just as he's about to collapse, Bianca Hardenheart rushes in and catches him. Darling Danfelion follows close behind, looking concerned at the state of the failure, who just pulled off a miracle. Bianca grips him tight, but her unintended strength causes him to let out a pained grunt. His body is too fragile right now to handle even a helpful embrace. Darling Danfelion steps in, realizing that Bianca's forceful help might actually finish him off. She offers to take over, telling the white demon to leave the heavy lifting to her. Without a word, Darling heaves Krosh onto her back. The boy is completely out of it, his head lolling as they start the trek back to the manor. Back at the party, the atmosphere is electric with gossip. The nobles can't stop talking about how the incompetent youngest son of Walheim actually took down a genius like Annex. Darling Danfelion listens to the chatter as she makes her way through the halls. She knows the rumors are spreading like wildfire, changing the boy's reputation overnight. She looks over her shoulder at the unconscious boy drooling on her shoulder. Whether he meant to or not, she knows he's going to wake up as a celebrity. Her expression softens for a moment as she looks ahead. There's a calculating glint in her eyes, as if she's already seeing a new potential in her charge. She thinks back to the look on Annex's face during the fight, the look of a person whose entire world was shattered. She has a nagging feeling that the boy won't take this humiliation lying down. Walking under the moonlight toward the manor, Darling makes a quiet demand. She tells the sleeping Krosh he's not allowed to die until he helps her with her research. 1 week passes, and Krosh is already back at it, slicing through logs with focused precision. His recovery has been swift, fueled by the desire to master his new reality. He stands amidst the split wood, finally free from the lingering damage of his ultimate move. A week of rest was all it took for him to feel like himself again. He remembers waking up in the carriage with Bianca watching over him. He knows he's lucky. If he'd pushed that fight any longer, he would have ended up in much worse shape than his opponent. Walking back from the training grounds, he scratches his head in frustration. If he hadn't passed out, he could have already started the process of stealing Annex's skill. He goes over the mechanics in his head. There were 2 ways he considered to take recovery for himself using his Black Hood ability. The first is the standard method, a straightforward unlocking that requires specific conditions and force. But the second method is more subtle. It involves guiding the opponent to devalue their own skill in their own heart. This psychological warfare is easier to execute if you can overwhelmingly defeat the opponent in a way they can't rationalize. By crushing Annex while using nothing but a stick, Krosh planted a seed of doubt that will ripple through the boy's mind. Annex will look at his own reflection and wonder how his genius could be so useless against a failure. Once he doubts the value of his skill, it becomes ripe for the taking. Krosh sheathes his sword with a smirk. Even if it takes time, he's certain that Annex's recovery will eventually be part of his arsenal. He makes his way through the manor's lavish corridors, planning out his training for the year leading up to the academy entrance exams. A butler interrupts his thoughts, opening the doors to reveal a visitor. Master Barakin has arrived at the Azure Pine Manor. Barakin Walheim stands with his back turned, draped in a heavy fur cloak. Krosh realizes his older brother has finally run out of patience after being ignored. The butler notes that Krosh has already dodged Barakin's messages twice. It's clear that the brother isn't here for a casual visit. Krosh flops onto a sofa, completely drained from his session. He tells them to just let Barakin in, knowing he can't push the confrontation off any longer. Bianca approaches him with a cup of water, her presence as quiet and cold as ever. He accepts it with a grateful nod, his throat parched. She doesn't hold back her thoughts, bluntly telling him that he reeks of sweat. Krosh pauses, taken aback by her sudden honesty. He awkwardly sniffs himself, wondering if the intense aura usage is pushing waste products out of his system. He jokes that his nose might just be numb after spending so much time around the stench of erosion. Bianca looks down at him, asking if he plans to wash up before meeting his brother. Krosh just shrugs it off, figuring he'll just be back to training and sweating soon anyway. She takes a step back with a disgusted look, telling him to stay far away from her then. Krosh's jaw drops as he watches her walk away. He can't believe his own fiancée is already ordering him around and treating him like a nuisance. In his mind, he sees her as a small, huddling bird compared to his teasing shadow. He thinks to himself that Bianca has really started to grow up and show some personality. Bianca picks up her pace, practically running away from him. Krosh can't help but laugh as he chases after her, enjoying the rare moment of normalcy. He watches her retreating back with a fond look. To him, she feels more like a little sister he just wants to tease, a far cry from the cold, white demon everyone else sees. His thoughts drift back to the people he knew before his regression. The faces from his past life linger in the shadows of his memory as he prepares for the new challenges ahead. Krosh reflects on his past, imagining how his former self would look at him now. In his mind, Arthur, the king of heroes, stares down with those same cold, judgmental eyes. Memories of a world on fire flood back, where a younger, weaker version of himself stood trembling. Back then, the mere presence of someone like Arthur was enough to make him feel utterly insignificant. He watches the way Arthur's hair catches the light, a symbol of the perfect hero everyone adored. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but he can't deny the man's absolute strength. Arthur always stood at the forefront, a beacon for the masses who never let his guard slip for even a second. He was the ideal that Krosh could never reach in his first life. A sudden shadow falls over him, pulling him back to the present. Barakin Walheim stands before him, looking down with a mixture of annoyance and suspicion. Barakin's eyes narrow as he takes in the scene of Krosh relaxing. He remarks that his younger brother seems to be having way too much fun lately, his voice dripping with condescension. Barakin is momentarily stunned by his casual response. Krosh simply shrugs it off, telling him that everyone needs a break every now and then. The change in Krosh is jarring. The boy who used to be too terrified to even make eye contact is now staring him down with confidence. Barakin can't help but notice how much the failure has shifted. Barakin gets straight to the point, asking if the rumors about Krosh defeating a genius like Anix are actually true. He finds the idea almost impossible to believe. Krosh turns the question back on him, nodding that someone as busy as Barakin must have a very important reason to visit the Azure Pine Manor. The tension between the two brothers is thick enough to cut. He mentions that Rahern Academy accepts students based on their exam performance regardless of their social standing. It's a subtle reminder that birthright won't save anyone there. With a mocking smile, Krosh tells his brother that he should probably start preparing for the exams too. The comment hits a nerve, making Barakin's face twitch with suppressed rage. Barakin lets out a forced, hollow laugh, clearly feeling provoked by the brat's new attitude. He tries to regain his composure while his eyes burn with a dangerous light. He reminds Krosh that the world's strongest empires fear the Walheim name for a reason. In his mind, they are on a completely different level than any other noble house. Barakin leans in, asserting his position as a true direct descendant of their lineage. He views himself as the ultimate authority, far above a bottom-tier sibling like Krosh. He laughs off the idea of someone like him needing to study for an academy entrance exam. To Barakin, the suggestion is nothing more than a poorly timed joke. Krosh just nods along, playing the part of the obedient younger brother for a moment. He knows exactly how to push Barakin's buttons without being too obvious about it. Barakin coughs into his hand, clearly annoyed that he can't get a rise out of the boy anymore. He decides it's time to deliver the real reason for his visit. The room goes quiet as Barakin explains that he's here to convey an official family order. He stands by the window, letting the gravity of the situation sink in. Krosh is taken aback when he hears the details. He's being sent to MT, Geralac, to stop a world erosion. He points out that family missions aren't even mandatory until someone turns 15. Barakin flashes a creepy, insincere smile, telling him not to worry because he'll be going along as a guardian. It's a transparent attempt to maintain control over the situation. He goads Krosh, asking if the boy who beat Anix is suddenly getting cold feet. He's betting on Krosh's pride to force him into a dangerous trap. Krosh sees right through the scheme. Barakin wants to verify his new abilities and keep him on a short leash. Despite the obvious risk, he gives a small smile and agrees to go. He clenches his fist, knowing that even if this is a trap, he has a plan to come out on top. He's far more comfortable navigating a world erosion than a peaceful manor anyway. Bianca walks over as Barakin leaves, asking where he's planning to go. Krosh tells her he has to deal with the erosion and tells her to stay behind. Bianca tilts her head, looking genuinely bewildered by Barakin's demand. Her blank expression shows she hasn't quite processed why Krosh would even consider accepting such a request. Bianca remarks on how utterly absurd it is for a 13-year-old to be tasked with stopping such a disaster. She realizes that Barakin is truly desperate to see him fail. Feeling interrupted, Barakin snaps, barking at the brat who dared to speak while they were talking. Krosh steps in to shield her, wondering to himself if his generous brother would really take a child's words so seriously. But he already knows the answer all too well. The two brothers share one last tense look before the meeting ends. Barakin is practically seething, his teeth gritted in frustration at Krosh's calm demeanor. With a final, arrogant huff, Barakin turns and storms out of the hall. Krosh watches him walk away, knowing the real battle is only just beginning. In a lighter moment, Krosh pats Bianca on the head and tells her she did a good job. She just blinks at him, insisting she didn't actually do anything helpful. She stares up at him with those big blue eyes, asking him to please not collapse like he did before. Krosh promises her it'll be fine, even as he continues to pat her hair. He waves a casual goodbye as he heads toward the entrance with his training sword. Bianca stands in the middle of the grand hall, watching his back as he sets off for MT, Geralac. Reality begins to fray as a foreign dimension bleeds into this world, a phenomenon known as world erosion. It's a process that consumes the land, replacing it with something far more alien and hostile. Monstrous insects, twisted and corrupted by the foreign energy, begin to swarm from the shadows. These aren't just animals anymore, they're manifestations of the erosion itself. The terrain doesn't escape the change either, mutating into jagged, unrecognizable shapes. If left unchecked, the entire region will eventually transform into a separate, dark dimension. On the slopes of Mount Geralac, a strange marsh has appeared where none should exist. A specialized night squad stands at the edge, observing the unnatural transformation of the landscape. Krosh looks ahead, noting that the area has already been classified as a 3-star erosion zone. He asks if the purification unit is ready to move in, but they're waiting for the local lord to be eliminated first. The knights behind him seem confident, trusting in their status as an intermediate expert squad. They believe a 3-star threat should be well within their capabilities to handle. Balakin leads the way, his reputation as an expert advanced level knight preceding him. To the others, his presence means the lord of this eroded land won't stand a chance. Balakin stops and glances back, calling out to Krosh. He keeps up the facade of the supportive older brother, claiming he brought the boy along just to gain some practical experience. He looks down at Krosh with a patronizing expression, making sure everyone knows who's in charge. He wants the boy to witness a real battle firsthand, or so he says. Krosh plays along perfectly, bowing his head with an enthusiastic response. Internally, he's mocking the idea that he needs experience from someone like Balakin. The boy followed him despite the condescending attitude for one reason only. He has his own agenda, hidden behind that obedient mask. A dark, ominous aura flickers around Krosh as he prepares to test a provisional method. He needs to see if he can suppress the physical rampage that his powers demand. Suddenly, the corrupted bugs strike, and a knight cleaves 1 and 2 with a single, swift motion. Green ichor sprays through the air as the first skirmish begins. More of the creatures descend from the twisted trees, surrounding the squad. The knights struggle to keep up as the insects just keep coming, clicking their mandibles in the gloom. Krosh stands over a fallen bug, pointing out that even without a head, these things can still bite. He calmly instructs the knights to reinforce their bodies with aura to avoid being expanded from the inside. The knights look at the 13-year-old in surprise, impressed by his tactical knowledge. They wonder if he's actually dealt with an erosion zone before, given how composed he is. Krosh just brushes it off with a humble smile, reminding them of his young age. He claims it would be strange for a kid like him to have that kind of experience. Balakin grits his teeth, his frustration visible behind his mask. He can't stand seeing the useless brat acting so confident when they've barely even started the mission. A bitter memory flashes through Balakin's mind, his first time in an erosion zone at 15. He remembers the sheer terror and how his pride was completely shattered by a dark monstrosity. He compares his past trauma to Krosh's current ease and finds it insulting. He can't wrap his head around how his little brother has the audacity to lecture seasoned knights. Krosh catches his brother's gaze and gives him a smug, sideways glance. It's a silent challenge, making it clear he doesn't want to be compared to someone as weak as Balakin used to be. The vein in Balakin's forehead bulges as he fumes in silence. The boy's arrogance is starting to get under his skin, threatening his sense of superiority. The squad continues their march deeper into the zone, swords at the ready. Balakin watches Krosh from behind, his mind racing with paranoid thoughts about the boy's potential. He starts playing out a hypothetical scenario in his head, one that fills him with dread. What if Cross continues to grow at this rate? He imagines Cross surpassing him entirely, becoming a genius on par with their sister, Charlotte. The thought of the failure of the Walheim family eclipsing him is more than his ego can handle. Balakin gasps for air, his anxiety manifesting as physical strain. He's terrified that his own position and legacy will be the one that ends up being discarded. Cross breaks his train of thought, calling out to him casually. He points ahead, signaling that they're drawing near to their target. The ground beneath their boots has turned a sickening, deep red, pulsing with dark energy. They've reached the heart of the zone where the Lord resides. Balakin scoffs, trying to regain his composure by acting like this is nothing. He tells Cross he's lucky because this Lord looks even easier to handle than the one he faced years ago. Cross doesn't buy the bravado, warning his brother that they need to be even more cautious now. He suspects the lack of other corrupted entities nearby is a sign of how dangerous the Lord truly is. The knights behind them are visibly shaking, the pressure from the three-star Lord beginning to take its toll. They realize this single entity is powerful enough to sustain the entire corruption alone. Balakin barks at his men, telling them not to let a kid's words rattle them. He tries to rally them for a quick finish so they can leave this place behind. Cross steps back, deciding it's best to let the knights handle the initial confrontation. He mutters to himself that they'll probably be fine without his immediate help. He turns his focus to his own private task, his eyes sharpening as he channels his energy. This is what he really came here for. The world shifts in his vision as he perceives the raw presence of the erosion. A massive, blood-red eye seems to open within the landscape, watching his every move. Ever since he mastered the extreme blood poison, his senses have reached a level far beyond anything he experienced before his regression. He can see the very flow of the corruption. He pulls a dark fluid into his hand, his perception focused entirely on the concentrated energy. Everything is ready for the next step of his plan. Cross tilts his head back and ingests the substance, the black liquid flowing into his mouth. He's taking a massive risk, pushing his body to its absolute limit. His eyes bulge and turn bloodshot as the immediate backlash hits his system. The world begins to blur and distort as the poison takes hold of his veins. He hunches over, coughing up a violent spray of dark blood that stains the ground. The physical toll of the technique is even more brutal than he anticipated. The knights immediately rush to his side, worried that their young lord has been seriously hurt. They didn't see what he did, only that he suddenly collapsed in pain. Cross forces himself to stay upright, lying through his teeth and claiming he just stumbled. Balakin watches with a mix of suspicion and annoyance, even offering to carry him if he's overdoing it. Cross wipes the blood from his face, insisting to the others that he's all right. He's putting on a brave front, but the physical toll of his powers is clearly starting to catch up with him. He knows exactly why he went through the agony of mastering the extreme blood poison. It was the only way to gain the edge he needed, even if it threatens to tear his body apart from the inside. Following the ancient secret manuscript, he begins the dangerous process of fusing his own aura with the raw erosion energy. His hand glows with a cold, blue light as the two forces begin to mix. He focuses intently, observing the flow as the aura begins to circulate through his body in an endless loop. It's a delicate balance that requires absolute concentration to maintain. The energy feels like a vast, roaring river, threatening to sweep away anything in its path. Absorbing erosion energy is like trying to tame a force of nature that only wants to destroy. Slowly but surely, his aura is swallowed by the massive flow of foreign power. He waits for the moment of complete synchronization, where his energy and the erosion become one. The fusion forms a new hue, a power that is so fundamental it cannot be overwritten by anything else. He's carving out a new kind of strength that defies the natural order. His eye glows with a piercing red light as the transformation reaches its peak. Dark, shadowy energy swirls around his face like a living nightmare. The backlash hits him like a physical blow, sending him stumbling forward as his body trembles. The strain of the rampage is nearly too much for his young frame to handle. He looks down at his hands, which are soaked in his own blood from the internal devastation. He wonders if any sane mind could truly endure this kind of self-inflicted destruction. Realizing he needs another way to stabilize himself, Cross decides it's finally time to use a forbidden technique. He has to push even further if he wants to survive this. He recalls the legend of Demaris Walheim and the Seisha Hall, a place that was sealed away and believed to be lost to history forever. It held secrets that were deemed too dangerous for the world. Long ago, one of his ancestors stumbled upon the hidden archive after losing his sight. But because he was blind, he was unable to decipher any of the forbidden grimoires. Left with no other choice, the ancestor shut the secret library once again. He didn't want anyone else to ever suffer through the same darkness he lived in. However, he chose to leave a single grimoire behind within the archive as a last resort, a single thread of knowledge for a future generation to find. That grimoire contained the secret art known as the Sixth Sense. Cross stands as a pillar of blue light erupts from him, signaling the activation of the ancient technique. The energy surges around him in waves, crackling with an intense extrasensory pressure. He's transcending normal human perception. This technique allows him to detect all sensations through his aura alone, granting him a form of sight that doesn't rely on eyes. His entire body is now a sensor for the world around him. At the moment, he can only extend this range to the tips of his fingers, but even that small distance is enough to give him a perfect, crystal-clear grasp of his surroundings. A bloody, confident smirk spreads across his face as the technique takes hold. The place he's standing in feels different now, as if he's finally carved out his own space. He realizes that his immediate area is no longer being fully consumed by the erosion. His presence is actively resisting the environmental corruption. He looks out over the dark water, sensing that the density of the erosion energy has started to weaken. He's finally found a way to breathe in this hostile land. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he confirms that he's overcome the immediate danger using his sixth sense. He's found a temporary equilibrium. But he knows this is nothing more than a stopgap measure. Absorbing this kind of energy always carries the risk of triggering a complete and uncontrollable rampage. If he wants to fully stabilize his condition, he knows he'll eventually need the help of Bianca's Snowdoll curse. It's the only way to truly lock down the chaos within him. Even so, the fact that he managed to suppress it on his own is a major victory. He clenches his fist, feeling the raw power that he's finally brought under his control. He feels he's taken another step forward on his path to ultimate power. Dark tendrils of aura dance around his eyes as he prepares for whatever comes next. Suddenly, he senses something massive and turns around in a cold sweat. He's not alone in this heart of the erosion. A grotesque, fleshy limb of a monster towers over him, a human face embedded directly into its surface. It stares at him with an eerie, unblinking expression. The face on the creature looks hauntingly real, its eyes closed as if it's waiting for something. It's just one small part of a much larger, more terrifying whole. The creature's eyes suddenly snap open, glowing with a malevolent red light. It has found its prey, and it's not planning on letting them go. The entire massive body contorts as it lets out a series of guttural roars. More faces begin to emerge from its rippling, purple flesh, each one more horrific than the last. The squad looks up in pure terror, realizing they're face to face with the lord of this zone. The scale of the creature is beyond anything they expected to find. One face in particular, with wild, flowing hair, screams out in agony from the center of the mass. It's a nightmare made of living spirits and corrupted meat. The demon unhinges its massive jaw, unleashing a deafening shriek that shakes the very mountainside. The air itself feels heavy with its murderous intent. Balakin stands frozen, his mouth open in a silent scream of terror. All his talk of being an expert knight has vanished the moment he saw the true power of the Lord. Cross stares up at the monstrosity, his eyes wide as he realizes the magnitude of the fight ahead. He's the only one left who can possibly stand against this thing. The thousand-faced demon fully reveals its three-star presence, a towering mountain of flesh and faces. Cross and Balakin look like ants before the overwhelming power of the erosion's lord. A commander's voice barks over the darkened battlefield, cutting through the thick tension. All units prepare for combat. The Knights of Walheim immediately draw their steel, their faces set in grim determination as they brace for what's coming. A thin line of blue light flares from their ranks as they take their positions. One blade hums with a focused blue energy. the aura glowing so bright it slices through the murky air like a beacon. The cold blue light begins to shift, heat radiating from the metal until it erupts into a searing, white-hot intensity that lights up the dark woods. Balakin Walheim unleashes his signature skill, Ignis. His hair explodes into a crown of flickering flames, and his blade transforms into a pillar of roaring fire. Cross Walheim watches from the sidelines, the dancing shadows of his brother's overwhelming power playing across his wide, stunned eyes. The knights around him are already whispering about how dazzling the spectacle is. Cross knows this power all too well. It's not just for show. The insane, destructive force of the Ignis flame burns everything it touches to ash, regardless of the target. The boy stares into the fire, the name of the skill echoing in his mind as a buried memory begins to surface. He's suddenly pulled into a sharp flashback of his past life. It's the same fire, and the same arrogant brother looking down on him as he's pinned to the ground. Balakin sneers as he physically crushes Cross into the floor. Now do you understand the gap in our strength? I don't have time to waste on trash like you. Back in the present, Cross stares at Balakin's back. The fire is still there, but the dynamic between the two has shifted in ways the older brother can't even imagine. Cross remembers how completely unhinged Balakin was before the regression, a man who thrived on cruelty and absolute dominance. Balakin turns his head slightly, a confident smirk on his face as he asks what the situation looks like now. He's basking in his own sense of superiority. Cross doesn't flinch. Instead, a dark purple aura begins to swirl around his hand as he thinks to himself that he really hopes his brother hasn't changed at all. The thousand-faced demon makes its move, its grotesque fleshy mass twisting as a horrifying purple light begins to pulse. One knight's face is literally erased before he can even scream. Panic sweeps through the ranks as the knights realize what they're facing. A curse that erases faces, one trainee shouts as his comrade collapses into a featureless heap. Massive, clawed arms erupt from the demon's body, grabbing and crushing the senior knights like they were mere dolls. The soldiers are completely overwhelmed by the monstrosity's sheer reach. The trainees realize there's no way for them to avoid such a high-level curse. Their only thought now is to turn and run as fast as they can. Balakin doesn't hesitate for a second. He charges headlong into the fray, his hair blazing like a torch as he dives into the mass of reaching limbs. He swings his flaming sword in a massive arc, carving a path of destruction through the demon's appendages. The air fills with the stench of burning flesh. The thousand-faced demon shrieks as the fire bites deep into its bloated form, its faces contorting in agony under the heat. Balakin's assault is relentless, sending showers of sparks and debris flying as he tears into the lord of the erosion zone. He's putting on a masterclass of fire-based combat. "Don't give up," Balakin roars to his men, his presence a beacon of burning light in the chaos. "I'll create an opening." The knights watch in pure awe, their despair momentarily forgotten as they witness their leader's overwhelming strength. It's the kind of power that seems untouchable. The men cheer, their morale surging as they follow Balakin's lead. For a moment, it really looks like the monster is being forced into a corner. Balakin basks in the praise, a smug grin forming as he thinks to himself, is Cross watching this? He's more interested in the audience than the battle. He scans the area, wondering if his useless brother has already died in the mayhem. He can't spot Cross anywhere among the active fighters. Cross is very much alive, hiding behind a jagged rock and observing everything with a cold, calculating focus. He notices that Balakin is so caught up in the fight that he's completely ignored the monster's shifting patterns. The air suddenly grows heavy, and sweat begins to bead on Balakin's forehead. He senses something has changed, but he can't put his finger on it yet. The thousand-faced demon's many faces begin to weep, dark streams of blood pouring from their empty eye sockets. "Bloody tears," Balakin gasps, realizing a high-level curse has been activated. The demon's entire body is soon coated in the dark, viscous liquid. The faces on its mask scream silently as the curse takes full effect. One face staring directly at the knights becomes a hollow, featureless mask weeping black ink. The sense of dread is almost suffocating. Balakin's expression turns deadly serious. He realizes that things are getting dangerous far faster than he anticipated. The demon's form begins to shift and mutate, its fleshy mass growing and reaching out like a living nightmare. The fire that once burned it now seems to have no effect. Balakin staggers as an overwhelming spiritual pressure washes over him. It's like the very atmosphere has turned to lead, weighing down his every movement. He tries to rally his strength, gripping his flaming sword even tighter. He knows they have to kill this thing now before any more anomalies can occur. All Knights, focus your attack on the thousand-faced demon, he roars, leaping into the air for one final, desperate strike. But his flaming blade doesn't even leave a scratch. He watches in horror as his aura-infused attacks bounce harmlessly off the monster's new, hardened skin. The command boxes flare red with urgency. Listen up, Knights. Before it mutates any further, launch the next attack. Balakin trails off, looking around as a sudden, eerie silence falls over the entire erosion zone. Something is very, very wrong. "We are Knights of Walheim," he yells, his face tight with a desperation he can't hide. "Don't lose your nerve over something like this." But it's too late. Behind him, the Knights have become silent, haunting statues. Their faces have been completely erased, leaving nothing but smooth, featureless skin. Balakin is in absolute shock, his eyes wide with realization. He can't believe the thousand-faced demon's curse is already taking effect when he hasn't even landed a hit. Sweat beads on his forehead as he realizes the earlier abnormality was the start of something much worse. A dark, jagged speech bubble hangs over him, sealing his dread. "I've been played," Balakin thinks, staring up at the massive, fleshy monstrosity towering over him. The demon's single red eye glows with a cold, malicious intent. The scene shifts abruptly to a dark, desolate swamp where lightning cracks across a green-tinted sky. Rain begins to pour down in heavy, relentless sheets as Balakin's consciousness is pulled into the abyss. Balakin's mental avatar looks around in the downpour, his aura gone and his hair soaked. "This is bad," he mutters, the chill of the rainy swamp sinking into his bones. His knees buckle in the mud as the weight of the curse takes hold of his mind. "I'm going to die," he whispers, his arrogance finally replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. Desperation takes over as he scrambles through the rising water. He knows that at this rate, he won't last another minute against the unseen force hunting him in the dark. A massive, clawed hand wreathed in dark purple energy reaches out from the shadows. A screaming, pale face emerges from the darkness, a nightmare manifestation of the demon's power. Lightning flashes, illuminating Balakin's terrified face as he gasps for air. "Why is this happening to me?" he wonders, his pride completely shattered in this mental trap. The word "die" hangs in the air, a cruel mockery of his once proud status. Lightning continues to tear through the sky, reflecting off the swamp water as he realizes his helplessness. From the depths of the rain, the ghostly blue girl appears, covering her mouth and laughing at him. She mocks the strongest of Walheim, calling him an idiot for thinking he could ever be enough. The ghostly blue girl twists the knife, reminding him that his younger sister, Charlotte, has already surpassed him. She calls him out for being a coward who only tried to save himself by running away. "A pathetic failure like you deserves to die," she sneers, her eyes narrowing with cruelty. The mental pressure becomes a physical weight, crushing whatever remains of Balakin's resolve. A gargantuan, fleshy limb descends from the clouds, blotting out the lightning-streaked sky. It's the demon delivering the final strike within Balakin's broken mind. In a final, desperate effort, Balakin tries to swing his sword to parry the monster's strike. He lets out a sharp, strangled cry as the demon's attack finally connects. A massive, red-fleshed fist slams down into the earth with bone-shattering force. Cross is caught in the shockwave, barely keeping his footing as the terrain is pulverized. The impact sends mud and debris flying everywhere, the sound of the strike echoing like a cannon blast through the erosion zone. More splashes erupt across the surface of the swamp as the demon continues its relentless assault, its 8 limbs tearing up the earth. Cross moves quickly, his body low to the ground as he drags a heavy weight through the muck. He's putting every ounce of strength into pulling someone away from the center of the carnage. He successfully pulls a battered and bleeding Balakin Walheim into a safer spot behind some rocks. The older brother groans, his eyes fluttering open as he finally regains consciousness. Cross flashes a cheerful, relieved grin at his brother. "Brother, you're awake!" he exclaims, playing the part of the devoted sibling with terrifying ease. Balakin looks up, dazed and humiliated to find Cross standing over him. Cross lies smoothly, claiming he was watching from a distance and moved in the moment the demon's gaze shifted. Cross continues the act, saying he pulled Balakin out immediately to avoid the swamp of the demon's attack. Balakin grunts, his pride still stinging as he tries to process the rescue. "I see," Balakin mutters, his voice raspy as he tries to push himself up. "I'm fine now, I can walk on my own," he insists, despite his trembling limbs. He struggles to even keep his head up, realization dawning that his body is completely drained. He can't even tap into a sliver of his own aura to defend himself. Cross watches him struggle with a knowing look. "Are you really sure you don't need my help?" he asks, his tone just a bit too innocent. The question strikes a nerve, and Balakin's face twists into a snarl of pure frustration. His pride is the only thing he has left, and he's clenching it tightly. "I don't need help from an idiot like you," he roars, using his sword as a crutch to force his broken body back into a standing position. His bravado is cut short by a sudden, terrifying sound from the darkness. He looks back over his shoulder, his eyes wide with a fresh wave of panic. He realizes the thousand-faced demon hasn't gone anywhere. "Hey, how far are we from the battlefield?" he demands, but Cross simply replies that he has no idea. A massive, glowing pink energy barrier has formed in the distance, cutting off any hope of escape. It pulsates with a dark, jagged light that seals the erosion zone shut. Cross explains the gravity of the situation. The world erosion has sealed itself off, trapping them inside. They can't leave unless the lord of the zone is defeated. "Damn it," Balakin curses, his fist clenching as he stares at the ground in despair. Cross watches him carefully, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver his next move. "Actually, there's a finishing secret art," Cross says, his voice low and mysterious. He claims that their sister, Charlotte, was the one who taught it to him in secret. He leans on his large blade and looks at his brother, doubling down on the lie. He claims this technique was the real reason he could hold his own against Annex at the Star Sanctuary. A warm flashback of Charlotte hugging a young Cross appears, a stark contrast to the cold reality they're in. Cross knows exactly how much Balakin envies and respects their genius sister. Balakin looks at him with a mix of suspicion and desperate hope. "With that technique, you think we can kill the thousand-faced demon?" he asks, his voice trembling slightly. Cross gives a simple, confident yes. He argues it's a far better gamble than simply waiting to die lost inside the erosion. He reaches out a hand toward his brother, his face shadowed by the falling rain. "I understand if you don't trust me," he says softly. "But brother, you do trust our sister's strength, don't you?" Cross asks, a dark, ominous image of Charlotte looming behind him like a spectral puppeteer. Balakin finally caves, his resistance breaking under the weight of his own failure. "Yeah," he mutters, his head hanging low. "Charlotte is a genius after all." Cross stands tall, his silhouette shrouded in a deep purple aura that begins to bleed into the air, signaling that his master plan is finally coming to fruition. Facing his brother, Barakin, who has walked straight into the trap, Cross warns that if the technique fails, they're both dead. Cross's face is cast in deep shadow, leaving only his subtle, confident smirk visible through the gloom. "Don't worry," he says, his words floating in a dark, jagged speech bubble wreathed in purple energy. "I guarantee it won't fail." Rain's coming down hard in the middle of this dark forest. You can hear the storm thrashing the trees while everything else stays deathly quiet. Cross and Barakin are hunkered down in the bushes, eyes peeled for trouble. The thousand-faced demon is on the move, and they can feel it getting closer by the second. Cross checks in with his brother, asking if Ignis is ready to go. Barakin lights up a flame in his hand, confirming they're set. Cross draws his sword with a look that says he's done playing around. He's locked in and ready to face whatever's coming out of those woods. The ground is a complete mess of mud and puddles as they adjust their footing. Every little splash sounds like a gunshot in the silence between thunderclaps. Out of nowhere, a massive blue aura erupts from Cross. He holds his sword up, looking like he's about to single-handedly rewrite the map. He closes his eyes, focusing every bit of that energy into his blade. The sheer pressure coming off him is enough to push back the rain. Barakin is just standing there with his jaw on the floor. He's never seen anything like this, especially not from his little brother. That blue light starts swirling around the sword, getting brighter and more intense. It's like he's holding a piece of a dying star. Barakin's losing his mind just watching the level of focus Krosh is putting out. He realizes right then that the gap between them isn't just big, it's a canyon. The blade is glowing with a pure, blinding aura. Barakin thinks to himself that he's never seen energy so clean and refined in his entire life. He admits he was skeptical when Krosh wanted to mix their powers. Now, seeing it happen, he's starting to realize how outclassed he really is. Barakin watches, filled with a mix of awe and a whole lot of jealousy. This is the kind of mastery he's been chasing his whole life but never even got close to. Krosh turns back and asks for the flames once more. Barakin's caught off guard, looking like he's realized he's just a supporting player in his brother's show. Barakin reaches out, passing the fire from his hand toward the blue-hot sword. The rain continues to hammer down around them. The orange flames of Ignis snap onto the blade, wrapping around the blue aura. The two powers merge perfectly into a single weapon. Krosh grips the flaming hilt, looking absolutely lethal. The heat coming off the sword is so high it's literally boiling the rain into steam. He lets out a small HMPH, totally unfazed by the power he's holding. Barakin can only watch, feeling more and more like an outsider. Barakin tries to act like he's still in charge, asking if anything's wrong. He's clearly rattled by how much Krosh is overshadowing him. Krosh tells him to stay back. He'll make it in time without any help. Barakin drops to one knee, looking like he's just been slapped in the face with reality. He stares at the sword, realizing the flames Krosh is throwing out are way more intense than his ever were. It's a massive blow to his ego. The sword leaves a trail of fire as Krosh brings it around. Barakin knows this one move is probably the end for the demon. The thousand-faced demon is a total nightmare, just a mass of eyes and claws looming over them. Barakin flashes back to the moment he lost his men and had to run for his life. Krosh doesn't waste a second and charges straight at the beast with his flaming sword held high. He moves with a speed that defies the heavy rain. He lands a clean, horizontal slash that cuts right through the monster's defense. Barakin watches from the sidelines, finally asking himself if he's actually the failure here. A giant pillar of fire blasts upward, splitting the demon in half. It's over in one strike, and the monster doesn't even have time to realize it's dead. Barakin looks like he's seen a ghost. His face is a mask of pure horror and humiliation. His pride is officially in the gutter. Krosh stands calmly before the inferno of the dead demon. The fight is over, but the atmosphere is still heavy. The rain finally stops, and the sun starts peeking through the clouds, lighting up the forest. The calm after the storm feels almost eerie. The sky is clearing up, revealing a bright, peaceful landscape. Krosh breaks the silence by calling out to his brother. He turns around with a strange, glowing aura flickering on his head. He tells Barakin that the whole thing is finally over. Barakin's gritting his teeth, looking absolutely miserable. He can't handle the fact that his useless brother just did the impossible so easily. His hand moves to his own sword, and you can see he's finally lost it. A creepy laugh escapes him as he prepares to strike. He lunges forward, eyes bulging and mouth open in a desperate scream. He screams for Krosh to die as he charges. Krosh doesn't even move a muscle, blocking the hit effortlessly. Sparks fly as the two blades lock together in the sunlight. Barakin is completely stunned. He thought he had a chance, but he's realizing he's just swinging at a brick wall. Dark purple shadow energy starts swirling around the clash. Barakin tries to ignite his flames, but his hands stay cold. Krosh gives him a terrifying look, with purple flames flaring up around his face. He thanks Barakin for staying exactly the same until the end. System screens pop up, detailing the unlocked conditions for stealing a skill. Barakin unknowingly fulfilled the first part by letting Krosh use his fire. The next conditions confirm the total collapse of his pride. Looking at his broken face, that's clearly been handled. Krosh swings a blade of pure black and purple energy, finishing the job. He explains that the second he used that fire earlier, it became his property. Barakin's cries are swallowed by the black flames as he lets out one final, agonizing shriek. His soul's talent is ripped away instantly as he collapses to the ground. Krosh looks down at the charred remains, his sword still resting on the lump of ash that used to be a monster. He quietly says Barakin's name, the weight of everything that just happened finally settling in. With a purple flame flickering on his head, Krosh admits he actually hoped they could have gotten along. It's a cold realization that things could have been different if Barakin hadn't been such a jerk. A memory of Kid Krosh flashes back, showing him on the floor, reaching for a dropped cookie while crying. No matter how much he tried to be part of the family, he was always kept at a distance. Young Barakin looks down at him with nothing but contempt and tells him to stop doing unnecessary crap. That childhood wish for a real brother was never going to come true. The memory shifts to Kid Krosh actually getting kicked, all because of Barakin's blatant hostility. It wasn't just sibling rivalry, it was genuine hate from day one. Back in the present, Krosh stares ahead, realizing he'd still held onto a tiny bit of hope for some kind of acknowledgement. But seeing the look in Barakin's eyes during the fight, he knows that was never an option. Barakin is flat on his back, gasping for air as he struggles in pain. Krosh stands over him and asks if it hurts, his voice completely devoid of any pity. Watching his brother writhe in agony, Krosh remembers exactly how it felt when Barakin burned his arm and face back in the day. Now the roles are reversed, and the karma is hitting hard. Krosh doesn't waste any more words and kicks Barakin away like he's trash. He's done with the sentiment and the past. It's time to move on. He stands alone in the forest as the storm starts to die down. The silence that follows is a lot heavier than the rain ever was. A short, dry laugh escapes his lips as he reflects on the mess he's left behind. He's the only one left standing, just like he planned. The sky starts to clear, and Krosh looks up at the blue breaking through the clouds. He notes with a hint of irony that it's actually turned into a nice day. Back at the massive Walheim Main estate, news of the disaster is spreading like wildfire through the Night Order. Everyone is reeling from the fact that a whole squad was wiped out. A somber funeral is underway, with a white sheet covering the remains. Word is the erosion site was way more dangerous than anyone expected, requiring top-tier experts to survive. People at the ceremony whisper about Barakin's supposed sacrifice to save his brother. They honestly believe Krosh only walked away because Barakin gave his life to protect him. Barakin's personal butler is a mess, sobbing and screaming about how unfair it is that the failure survived while his master died. He can't wrap his head around the story he's been told. The head butler of the Walheim house steps in and tells him to watch his tongue. He reinforces the lie, claiming Barakin died a hero protecting his younger brother. He places a hand on the younger butler's shoulder, telling him not to let that honorable death be in vain. Meanwhile, Krosh watches from the doorway, a silent witness to the propaganda. Krosh realizes the family totally bought his version of events. He can relax a bit now that his testimony has been accepted without question. Walking through the grand, gold-trimmed halls, he thinks about how much he actually gained from this mess. Thanks to Barakin's arrogance, the expedition was a massive success for him personally. He checks his progress, seeing the notification for extreme blood poison level 1. He's unlocking power that most people wouldn't even dream of touching. A blue, watery energy envelops him as he tests his control. Using his sixth sense, he's managed to keep the poison from going on a rampage inside his own body. He holds out his hand, and a dark purple flame ignites over his palm. This is the big one. He's officially unlocked Black Flame after stealing his brother's skill. Krosh smirks, realizing that applying the fire to the power of world erosion worked better than he ever imagined. He's got a weapon now that can burn through just about anything. He looks at the sinister color of the flames and decides they'll work perfectly as his new trump card. It might look evil, but in his world, results are the only thing that matters. He reaches a large, ornate door and gives it a knock. There's still one more headache to deal with at the main house, the official investigation into what happened at the erosion site. A voice from inside tells him to enter, and Krosh steps into the room. He suspects the family still hasn't figured out the real cause of the incident. He knows the truth that everyone else is missing. This was all the work of the world eroders. In the darkness, red eyes seem to stare back at the thought. A shadowy figure of a red dragon and a crow appear as he thinks about the main body of the eroder sinking into an eternal dream. Everything is connected. He remembers the undead, a creature that can only see the world through the eyes of its minions. It's a dangerous game they're playing, and Krosh is right in the middle of it. As he walks further into the room, he realizes that if the eroders are active, he might run into their minions a lot sooner than he planned. A woman with long, dark hair is waiting for him, her back turned at first. She greets him formally as Lord Krosh, like she's been expecting him this whole time. She turns around, revealing she's a taller woman with long brown hair and a professional look. Her name is August, though she's going by the alias Krim, and she's got a polite smile that hides something much sharper. Krosh's eyes go wide as he spots a specific mark on her neck. He recognizes that black star immediately. This isn't just some investigator. He doesn't bother with the pleasantries and calls her out as the undead. He tells her straight up that he wants to make a deal. Pointing a finger at her, he makes a bold claim that would sound crazy to anyone else. He tells her he's going to be the one to erase her immortality. A mischievous smile spreads across her face as she hears his proposal. She leans in and asks him point-blank if he's a regressor. August reveals her true, fierce self, a red-haired woman with glowing crimson eyes and a sharp vertical scar. She admits she was looking for something else, but this is way more interesting. She looks absolutely delighted at the situation, thinking to herself that she never expected to catch such an unforeseen prize. Things are about to get wild. Flashback to the original timeline. An immortal being lies trapped within a pool of lava, bound by massive chains that suppress their every ounce of power. This individual was known as the Undying August of the Crimson Garden. Before his regression, he was following the orders of the King of Heroes, Arthur. He tried to steal the immortality of the Undying to weaken her, but the attempt ended in a crushing failure. Arthur explains that their target is Sigrun Ephania, a woman with white hair and piercing purple eyes, noting that the Undying is struggling to maintain a physical form. Arthur's harem further explains that the true bodies of these entities are cursed, leaving them utterly paralyzed and unable to move a muscle. And for centuries, they have been cruelly toyed with, forced to serve as mere pawns for the world's erosion. But don't you dare show them any pity. In the heat of battle, showing mercy is nothing short of a death wish. Arthur cuts through the heated debate with a sharp command, dragging everyone's focus back to their primary objective, the experiment to steal immortality. And the key to making this happen is none other than our main protagonist. Continuing the flashback, the adult Krosh lets out a hollow laugh despite his grievous wounds. He admits that stealing immortality was a task far beyond his reach, even with a power as formidable as his own. Some things simply can't be taken, even if he were reborn a dozen times. The weight of that old failure is etched into his tired expression. A system notification confirms the impossible condition. To steal the skill, he needed to be stronger than the Undying, a feat he never achieved in his first life. In the present day, August, still in her Krim disguise, flashes a sharp, knowing smile. She asks Krosh directly if he's a regressor. Her aura begins to leak out, her red eyes glowing with a predatory light. She was searching for someone else entirely, but discovering a regressor is a far more interesting prize. Krosh meets her gaze without flinching. He doesn't give anything away, simply asking what would lead her to such a wild conclusion. August finds it obvious. Only a regressor would have the audacity to walk up to a being like her and propose a deal. She laughs at the irony of it. A child who has lived through an endless time loop is now claiming he has a way to kill someone who transcends time itself. She calls his bluff, telling him not to make her laugh with such transparent lies. Her red hair billows around her as her intensity spikes. Krosh remains dead serious, telling her it's no lie. He begins to manifest his power to prove he's the real deal. Purple shadows erupt from his body as he activates the skill Blackhood. Massive, spectral arms covered in mouths and eyes twist through the air around him. One of the shadowy jaws snaps, shut right in front of August's face. He tells her plainly that this power can even steal her immortality. August clenches her fist as memories of her long life surface. She's been manipulating the world's erosion ranks for centuries. Her goal was never destruction. She was just desperately trying to find anyone in this world who was actually capable of ending her eternal existence. She looks at the boy with newfound interest, finally seeing a potential exit from her curse. She asks him what his conditions are for this deal. Krosh is blunt about what he needs. Since his skill only works if he's stronger than her, he needs her help to bridge that power gap. He makes a formal offer to the legendary being. He wants her to take him under her wing and make him her apprentice. August doesn't hesitate for a second. If it means finally being freed from her immortality, she would gladly sell her soul. Her eyes sharpen, the pupil narrowing into a slit as she accepts his proposal. She unleashes her true draconic aura, a massive red beast of energy rising behind her. She vows to turn him into the strongest man alive. The sheer weight of her presence is overwhelming, even though it's just a projection. Krosh has to brace himself as the ground beneath him seems to tremble. He knows the history. This woman once commanded legions of servants and rivaled the king of heroes in power. With her help, his growth will be unstoppable. He clenches his hand, resolved to protect the world from the coming erosion. He'll borrow the power of an invader if that's what it takes to stop the destruction. A system window explains that a skill is a unique power. Only one person in the world can hold a specific skill at any given time. Because of that rule, Arthur's regression skill has already returned to him in this lifetime. Krosh realizes he won't be able to regress again on his own. This is his one and only chance. If the world perishes in this timeline, he'll vanish along with it, as there are no more do-overs. Krosh offers a polite hand and a smile, telling Krim how glad he is to have her with him. August, still in her human disguise, is momentarily caught off guard by his sudden change in attitude. She smiles back, but it's a look that promises pain. She slowly repeats his name, Krosh, with a vein popping on her forehead. A loud smack echoes through the hall as she delivers a heavy blow to his head. She demands he drop the friendly act and address her as Master. A short time later, Krosh walks away, rubbing the massive bump on his head. He's relieved to finally be leaving the main estate. August follows behind, surprised that he doesn't actually live in the main house. He explains that he hasn't lived here in years. They are stopped by a hooded messenger in the adult's wing of the Valheim Manor. She informs Krosh that his mother, Lady Arya, has requested his presence immediately. Krosh looks over his shoulder, suspicious. His mother never bothered with him when he lived at Blue Pine Hall, so he wonders why she's suddenly so curious about him. The messenger continues her report, explaining that the family head has just returned from the Forbidden Domain. She delivers the final blow. His father intends to meet with him personally. Krosh is visibly shaken by the news. To him, the family head isn't just a father, but a looming shadow whose sudden interest is more terrifying than an entire dungeon of demons. He reflects on his father's legendary status, a man who has already ascended to a semi-divine state. Krosh wonders if his father sensed his growth through the stars, realizing he can no longer hide his true power. The messenger adds that Lady Arya has specifically requested that he remain at the main estate until his father is ready to receive him. Krosh's eyes narrow as he weighs his options. Bianca is waiting for him back home, and with so many plans already in motion, he simply doesn't have the luxury of sitting around waiting for a meeting. He asks for clarification, wanting to know if this was a direct command from his father or just a request filtered through his mother. He's looking for any loophole to get out of there. Without waiting for a better answer, he turns and begins to walk away. He casually tells the messenger that he'll be heading back for now and will return only when a formal summons arrives. As he leaves, a cold smirk plays on his lips. He's starting to play a dangerous game with his family's leadership, betting on his own growing importance. A short time later, Krosh is safely inside a carriage, pulling away from the grand towers of the Walheim Main estate. He's confident that if his father truly wants to see him, the man will eventually come to him. The carriage rolls through the estate gates and into the lush, sunlit forests surrounding the city. He's finally putting some much-needed distance between himself and that suffocating house. Inside the carriage, Krosh stretches and lets out a long yawn. He's finally free of that place, and he doesn't plan on stepping foot back there for a long time. His peace is interrupted by a sharp tapping on the carriage window. August, in her crow form, pecks at the glass and demands that her rude apprentice open the door. Krosh cracks the window and tells her that her bright crimson feathers stand out way too much for a supposedly hidden master. He asks if she can do something about the flashy color scheme. The crow glows with a dark red light for a moment, shifting her hue. She tells him to relax, as changing her appearance is a simple feat for a being of her level. Now a sleek black bird, she quips that she's now as black as Krosh's soul. He just sighs at her constant teasing, accustomed to her sharp tongue. She adds that since she can't move her actual body, she has to rely on these projections to guide him. She calls him an unpleasant, mean-spirited regressor for making her work so hard. Krosh stares out the window, lost in his own thoughts. He knows he's not a true regressor like Arthur. He merely borrowed the skill and is still figuring out how to survive this timeline. The sun begins to set as the carriage approaches his personal residence. The sky turns a warm orange, casting long shadows over the quiet countryside. As they pull up to the gates of Blue Pine Hall, Krosh looks at the crow on his shoulder. He warns August that there's a white chick living here and tells her to be on her best behavior. August is confused by the description, but a strange, round shape appears at the entrance of the hall to greet them. It's Bianca Hardenheart, wearing an incredibly oversized chick-themed hoodie. She stands there with a book clutched to her chest, welcoming Krosh back with her usual blank expression. Krosh steps out and greets her with a small smile. He tells her he's finally back, while August watches the reunion with a skeptical, glowing red eye. Suddenly, Ariad, the elderly butler of the hall, comes running toward them at full speed. He looks flustered, shouting for Lord Krosh to wait. The old man catches his breath and holds out a small envelope. He explains that a letter just arrived from someone named Master Darling. Krosh takes the letter and reads it. Darling Danfelion claims to have practically brewed the cure for discoloration disease while thinking of him. The eccentric alchemist even signed it with a giant lipstick kiss. Krosh hands the letter back, looking a bit disturbed by the sign-off. He tells Ariad that when this genius arrives, they must treat him with the utmost care, as he'll be a vital benefactor. Ariad nods and then lowers his voice to share another detail. He mentions that Bianca has been incredibly worried since the moment she heard Krosh was caught in the erosion. He explains that she immediately prepared a carriage and was ready to storm the main manor herself to find him. Bianca just stares ahead, her hood casting a shadow over her face. Krosh looks over at her, surprised by the intensity of her concern. He hadn't realized how much their relationship had actually changed in such a short time. He thinks about the locks on her snow doll curse. A strange, purple energy begins to swirl around the two of them as a system window suddenly activates in his vision. A golden lock icon manifests in the air, shattering under the pressure of the dark aura. A message appears. First unlock condition, become Bianca's friend. The system confirms the success as Bianca watches him with those cold, blue eyes. The first lock on her world-ending curse has officially been broken. Krosh is stunned by the notification. He set out to manipulate her for his own survival, but it turns out he actually managed to become her friend along the way. The system screen chimes with a new notification. The first unlock condition, becoming Bianca's friend, is officially complete. Krosh is genuinely caught off guard. He didn't expect to clear the first hurdle with Bianca Hardenheart this quickly. Bianca stands there in her usual chick-themed hoodie, looking as expressionless as ever. Krosh watches her with the crow perched on his head, wondering what she's thinking. He tries to break the ice by introducing the crow as a new friend. August immediately starts flapping around to get her attention. Bianca picks up the bird and decides to name him Cream. Krosh just goes along with it, watching them bond. She pulls the bird into a tight hug, nodding how soft he feels. Krosh realizes that despite her cold exterior, she actually has a soft spot for animals. Krosh's focus quickly shifts back to the mission. He's already thinking about the next step in their relationship. He wonders what it will take to break the second seal on her heart. The system presents the next challenge, but the path isn't clear yet. He cycles through the possibilities of what an important person could mean. It usually comes down to family, childhood friends, or lovers. Since they are technically engaged, he figures the lover route is his best bet. It's the most logical progression for the system's requirements. Bianca continues to play with Cream, though the crow looks a little overwhelmed by the attention. She seems surprisingly content in her own quiet way. Krosh stares at her, trying to imagine any sort of romance blooming between them. Her face is a total blank slate, making the task seem impossible. August flies back over to him as he reflects on his situation. Being an adult trapped in a 12-year-old's body makes the idea of hitting on her feel pretty awkward. The crow teases him, suggesting that the pale girl has already taken a real liking to him. She seems amused by his internal struggle. As night falls over the manor, the atmosphere shifts. August's voice drops an octave as she addresses him by name. Her eyes glow a piercing red as she declares that playtime is officially over. It's time to head to the training grounds for some real work. Hours later, Krosh is sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. August looms over him, calling his current state pitiful. She doesn't hold back, mocking his lack of natural physical talent. To her, it's a waste for a regressor to have such a garbage constitution. She points out that he's only managed to keep up by relying on his past life secrets. Without those shortcuts, he'd be completely ordinary. She warns him that pure effort will always be overtaken by a true genius in a matter of years. Hard work has its limits in this world. The crow's aura flares up, casting a menacing red shadow over the training grounds. She tells him that talent is meaningless when facing her. Her advice is cold and pragmatic. If he lacks talent, he should just steal it from everyone else. That's the true power of his skill. She promises to be the one to drag him up from the bottom. She wants him to reach a level higher than the clouds. August's claw clicks against the stone floor. She's dead serious about pushing him to his absolute limit. A spectral vision of August's human form appears behind the bird. She challenges him to eventually become strong enough to steal even her immortality. Krosh just smirks at the daunting task. He's more than ready to play the villain if it means getting what he wants. The moon hangs full and bright over the iron gates of the manor. Silence settles over the estate as the training session ends. A few days later, the sun is high and the training continues. Krosh hasn't stopped working since that night. Darling Danfelion arrives with his usual theatrical flair. The alchemist is practically glowing with excitement. He calls out a playful greeting, but Krosh doesn't even break his stance. The boy is all business, even with an eccentric like Darling. Krosh asks if the delivery he ordered is finally ready. He's been waiting on a specific concoction to help with his next move. Darling proudly reveals a small glass vial containing a single dark pill. He announces that the work is officially finished. The alchemist fishes for a compliment, asking if he isn't a total genius. To his surprise, Krosh actually agrees. Darling is genuinely stunned by the sudden praise. He didn't expect the cold young master to be so straightforward. He immediately tries to glomp Krosh in a celebratory hug. Krosh isn't having any of it and tells him to knock it off. Once the alchemist settles down, he mentions he has some interesting news from the outside. Something about a name Krosh recognizes. He mentions that someone named Annex has undergone a major change recently. Krosh's expression sharpens at the mention of his former rival. A vision shows Annex, a boy who apparently resumed his training with renewed intensity after a defeat. He seems to be glowing with a strange green energy. Krosh wonders if his own actions in this life somehow inspired the guy. He quickly brushes it off, claiming he couldn't care less about Annex. He tells Darling to head home if their business is done. August watches from a nearby tree, clearly not finished with him yet. August tells him that things aren't quite over. She has more plans for his growth before they leave the estate. She commands him to have the alchemist brew even more elixirs. If they want to fix his weak body, they'll need every advantage they can get. Elixirs aren't just medicine. They're concentrated power, incredibly expensive and guarded by families for generations. Most people live their whole lives without even seeing one. In his past life, Krosh could only dream of getting his hands on something this high tier. Now, he's standing right in front of an alchemist, ready to change that. Darling Danfelion is busy being eccentric as usual, but Krosh isn't in the mood for jokes. He's already got the formula memorized and just needs the alchemist to follow the recipe. August watches silently from a distance as the boy prepares for what's coming. There's a major tournament on the horizon, and Krosh knows he needs to be ready. Krosh flatly states that he wants an elixir made, which catches Darling off guard. The alchemist wonders if the recent news about Annex is what's pushing him so hard. Darling points out the obvious problem, the cost. Since the Valheim family won't be backing him, finding the gold for the ingredients is going to be a nightmare. Krosh isn't worried about the details. He has a lifetime of future knowledge to draw from. He's confident he can source everything he needs if he plays his cards right. He tells August to listen closely as he begins to list the rare ingredients. The formula he's about to reveal is something that shouldn't even exist in this time period yet. Darling and August are left in stunned silence as Krosh continues. The level of detail in the boy's instructions is far beyond what any 12-year-old should know. The sheer rarity of the items mentioned has Darling sweating. He looks like he's just seen a ghost, or maybe just a very expensive bill. The alchemist starts frantically scribbling everything down, his eyes wide with disbelief. He can't help but be impressed by the legacy of the Valheim family's secret knowledge. August keeps a calm exterior, but even she's curious about where this information came from. Darling, meanwhile, is already looking forward to the challenge. Darling admits he'd love to start brewing, but sourcing the actual materials is the real hurdle. Some of these things are nearly impossible to find. Take the snow-heat sun fungus, for example. It's a legendary item. It only grows in the most remote, dangerous corners of the world. The fungus is native to the Hardenheart's territory, a place where the mountains are steep and the land is corrupted. Finding it is basically a suicide mission. Krosh decides the best course of action is to ask his fiancée about it. Bianca's family controls the very region where the fungus grows. Then there's the golden dragon herb, a phantom plant said to grow only near dragon nests. It's located deep within the remote regions of the Empire. Dealing with the Empire is a massive headache that Krosh would rather avoid. If the authorities found out he was looking for it, things would get political very fast. He considers the black market as a last resort. If he has to hunt down an illegal dealer to get that herb, he's willing to do it. Darling wiggles a finger, telling him there's a much more legitimate way to get it. He has a plan that doesn't involve breaking too many laws. There's a junior martial arts tournament being held in the Ephania Empire for anyone under 15. It's a high-profile event with warriors from all over the continent. The grand prize for the tournament just happens to be the golden dragon herb. Darling's advice is simple: just go there and win the whole thing. Krosh rubs his head, seeing a major flaw in the plan. If a member of the Valheim family shows up in an imperial tournament, it'll cause an international scandal. Darling giggles and pulls out a small, suspicious-looking vial. He tells Krosh to trust his genius and drink the pink liquid. Krosh looks at the transparent potion with deep suspicion. He asks if he's really supposed to drink this weird stuff. As soon as the liquid hits his throat, a surge of intense pain rips through his body. He collapses, screaming as his entire physiology begins to shift. When the smoke clears, Krosh is staring at a pair of long, slender hands. His hair has grown out into a long mane, and his voice is several octaves higher. Darling is howling with laughter, hugging the now female Krosh. He points out that as long as his identity is hidden, he can join the tournament without any issues. August just stares at them, looking completely done with the alchemist's antics. She doesn't seem to find the transformation nearly as funny as Darling does. Krosh is absolutely fuming, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. He demands to know if Darling is messing with him and threatens to kill him if he isn't changed back. Darling starts stammering, his face pale with terror as he tries to apologize. He realized a bit too late that the young master doesn't have much of a sense of humor. A few days pass, and Krosh is back to his original form, training harder than ever. A blue aura flares around him as he swings his sword with focused precision. August watched him from the shadows, her red eyes tracking every move. She's waiting for the right moment to strike. The crow dives down, her form wrapped in a violent red energy. She's not holding back during this sparring session. A series of fast, red claw strikes rain down on Krosh. He has to rely entirely on his instincts to keep from getting shredded. Krosh moves in a blur, his own blue aura clashing against August's red energy. He's learning how to read the flow of the battle in real time. His eyes are wide and focused, glowing with an intense blue light. He's seeing the attacks before they even happen. The sound of metal clashing with magic echoes through the courtyard. Every strike from August is met with a perfectly timed counter. Krosh creates afterimages as he ducks and weaves through the onslaught. His movements are becoming more fluid and efficient with every passing second. August finally pulls back, landing on the ground and declaring the session over. She sends a final wave of energy that knocks Krosh back several feet. Krosh lies on the ground, gasping for air as he tries to process what just happened. August explains that the pure blade technique he's learning is all about reading the enemy. By combining his natural intuition with this new style, He's reached a level bordering on precognition. He's starting to see the future of the fight. The goal of using elixirs is clear: to bridge the gap between Krosh's sharp mind and his lagging physical body. Once his movements finally catch up to his thoughts, his true strength will be unleashed. August looks down at the exhausted boy, her beak sharp in the dim light of the manor. Training is over for now, and it's finally time for them to move on to the next phase of their plan. Krosh stands up and adjusts his traveling cloak, his expression grim but determined. He's ready to leave the safety of the estate behind and head out into the world. He checks his supplies one last time, holding up a small glass vial filled with glowing blue liquid. This is the insurance he needs for the upcoming tournament. Flashback to a few days ago, when Darling was explaining the potency of his creation. He assured Krosh that this particular medicine is so advanced that even high-level magic won't be able to detect the disguise. The memory quickly turns into a heated argument, with Krosh shouting at the alchemist for his joke. Darling finds it hilarious that he turned the fierce young master into a woman, but Krosh is far from amused. Back in the present, Krosh asks how long the effects of the transformation will last. Darling's voice echoes in his head, confirming he'll be stuck with that face for at least a full day. He lets out a long sigh, staring at the head-shaped vial in his hand. While Darling is a genius alchemist, his eccentric personality is enough to drain anyone's patience. At the carriage, Ariad is waiting to see his master off. The butler has everything prepared for the journey, ensuring that every detail is in place for a smooth departure. Flooker stands by a large cage, her arms crossed as she waits for the signal to move. Ariad explains that he's hired her and a merchant to assist with Krosh's illegal entry into the Empire. Krosh looks at his loyal butler, a rare smile touching his lips. He's leaving Green Pine Manor in Ariad's hands, confident that the man can handle things while he's away. Ariad bows deeply, his face a mask of absolute devotion. He promises to manage everything perfectly and wait for his master's eventual return. A blue aura suddenly flares around the butler, highlighting the intensity in his eyes. He declares that he will let no one inside the manor, not even the head of the Valheim family himself. As the carriage rolls away, Krosh thinks back to the day Darling provided the medicine for the discoloration disease. It was the catalyst that changed everything for the people in his service. In the flashback, Ariad is on his knees, sobbing as he thanks Krosh for saving his daughter's life. The debt he feels is clearly more than just a professional obligation. Krosh's response was cold but practical. If Ariad is truly grateful, he should stay alive and continue to serve his master. It was a command that cemented a lifelong bond of loyalty. Ariad continues to weep, overwhelmed by the fact that his daughter is finally safe. To him, any price is worth paying to ensure she stays that way. The butler's wails fill the room, a raw expression of grief and relief. It was a turning point that transformed a mere servant into a fanatic ally. Back in the present, Krosh watches the scenery pass by, his eyes filled with a cold resolve. He knows he has to survive at all costs, and having a truly loyal servant like Ariad makes that goal much more attainable. The carriage wheels crunch over the gravel path as they head toward the border. There's one more person Krosh needs to see before he truly leaves his old life behind. Bianca appears, wrapped in a heavy hooded cloak and carrying a woven basket. Krosh thanks her for agreeing to his last-minute request regarding the fungus. She hands him the basket, explaining that she'll return to the manor as soon as she obtains the snow-white solar fungus. She seems worried about him being away for so long. Bianca turns to leave, telling him she'll be waiting for his return at Green Pine Manor. There's a soft, uncharacteristic tone in her voice as she says his name. Krosh smiles warmly, blushing slightly at the unexpected gesture. He promises to get back as soon as he can, clutching the basket she gave him. Inside the basket, he finds a row of neatly packed sandwiches. He realizes now why he heard so much noise coming from the kitchen the day before. Bianca looks away, her face hidden by her hood, as she tells him to eat them later. It's a small, human moment amidst the chaos of their lives. With a final wave, Krosh and Bianca say their goodbyes. The path ahead is long, but both of them are moving toward their respective goals with renewed purpose. The carriage departs, heading down the tree-lined road with August flying high above. Their destination is the heart of the Empire, where the real challenges await. A sudden burst of fire erupts from Krosh's blade as he tests his power. Even while traveling, he isn't wasting a single moment of time that could be used for training. He reaches out with a gloved hand, the blue aura mixing with a dark, swirling energy. He's learning to harness the power of erosion, a dangerous but necessary tool. August asks him how he's handling the erosion energy, and Krosh confirms that it's stable for now. He credits his refined, sixth sense for allowing him to control the volatile power. Several peaceful days pass on the road as the merchant steers them clear of the most dangerous eroded lands. Flooker is taking a break, casually eating an apple as they travel. The tranquility is shattered when a projectile knocks the apple right out of Flooker's hand. August instantly shifts her focus, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. A group of bandits suddenly swarms the carriage, their weapons drawn and ready. Flooker is caught completely off guard, her eyes wide with shock. The bandit leader steps forward, a massive man with a face mask and a mean-looking axe. He's impatient to get the looting started and tells his crew he'll handle the first strike. A rough hand grabs Flooker by the head, pinning her in place as she starts to panic. She can't believe she didn't sense their approach until it was already too late. An extreme close-up reveals a sharp, predatory eye. The world seems to slow down as Krosh prepares his counterattack. A single, violet energy slash tears through the air, instantly decapitating the bandits nearest to the carriage. Blood sprays in every direction as their heads fly off their shoulders. Krosh stands in the center of the carnage, purple flames licking at his hand. His face is hidden in shadow, making him look like a vengeful spirit of the woods. The bandit leader is frozen in shock, unable to comprehend how a mere kid could possess such terrifying power. He realizes too late that they've picked the wrong target. Recovering from his initial surprise, the leader bellows a command for his remaining men to attack. A horde of bandits rushes toward Krosh, weapons raised high. The leader mocks Krosh, thinking that the boy is defenseless now that his primary weapon is gone. He charges forward, confident that numbers will eventually overwhelm their young opponent. Krosh stands firm, his sword glowing with an ominous light as a spectral purple hand grips the crossguard. He challenges the bandits, asking if they were referring to his weapons when they claimed he was defenseless. With a series of fluid, purple-hued slashes, Krosh cuts through the charging bandits with terrifying precision. Blood sprays across the grass as the foot soldiers fall, unable to even touch the boy they thought was an easy target. Krosh looks up, his gaze cold and unwavering as a faint blue glow ignites in his eyes. He stares directly at the leader, his expression devoid of any fear or hesitation. The bandit leader looms over the small boy, his muscular frame tense as he finally realizes the gravity of the situation. He mutters that Krosh is clearly no ordinary brat, acknowledging the threat for the first time. The leader raises his heavy battle axe, the polished metal gleaming under the forest canopy. He declares with a shout that he'll end this fight and kill the boy with a single, devastating blow. The massive axe slams down with bone-crushing force, but Krosh blocks it effortlessly with his sword. A brilliant flash of white light erupts from the point of impact, catching the bandit leader completely off guard. A whirlwind of motion follows as the leader unleashes a barrage of strikes, each one being dodged or parried with supernatural speed. He growls in frustration, realizing that every single one of his attacks is being perfectly read by the boy. The bandit leader heaves for air, sweat dripping down his forehead as he glares at his opponent. Krosh remains calm, remarking that he had hoped to finish this without needing to rely on his sixth sense. Pushed to his limit, the leader decides to gamble everything on a secret technique. He prepares to crush Krosh's head along with his sword, his eyes burning with a desperate, murderous intent. Krosh watches the massive weapon descend, his face a mask of calm focus. He doesn't flinch as the blade looms over him, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to react. The bandit leader's eye narrows as he thinks he finally has the upper hand. He believes the boy has fallen directly into his trap, and he doesn't intend to let the opportunity go to waste. He unleashes his phantom battle axe technique, the weapon surrounded by a dark, surging energy. Krosh raises his sword to meet the blow, the two forces colliding in a shower of red and black sparks. A close-up of Krosh's eye captures a moment of intense focus as the energy from the attack washes over him. He seems to be analyzing the technique even as he struggles to hold it back. The impact creates a massive shockwave that rattles the surrounding trees, sending orange and red light through the dark woods. The sheer power of the clash is enough to tear up the ground beneath them. As the dust settles, flames begin to dance around Krosh, reflecting off his cold, calculating eyes. The bandit leader stares in disbelief, recognizing the flow of energy as a specific, high-level technique. The leader's expression turns from anger to pure terror as he watches the flames intensify. He can't believe what he's seeing, his voice trembling as he tries to process the identity of the boy in front of him. Krosh stands tall amidst the raging fire, his left eye glowing with a piercing blue light that cuts through the smoke. The bandit leader, paralyzed by fear, asks if the boy is actually a disciple of the legendary Slaughter Dog. An underling of the butcher dog steps out of the shadows, eyes glowing red through a jagged metal mask. He grips a heavy club, ready to ambush anyone foolish enough to wander into his territory. Butcher Dog Balakin is a name whispered in fear, a murderer who eventually becomes a pawn for the world corruptor. In the original timeline, he was a nightmare that fought alongside the white demon, Bianca. History remembers him differently, though. He was supposed to infiltrate the academy and kill countless people, only to be stopped by Charlotte Walheim. Her blade ended his reign of terror before it could truly begin. But things are moving faster this time. Krosh Walheim, disguised as Krod, doesn't wait for destiny. He unleashes a wave of fire that catches the underling mid-swing. In the future, Krosh remembers, Charlotte became an imperial hero for this feat. The newspapers were filled with stories of the 16-year-old girl from House Walheim defeating the corruptor's servant. Yet the timing is all wrong. The infiltration shouldn't be happening for years, so why are these men already lurking in the lawless zone? The butterfly effect is in full swing. Krosh stands calmly as the underling is reduced to ashes, his cloak fluttering in the heat. The threat is gone, but the anomaly remains. Someone or something is changing the script. "I've got a bad feeling about this," Krosh mutters to himself. The familiar future is starting to blur into something unpredictable, and he needs to stay ahead of it. He decides to secure the golden dragon grass and leave immediately. August, Krim, currently in the form of a crow, watches from his shoulder as they prepare the carriage to head toward the heart of the empire. They arrive at Ceylon, the imperial capital, a sprawling metropolis of white stone and towering spires. It's a city of light, but one that hides deep shadows within its palace walls. The streets are buzzing because of the upcoming martial arts tournament. Signs point the way toward the registration hall, where fighters from all over the world are gathering to prove their worth. The hall is packed with warriors and mercenaries, the air thick with the sound of metal and hushed conversations. Krosh blends into the crowd, keeping a low profile as he waits his turn. Watching from above is the fourth imperial princess, Cicely Ephania. She's only 14, with silver-white hair tied in twin buns and star-patterned pupils that suggest she's anything but ordinary. Cicely is currently acting out, shouting about taking everyone to the academy as her little diamonds. Her attendant, Sira, tries to keep her in check, reminding her that such behavior is unbecoming of royalty. Cicely just doubles down, joking about her father collapsing in a fit of rage if he saw her. She plays the part of the eccentric lunatic perfectly, exhausting everyone around her with her wild energy. Sira can only sigh, looking at the princess with a mix of frustration and resignation. To the world, Cicely is just a wild, uncontrollable girl who doesn't care about politics or the throne. But it's all a carefully constructed mask. Cicely wasn't always this way. As a child, she was far more reserved, her mind always racing faster than those of the adults around her. By age 7, she was already solving mathematical problems that would baffle most scholars. She possessed a brilliant, analytical mind that the Empire had high hopes for. Her tutors and the imperial advisors were stunned, whispering that she might be the one to rewrite the Empire's history. They were eager to report her genius to the Emperor. Cicely saw the writing on the wall, though. Being recognized as a genius meant being a candidate for the throne, a position that came with a target on your back and endless enemies. She knew that in a frail state like hers, getting involved in the bloody struggle for power was a death sentence. She couldn't compete with her siblings on their terms and hope to survive. So she made a choice. She tore up her work and decided to make everyone give up on her. If they thought she was useless and insane, she might actually have a chance at life. From then on, she used her brilliant mind to play the role of the uncontrollable daughter. She threw tantrums, ran through the library, and made a mess of every imperial occasion. The plan worked perfectly. The same people who once praised her brilliance began to look at her with pity and disgust, convinced they had misjudged her potential. The Empire officially gave up on her as a suitable candidate for the throne. She was no longer a threat to her siblings, and that was exactly how she wanted it. Only Sira, who has been by her side for a long time, suspects that it's all an elaborate act. She watches the princess carefully, wondering just how much longer she can maintain the charade. Lately, Cicely has been going a bit overboard with her antics. She hangs off the balcony railings, scanning the crowd below with stars in her eyes as if looking for something, or someone, interesting. That's when she spots Krosh. She's immediately drawn to his gloomy atmosphere and the way he moves through the crowd with such quiet, narrow-eyed focus. And then there's the bird. August Krim looks back at her with a sharp, crimson gaze that isn't normal for a common crow, confirming Cicely's suspicions. Cicely's mind starts calculating at lightning speed. He looks like a villain out of a storybook, and she wonders if he could be from House Valheim, the Empire's oldest enemy. She quickly dismisses the idea, thinking the Valheims wouldn't be bold enough to come here. Still, her gut tells her there's more to this crowd than meets the eye. "Don't underestimate my intuition," she thinks, her foot tapping rhythmically against the wooden railing. She's decided she needs a much closer look at this mysterious newcomer. Shouting that she's going to check it out, Cicely leaps off the balcony into the open air. Sira screams after her, but the princess is already falling toward the crowd below. She aims straight for Krosh, diving with her arms outstretched. She's determined to force a reaction out of him and expose whatever secret he's hiding behind that calm face. Her shoes are inches from the ground when she suddenly stops. There's no impact, no stumble, just a complete halt in midair that defies every law of physics. Cicely's eyes go wide as she realizes she's just hanging there. The stars in her pupils flare up as she tries to process what just happened. It's telekinesis. Krosh has stopped her effortlessly, holding her suspended in the air with a casual flick of his will while August Krim just watches from his shoulder. "Hey, wild girl," Krosh says, looking her straight in the eye. He doesn't seem surprised or even annoyed. He just looks bored by her little stunt. He gently sets her down on her feet and walks right past her as if she were a common nuisance. "Watch where you're going," he calls over his shoulder, his voice completely calm. Cicely stands there, stunned by the sheer confidence of the man. That wasn't the reaction of a common fighter or a panicked merchant. It was someone who didn't fear her at all. The realization hits her like a physical blow. He didn't just stop her. He looked at her like he knew exactly who she was behind the mask of the mad princess. Krosh sighs as he continues on his way, while August Krim mocks him for meeting the fourth princess so easily. He'd rather avoid imperial entanglements, but it looks like his luck has already run out. Registration is finally out of the way. Krosh Walheim, still maintaining his Krod persona, looks over his application form, 14 years old, living in the imperial territory. But there's a new problem waiting for him at the local inn. A full sign hangs on the door, the wood grain practically mocking his lack of foresight. It's not just one place, either. Every inn in the city seems to be packed to the rafters with tournament participants and eager spectators. Krosh stands on the steps, his cloak pulled tight as the crow August Krim perches on his shoulder. It's looking like he might have to spend the night under the stars. "Young man there," a voice calls out, cutting through his grim thoughts. He looks up to see an elderly woman watching him with a gentle smile. The old lady, wrapped in a red scarf, offers him a place to stay since the city is so crowded. She seems kind, surrounded by a floral aura that suggests she's just a helpful local resident. She smiles warmly, her eyes closed in a friendly manner. It's the kind of offer that would usually be a red flag in a lawless zone, but Krosh is desperate. August Krim is immediately on guard, whispering that this is clearly suspicious. But Krosh is tired and takes her up on the offer without hesitation, much to the bird's annoyance. The bird keeps flapping its wings, demanding to know if no one taught him not to follow strangers. Krosh just walks on, his back to the crow, completely unfazed by the lecture. August Krim lets out a huff, his beak tilted up in disapproval. He clearly thinks they're walking straight into a disaster. "I slept outside all the time in my past life, so I'm sick of it," Krosh explains. As they walk, the sun sets over the grand spires of the city, casting long shadows. They arrive at a cozy-looking house at the edge of the capital. The old lady leads him inside, offering him a room at the back of the second floor and promising dinner soon. Krosh heads upstairs, feeling pretty lucky to have found a roof over his head so easily. But as he reaches the landing, he sees a familiar face waiting for him. Cicely Ephania is standing right there, leaning over the railing with a mischievous grin. She's recognized him from the registration hall and isn't about to let him escape so easily. Krosh buries his face in his hand, the weight of the situation finally hitting him. Of all the places to stay, he ended up in the same house as the fourth princess. August Krim is fuming, his little crow head pulsing with rage. He considers this a complete trap and is more than happy to rub it in Krosh's face. If I'm found out, it'll be trouble, Krosh thinks to himself. He decides the best course of action is to completely ignore her and make a break for his room. He reaches for the doorknob, his gloved hand moving quickly to end the encounter. He just wants a quiet night, but the princess has other plans. Cicely follows him, pouting as she asks why such a cute girl is being ignored. She even teases him, asking if he has certain preferences that make him uninterested in her. A vein pops on Krosh's forehead as he clenches his eyes shut. The constant pestering is quickly reaching his limit. He stops and tosses his cloak onto a nearby bench, his patience finally snapping. "You're not my type," he tells her bluntly, adding that the world is full of people prettier than her. Cicely just laughs it off, leaning back with an amused expression. She calls him as mysterious as he looks, completely unfazed by his cold rejection. Krosh continues walking away, his face set in a deep scowl. He has no obligation to answer her and just wants to be left alone for the night. Cicely continues to skip after him, begging him to eat dinner together. She's determined to find out more about him, no matter how many times he shuts her down. "Too bothersome, I refuse," he says, waving a hand dismissively without even looking back. The crow perches back on his shoulder as he heads further up the stairs. Cicely watches him go, her expression shifting from playful to something much more focused. She's starting to find his defiance genuinely intriguing. She stands at the base of the stairs, her shadow lengthening against the wall. She wonders if he thinks it's okay to act like that toward a princess, even if he's trying to hide his identity. Her eyes begin to glow, the star patterns in her amber pupils intensifying as she shifts her analytical mind into high gear. "Crod from Starin," she whispers knowingly. Krosh stops dead, his eyes widening in shock. On his shoulder, even the crow looks stunned as they both realize she's already figured out something significant about his false identity. He can't believe it. She managed to deduce where he's supposedly from just from that brief and hostile conversation. Cicely continues to pressure him, asking if it's really okay to take that kind of attitude with her. She dropped the playful act, her gaze sharp and calculating. "Mr. Claude from Starin?" she asks, testing out the name. She's narrowed down his origins with terrifying accuracy, leaving him feeling completely exposed. Krosh clenches his teeth, his mind racing to find a way out of this verbal corner. If he speaks anymore, he risks exposing the fact that he's actually a Walheim. He takes another step up the stairs, trying to maintain his composure. "I don't know what you're talking about," he lies, telling her that children should just eat and go to bed. Cicely puffs out her cheeks in mock outrage, shouting about who he's calling a child. Behind her, Sira watches the interaction with a stoic, unreadable expression. Sira leans in, her red bob cut catching the light. She asks the princess if that boy is really from Starin, her voice low and serious as she analyzes the situation. Cicely explains her reasoning, nodding that even if the Empire and Starin share a language, the intonations are subtly different. Her analytical brain has picked up on every minute detail of his speech. Down below, Krosh and August Krim are digging into their soup, the crow swallowing a whole piece of bread. Cicely continues her lecture, stating that while the boy's pronunciation is close, the essence cannot be hidden. Sira looks at her with a sweat drop, nodding that only the princess would notice such trivial differences. Cicely just takes it as a natural compliment, leaning against the wooden railing. It's a testament to her unique ability, a brain capable of remembering and analyzing information that any ordinary person would completely overlook. Cicely rests her chin on her hand, her star eyes fixed on Krosh. She knows he recognizes her, yet she has no memory of him at all, which makes him the ultimate puzzle to solve. Sira draws her massive sword, asking if they should just capture and interrogate him. Cicely quickly stops her, a dark smile playing on her lips as she decides this mystery is far too interesting to end so soon. Back in their private conversation at the lodging, Cicely Euphania turns the topic toward a more serious matter. She asks Sira if she's managed to find out anything new about her elder sister, Sigrun. Sira nods, her expression grave. She confirms that, as the princess suspected, there is indeed something unusual going on with the third princess that warrants further investigation. A memory of Sigrun Euphania flashes before them, a woman with a cold, almost sinister gaze. Cicely notes that her sister has become a completely different person compared to how she was just a year ago. Sigrun's eyes are narrow and predatory in the memory, a stark contrast to her previous self. Cicely realizes with a shudder that this isn't the elder sister she remembers at all. A dark, jagged bubble of energy pulses in Cicely's mind, a physical manifestation of the danger she senses. She knows deep down that the situation within the family has become critical. Her hand grips the wooden railing tightly, her knuckles turning white from the sheer tension. She realizes her bad premonitions were correct. At this rate, the first prince and second prince are in mortal danger. She clenches her eyes shut, the weight of the imperial family's fate resting on her young shoulders. The sense of impending doom is almost suffocating as she tries to plan her next move. A dark omen hangs over the palace, dripping with the promise of violence. It's going to rain blood in the imperial palace, she thinks, the words feeling like a heavy and inevitable curse. The scene shifts back to the tournament arena, where a massive fighter is sent flying by a powerful impact. Blood spatters the floor as the crowd roars with excitement in the background. Dust and debris erupt from the stone floor as another combatant is defeated by a single, crushing blow. The preliminaries are reaching their violent conclusion as the field is narrowed down. Preliminaries over. Will the 4 winners please exit? The announcer shouts over the din. Among the spectators, people are murmuring about the mysterious winners who dominated their respective brackets. Krosh Walheim walks away from the carnage, his cloak swirling around him as August Krim perches steadily on his shoulder. Spectators whisper about the slit-eyed guy, wondering if he's an inhabitant of the underworld. Krosh feels the weight of the unwanted attention. He knows he's being watched, and the constant scrutiny from Cicely since yesterday has clearly put him on edge. In his mind, he sees Cicely's grinning face as she bombarded him with questions. Every short conversation feels like a battle where information is being stolen, wearing down his nerves. He narrows his eyes, focusing back on the present moment. Despite the constant annoyance, he's glad his distraction didn't affect his performance during the preliminaries. Behind him, several defeated fighters lie unconscious in the dust of the arena. He's managed to advance without breaking a sweat, but the real challenges are still ahead in the main tournament. A text box explains the brutal rules of the competition. The preliminaries are fought in massive groups of 100, and only the top 4 survivors of each match are allowed to advance. Krosh walks through the stone hallways of the arena, his boots clicking against the floor. He considers his previous opponents small fry, knowing that a win with such a massive skill gap was only natural. He stops as he senses someone waiting for him in the shadows. A man leaned against the wall chuckles, nodding that the rumors about the suspicious face and the crow are indeed true. The unknown bandaged fighter steps forward, his body covered in wraps and old scars. He asks if Krosh came from the famous Night Raven assassination family, his manic eyes locked on the boy. Images of masked assassins from the House of Night Raven appear, a legendary group feared throughout the Empire's underworld. They were an imperial group known for their efficiency and absolute secrecy. Another text box notes their historical significance. They were one of the major factors that eventually led to the fall of the Empire. Their influence reached far beyond simple contract killing. Krosh looks at the man, his expression neutral. He mentions that since he's not from the Empire, he doesn't know everything, but he's never heard of Night Raven entering a martial arts academy. He adjusts his cloak, his voice steady as he clarifies the misunderstanding. He tells the man plainly that he has no connection to the Night Raven and he's simply here for the tournament. The bandaged man immediately backtracks, holding up his hands in a mock gesture of surrender. He tells Krosh to calm down, claiming he won't do anything now that he knows who is behind him. He waves as he prepares to head into the arena for his own match. He suggests they just get along as fellow underworld dwellers, seemingly convinced of Krosh's dangerous background. Krosh watches him go, his eyes narrowing as he ponders the man's words. Behind, he thinks, wondering what kind of rumors are already circulating about his mysterious presence. August Krim suddenly takes flight, his dark wings spreading wide as he circles above the hallway. He offers to lend a hand and deal with the prying eyes before they become a larger problem. The bandaged fighter's eyes roll back in his head as he lets out a strangled cry. He's been caught in a sudden invisible trap that leaves him completely vulnerable and unable to move. Krosh watches as the man collapses to his knees, his body trembling with the shock. The crow has already done its work, leaving the warrior in a dazed and compliant state. August Krim lands back on Krosh's shoulder, his red eyes glowing. When Krosh asks what he did, the crow casually explains it was just a simple brainwashing magic to extract some information. The crow leans in close to the bandaged man's face, demanding to know what the deal is with Night Raven. He decides to use this opportunity to dig up some much-needed intel. The bandaged man, now completely under the spell, reveals a shocking truth. He claims that Night Raven fell into a crisis of annihilation just a little while ago, losing its former power. A single black feather falls onto the dusty ground, a symbolic reminder of the fallen house. The man explains that they were driven to ruin by the orders of a new master. The man's silhouette is surrounded by jagged red sparks as he prepares to reveal the identity of this master. Krosh leans in, his interest finally piqued by the unfolding mystery. A vision of the second prince of Ephania appears, an obese man greedily biting into a leg of meat. Krosh is stunned to learn that this prince is supposedly the one who dismantled the legendary Night Raven. Krosh can't believe it, his brow furrowing as he processes the information. On his shoulder, the crow August Krim looks equally shocked, its beak hanging open in a silent squawk of disbelief. A view of the imperial city appears, draped in metaphorical spiderwebs of conspiracy. The man explains that Night Raven was actually a trap set by the Empire to control and adjust the movements of the nobles. Krosh ponders this new perspective on the underworld house. Since the master was the imperial family from the start, talking about a new master seems incredibly strange to him. He realizes the connection between Night Raven and the royal family was a secret intended to remain hidden until the very end. The fact that this information is leaking now is highly irregular. He looks at a sequence of film strip images showing the prince and the bandaged man. He wonders why a lowlife would know such secrets, and if someone is spreading these rumors on purpose to cause chaos. A vision of the first prince and second prince together flashes by. Krosh realizes that someone intends to get rid of the second prince first, and then weaken the first prince's forces in the process. Krosh's thoughts continue to race as he pieces together the puzzle of the Ephania family. He realizes that if a conflict breaks out, the one who stands to benefit the most is the mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. The image of Sigrun Ephania, the third princess, looms large in his mind. She stands with a chillingly calm expression, her long silver hair flowing around her as a dark, ornate crest pulses behind her head. Krosh considers the possibility that Arthur's memory inheritance might have actually succeeded. If so, the world as he knows it is in far more danger than he initially anticipated, with multiple regressors now in play. His focus shifts back to Sigrun, her single purple eye glowing with an eerie light. He realizes that someone possessing memories of the future would naturally target those who could disrupt their plans for dominance. A gruesome image from a potential future flashes by, a massive pool of blood spreading across a marble floor. This was the fate of the person who hid the Emperor's symbol, the white dragon pearl, and took their own life. The victim is revealed to be the fourth princess, Sisley Ephania. She lies motionless on the cold stone, her white dress stained crimson, a tragic sacrifice in the Game of Thrones that made Arthur an emperor in name only. Another vision shows a younger Sigrun offering the golden imperial seal to a faceless, looming Arthur. She was willing to clear every obstacle, starting with her own sister Sisley, just to hand over the throne she had obtained. The consequences of her actions are shown in the crumbling towers of the imperial city. If Sigrun becomes empress, the empire will perish, leading to a global catastrophe known as the Flood of World Erosion. Krosh hardens his resolve as the vision fades back into the darkness of his current reality. To prevent the destruction of the world, he knows he must interfere with her plan at any cost. His hand erupts with dark, shadowy energy as he makes a silent vow. For the sake of the world and his own survival, he will find a way to steal Sigrun's unique skills and neutralize the threat she poses. He looks up at the sky and calls for his companion. "Krim, help me out," he says, knowing that he can't untangle this web of royal intrigue and forgotten secrets all on his own. August Krim flaps his wings and lets out a sharp caw, landing back on Krosh's shoulder. The crow notes that regressors always rely too much on future information, but agrees to lend his power just this once. The crow looks down at the dazed, bandaged fighter who is still under his spell. He asks Krosh what they should do with the man now that they've extracted the information about the Night Raven. Krosh turns away, his expression indifferent as he starts to walk down the hall. "Leave him," he says simply. "He's served his purpose and is no longer of any use to us." With a snap of the crow's invisible power, the mental command is issued. The bandaged man's eyes clear for a moment as he's told to simply go back to where he belongs and forget this encounter. The fighter stumbles away toward the exit, his movements jerky like a puppet with cut strings. August Krim watches him go, then asks Krosh what their next move will be in this dangerous game. Krosh pulls his hood lower, his eyes gleaming with a newfound determination. He tells the crow that it's time to change their appearance and blend in even more effectively. "Let's find the real Night Raven hiding in the main tournament," Krosh says, his voice a low whisper. He knows that finding the genuine article is the only way to uncover the truth behind the rumors. Somewhere deep in the shadows of the arena, a mysterious figure crouches among stacks of old books and discarded papers. A small, masked figure looks on as a much larger, more terrifying entity begins to stir. The asterisk mysterious entity, real Night Raven, growls, his voice sounding like grinding stone. He has heard the rumors of the slit-eyed guy named Claude who is supposedly representing the House of Night Raven. Red light flares in the creature's eyes as he stands up, his long, messy hair billowing around him. "To impersonate me, Night Raven, I'll make him regret it," he snarls, his aura radiating pure, unadulterated malice. Claude has his opponent in a brutal headlock, ending the match right then and there. A crow perches on his head as the crowd erupts into a roar of excitement. He raises a hand in victory as the announcer declares him the winner of the 30-second match. His opponent lies slumped on the sand behind him, completely out cold. The entire stadium is on its feet, chanting the name Night Crow over and over. Claude stands alone in the center of the arena, looking like a dark shadow under the bright afternoon sun. He adjusts his hood, making sure his face stays hidden behind the black mask. It's clear that everyone is already fully convinced he's the legendary assassin he's pretending to be. Up in the VIP balcony, Princess Cicely and her aide Sira look down at the arena. Claude can feel their eyes on him, realizing his previous warning didn't do much to keep the princess away. Cicely leans over the railing with a huge, manic grin, waving her arms wildly at him. She screams out the alias Night Crow at the top of her lungs, completely unbothered by her royal status. The scene shifts back to the night the preliminaries ended. Cicely had cornered him in a quiet hallway, looking surprisingly cheerful for someone who was just threatened. She leans in close, her eyes filled with a strange, golden intensity. She tells him she knew right away he wasn't just some ordinary child. Claude doesn't even look at her, his eyes half closed in a mix of boredom and irritation. He just wants to know why she's giving him that suspicious look. She doesn't back down, nodding that he's definitely lived a very strange life. A small twitch near her eye shows she's trying to analyze every bit of him. Claude starts to walk away, giving her one final piece of advice: look after herself. He doesn't look back as he leaves her standing there in the middle of the hallway. He mentions the main bracket starts the next day, and he's heading off to sleep. The sound of a door clicking shut behind him punctuates his cold exit. Cicely is left standing alone, clutching her head in frustration. She's clearly rattled by the encounter and his dismissive attitude toward royalty. She stares at the closed door, wondering where on earth a kid like him could have possibly gotten so much information. The mystery surrounding him is only growing. Cicely turns to Sierra, asking if they can actually trust the Imperial spy they've hired. She's starting to doubt whether she can keep control of the situation. Sierra gives a stern, focused look, promising to double-check everything just to be certain. She seems just as wary of the tournament's rising star as the princess is. Back in the present, Cicely rests her chin on her hands, watching the arena with a playful smile. She admits to herself that the name Night Crow is actually pretty cool. Claude walks through the stadium corridors with his crow on his shoulder. He's finished with the crowds for now and is just waiting for the real Night Crow to finally make a move. A pair of heavy boots comes to a halt in the shadows of a stone archway. A figure leans against a pillar, watching Claude's every move from the darkness. The figure steps out, revealing a woman with long, messy hair and a manic grin. She mocks him, asking if he's having fun pretending to be her. Claude stops and glances over his shoulder, his expression remarkably calm. He recognizes the bandaged look. He's definitely seen this person somewhere in his past life. A small smirk plays on his lips as he faces her. He didn't think the real assassin would show her face this early in the tournament. Evlask draws a pair of curved daggers, her posture low and aggressive. She's ready to kill the person who had the nerve to steal her identity. She vanishes into a blur of speed, leaving only streaks of movement behind. She lunges straight for Claude's throat with lethal intent. Claude reacts instantly, drawing his own blade to intercept her dual-wielded attack. Sparks fly as their weapons clash in the narrow, dimly lit corridor. He keeps his eyes shut for a second, feeling the weight and rhythm of her blow. He notes her specific use of dual blades, a combat style he knows well. Claude's eyes snap open, glowing with a sharp, predatory intensity. He's already analyzing her movements, looking for the perfect opening to end this. Evlask doesn't let up, raining down a flurry of strikes with her daggers. She's determined to catch him off guard, but Claude's defense remains absolute. She grits her teeth, her eyes wide with a mix of fury and confusion. This kid is proving to be much harder to kill than he looks. She activates a dark skill, her daggers suddenly glowing with a malevolent red energy. The air around her seems to distort as she pours her dark power into the next strike. She screams that this is the end for him, putting everything into a final, desperate leap. She expects to crush him with her world erosion power. Claude doesn't even flinch, meeting her strike head-on with a powerful counter. The impact shatters the stone floor beneath them, sending debris flying in all directions. Blood sprays as Claude's strike finds its mark. The sheer force of the blow sends Evlask reeling back, her momentum completely shattered. Claude stands tall, his silhouette framed by the light at the end of the hall. He tells her it's useless because dark arts powered by world erosion have zero effect on him. He calls out her true name, Evlask, sending a wave of pure shock through the assassin. She stammers, wondering how this stranger could possibly know her identity. Claude leans in, his face close to hers, and drops a bombshell. He asks her where Sigrun is keeping her heart hostage, proving he knows her greatest secret. A dark, swirling aura surrounds Claude as he starts his pitch. He tells her simply that it's time to make a deal. He points a finger at her chest, promising to use his unique skills to get her stolen heart back. The sudden shift in her expression shows he's found his leverage. In exchange for her freedom, he wants every single detail about Sigrun's ultimate plan. He stares her down, waiting for the assassin to break. In another room, Evlask recoils in sheer terror, her face turning pale and drenched in sweat as Krosh exposes her deepest secret. She's been unmasked, not just as a common assassin, but as a legendary necromancer and a harbinger of world erosion. A record of her tragic past appears, a powerful being whose heart was stolen, forcing her into 1,000 years of servitude to the Empire. A flashback shows a younger Evlask standing beside the hero, Arthur. Claude looks at her with a mix of pity and resolve, nodding that her fate was even more cursed than his own. Claude is on his knees, scrubbing the wooden floor with a damp cloth. He thinks about how the world didn't think much of the girl known as the World Eroder back then. He continues the tedious work, sweat dripping from his face as he scrubs. In his previous life, he had only heard rumors that she was the only necromancer in the entire world. A dark, star-filled void fills the frame with a text box. He admits that he never even knew she was the person behind the Night Crow identity during his time at the Academy. Claude stands in a dark alley, his back turned as he looks over his shoulder. He starts to piece together the scattered clues from his past memories. A terrifying image of a necromancer surrounded by red and black energy appears. He reflects on how an assassin made from a corpse is the perfect tool, as they can't leak secrets even if they're caught. Claude enters a dimly lit building, his cloak billowing around him as he steps through the threshold. He wonders if her disappearance in the original timeline was because Arthur had captured her. He kicks open a heavy door, the wood splintering under the force of his blow. He's decided to take a much more aggressive approach to get her attention today. Inside the messy room, Evlask is huddled on the floor under a white sheet, surrounded by cobwebs and trash. Claude knows he has to be firm with her to get the information he needs. Evlask cowers away from him, her face pale with terror as she clutches the sheet to her chest. Claude thinks to himself that if he gives her even an inch, she'll just get carried away. He reaches out and grabs her by the chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. She stammers out a question, reminding him that he promised to find her heart. Claude tells her that's right, but he wants her to see his true skill with her own eyes first. He stands over her, his shadow cast large against the wall of the hideout. A dark, purple energy begins to flow from his hand as he reaches toward her. He tells her that the target of his power is the heart that should rightfully belong to her. The skill Black Hood activates, manifesting as heavy silver chains and ornate padlocks that coil around Evlask. She looks up in shock as the magical restraints bind her very soul. Close-up of Claude's face, his eyes half closed as he focuses on the magic. He realizes that with so many conditions placed on her soul, a direct rescue attempt would be nearly impossible. He leans in close, the magical chains swirling between them in the dark room. He tells Evlask that if she gives him permission to take charge of her heart, he can take it back for her right now. A single tear tracks down Evlask's cheek as she stares up at him with wide, fearful eyes. She's reaching a breaking point, caught between her fear of him and the desperate hope for freedom. She finally cracks, shouting out her permission for him to take her heart. Claude remains perfectly calm, watching her through the swirl of magical chains. His crow perches on his shoulder as he tells her to try and imagine a completely different kind of life. He knows that raw force won't be enough to secure her loyalty. Evlask sits on the floor, looking small and broken as she listens to his proposal. Claude asks her if she isn't already sick and tired of living this life of constant labor. He paints a picture of a lazy future where she can just lounge around and eat whatever she likes. Crude drawings in the background show her eating sweets while zombies do all the work. Then he shows her the alternative, a life of endless labor as a puppet for the imperial family. The drawings change to show her in heavy chains, being forced to work without a single break. Evlask screams out in terror, declaring that she doesn't want to work anymore. Behind her, the silhouettes of monstrous corpses loom in the dark. Claude watches her outburst, thinking about the incredible potential of a necromancer's power. His crow flaps its wings, sensing the shift in the atmosphere between them. Tears stream down Evlask's face as she begs Claude to save her. She stammers that she's already been working for 1,000 years and just can't take it any longer. Claude tells her that she has no choice but to entrust her heart to him if she ever wants to be free. He stands over her, offering a way out of her eternal toil. The messy room is shown again, filled with stacks of dusty books and thick layers of cobwebs. Evlask shouts that she'll give him her heart, but Claude tells her it's not time yet. He tells her to offer up her heart in exchange for the true wish hidden deep within her soul. He's waiting for her to fully admit what she actually wants. Claude places a gentle hand on her head as a bright, white light begins to glow between them. Evlask looks up at him, her voice a mere whisper as she pleads for help one last time. She finally shouts her true wish. She wants a fun life where she can play every single day. She begs him to take her heart as the magical chains around her begin to crack and glow. Chap 20, a satisfied smirk spreads across Claude's face as he tells her she's done well. He informs her that with this contract, she is finally free from her 1,000-year burden. Evlask is a total mess, tears streaming down her face as she begs for mercy. She's completely broken by the glowing soul chains Claude has wrapped around her. She shouts out her true desire. She just wants to live an easy life and play every day. With a final desperate plea, she offers up her own heart to finalize their contract. Claude gives her a faint, satisfied smile. He tells her she did a good job and declares her free from her previous shackles. The deal is sealed, but Evlask is still frantic, telling him to hurry up and get her heart back from his storage. Claude stays calm, reminding her that this is a fair trade and she needs to keep her end of the bargain first. Evlask continues to sob, her face buried in her hands. Claude just tells her to stop crying, promising to return her heart once the job is finished. She mutters about how much she hates having to work. He's clearly losing his patience with the waterworks. A sharp command tells her to just shut up and stop the crying already. Once she's finally quieted down, Claude gets down to business. He demands to know exactly what Princess Sigrun is plotting behind the scenes. He specifically asks about Sira, the fourth princess's top swordswoman. A vision of the red-haired fighter appears, surrounded by a fierce blue battle aura. Evlask reveals the gruesome details of the plan. The order was to turn Sira into a corpse puppet and use her to assassinate Princess Sisley. In a dark premonition of what was supposed to happen, Daemilia impales Sira through the chest. The spearwoman mocks her, saying someone of her rank should have put up a better fight. Daemilia is shown in the vision, her expression cold and merciless. She grips her spear tightly, ready to finish the job Sigrun assigned her. The vision shows the aftermath, with Sira's lifeless body slumped over the spear. Daemilia casually tells the dying woman that her death will serve the Empire well. A final blow shatters Sira's sword into pieces. Blood splatters as the vision of the massacre concludes. Daemilia stands triumphant amidst the blood and debris. She was known as the Mad Sword in the original timeline, and her skill with a spear was legendary. The vision shifts to show a massive zombie standing over Sira's corpse. Evlask explains that this was the direct order from Lord Sigrun himself. The plan was simple but brutal. Use necromancy to manipulate Sira's body and take out Princess Sisley in a way that left no trace of the real killers. The scene shifts to the present as Daemilia stares up at the full moon. It's been exactly 1 year since she regressed back into her younger self. She looks toward the sky as if searching for someone. She whispers a question to the moon, wondering if Lord Arthur is watching her from somewhere. Her heart is still heavy with longing for the man she once followed. She calls out to the empty night, admitting how much she truly misses him. A memory from the original timeline surfaces. It was just 1 day before the great destruction that would end the world they knew. Daemilia remembers a peaceful afternoon with Arthur and the other girls. They were all dressed in simple robes, sharing a quiet moment before the chaos began. Arthur, looking strong and composed, gave them a simple instruction. He told them to meet him in front of the Statue of Peace. After she regressed, Daemilia rushed to that exact spot, her heart racing with the hope of seeing him again. She stood before the massive stone monument, waiting for the promise to be kept. But Arthur never showed up. She stood there in the cold with Abela, staring at the empty stairs as the hours ticked by. Even Abela couldn't find any sign of him. Daemilia's world started to crumble as she realized the timeline had changed more than she expected. She walks through the city streets, a year of fruitless searching weighing her down. She still can't figure out where her lord could have gone. She tries to steady her resolve, deciding to trust in Sigrun's words for now. She tells herself that she just needs to keep waiting and believing in Arthur's return. She grips her spear until her knuckles turn white. She vows to regain her peak strength so she can be Arthur's strongest spear once more. To be worthy of his praise, she knows she has to work harder. She resolves to succeed in her current mission, no matter what it takes. In the present, she stops the large zombie construct in its tracks. She calls out to Evlask, who is hiding nearby. She asks if the boy with the raven from the tournament is Evlask's newest corpse. A phantom image of Claude in his hooded disguise appears behind her. Daemilia actually seems impressed, praising Evlask for having the good taste to use a raven to draw attention to her persona. But her tone shifts back to a cold threat. She reminds the necromancer that she's the one holding her heart, and she won't tolerate any betrayal while Sigrun is away. Evlask is visibly shaking, her face pale with fear as the massive zombie looms over her. She quickly stammers out her obedience. Daemilia turns to leave, her job for the night finished. She casually insults Evlask's usual choice of corpses, saying they normally lack any real style. A sinister smile spreads across Daemilia's face. She admits that hiding a cute boy like Claude was a clever move. Claude stands in the arena, sticking his tongue out in a mocking gesture. D'Amelia's internal monologue laments that such a charming boy had to be turned into a corpse. The final match of the tournament is set. Claude's opponent is Pilly, a 14-year-old commoner who has fought his way to the top. Pilly looks like an ordinary boy with a pure dream of world peace, but Claude isn't fooled by the simple exterior. The boy charges forward with surprising speed and precision. He belongs to the Azure generation, a group of prodigies that Claude remembers well from his past life. The crowd erupts as Claude finally draws his blade. It's the first time in the entire tournament that the mysterious Night Raven has actually used his sword. Pilly stops and looks Claude in the eye. He asks a question that catches him off guard. Does he really want to spend his life as an assassin? Pilly explains that the Lahern Academy is a neutral ground beyond any country's reach. He tells Claude that because they both reached the finals, they've already secured their admission. He pleads with Claude to leave the life of an assassin behind and start over as a student. Claude doesn't answer, his hand steady on the hilt of his jagged blade. Pilly wants him to stop the killings right now. For Claude, this idealistic speech is all too familiar. It's exactly what he remembers from before. He looks at the boy and recognizes a kind-hearted comrade. Even in this new life, Pilly's nature hasn't changed a bit. The referee raises his hand to start the final exchange. Before they clash, Claude decides to give Pilly a piece of advice. He warns the boy that having too much hope is a mistake. When the inevitable despair comes, a person blinded by hope won't be able to handle the weight of it. Pilly looks deeply hurt by the rejection. He was trying to offer a hand, but Claude pushed it away without a second thought. The official stands firm as the last bit of dialogue ends. It's time for the match to reach its conclusion. Pilly launches himself forward, utilizing his signature movement technique, the 10-league step. He blurs into a streak of blue light, confident that his speed will finally overcome Claude's defense. From beneath his hood, Claude watches the attack unfold. He's seen this exact movement 1,000 times before. Claude moves with perfect timing, his sword meeting Pilly's in a shower of sparks. He doesn't just block, he positions himself perfectly to shut down the boy's momentum. Pilly's eyes widen in shock as he realizes his feint was seen through. He's beginning to panic as he realizes he can't get past Claude's guard. No matter how fast he strikes, Claude is already there. It's as if he's reading Pilly's mind and grasping his sword before it even reaches him. The boy stares at him with a look of pure terror, as if he's facing a literal phantom. Claude's internal monologue is cold, agreeing that he is indeed a ghost who has already lived and ended a life. Claude whispers the boy's name, his voice a low murmur that only they can hear. His mind flashes back to the snowy region where Pilly first learned to move like he was sliding on ice. Claude knows every habit, every feint, and even the boy's ultimate move. In the previous timeline, Claude spent years watching Pilly from the shadows. He truly does know the boy's fighting style better than the boy knows it himself. Back in the arena, Pilly is gasping and coughing, his strength failing him. He can't understand why he can't reach his opponent, while a raven flies ominously in the background. Claude explains that it's not just skill, but the experience of knowing exactly what his opponent will do. That combined with a honed sixth sense makes him untouchable. They clash one more time, their blades locking in a struggle for dominance. Even though Claude's movement seems slower, his blade always finds its mark first. The sparks fly as the two swords grind against each other. Claude acknowledges that Pilly's talent has truly bloomed in this fight. Pilly is drenched in sweat, his eyes wide as he realizes the end is near. Claude simply tells him to become strong. Claude delivers a final, heavy strike that sends Pilly flying back. He hopes that even when the boy's world is shattered, he'll be able to leave behind a seed of hope for the future. The announcer's voice booms through the stadium, declaring Claude the winner of the tournament. Claude raises his sword as a raven perches on his outstretched arm. As Pilly lies on the ground, he looks up at Claude and asks if they'll ever meet again. He's defeated, but he's already looking toward the next encounter. A memory of Arthur, Claude's former self, helping a young Pilly flashes by. In that past life, the boy had looked up at him with immense gratitude. That younger Pilly had promised to work even harder to protect the world. He wanted to lighten the burden that he saw Arthur carrying. Present-day Claude looks down at the boy, clearly affected by the memory. It was the first and only time someone had ever truly thanked him. He turns his back on the arena and walks toward the exit. The announcer mentions that the finalists will be heading to the academy next. Pilly lies flat on his back, exhausted but smiling at the ceiling. Claude walks away with a simple, silent acknowledgement. The scene shifts to the massive Imperial Stadium under a bright sky. The promise of the academy hangs in the air as the tournament ends. Up in the royal box, second Prince Siphon Ephania is laughing and cheering. He's thrilled that the Night Raven lived up to the hype and won the whole thing. Siphon is already visualizing his coronation. He thinks that using the Night Raven to manipulate the nobles will make the throne fall right into his lap. He turns to Evlask and tells her to keep her head down. He reminds her that since he holds her heart, she's nothing more than a loyal dog to him. An aide with a mustache looks back in confusion at a sudden disturbance. Behind Siphon, Evlask continues to cower and tremble. The sound of heavy marching boots echoes through the hallway. Siphon's smug celebration is cut short by the approach of armed men. Siphon is outraged, demanding to know who would dare interrupt the second prince. His servants look on in fear as a group of knights enters the room. A knight in imposing dark armor stands directly in front of the prince. Siphon is stunned to see the Black Dragon Knights, the Empire's most feared enforcement unit. The knights fan out, surrounding the prince and his staff. They confirm his identity with a cold, professional tone. Damelia leads the group, her face a mask of cold indifference. She announces that Prince Siphon is under arrest for the murder of Princess Cicely Ephania. Siphon is completely caught off guard, his mouth hanging open. He tries to protest, calling the accusation insane and asking why he'd ever kill his own sister. Damelia doesn't blink at his outburst. She informs him that they found a direct assassination order issued by him at the Night Raven's hideout. Prince Siphon screams in a desperate rage, denying that he ever wrote such an order. He is sweating and frantic, trying anything to talk his way out of the arrest. In a fit of panic, Siphon orders Evlask to kill the knights who are framing him. He expects his servant to solve the problem with violence, but the situation is beyond her control. Evlask can only weep and stammer, her mind completely shattered by the pressure. She is utterly useless as a defender, curled up in terror before the armed men. A sharp, mocking voice cuts through the tension, asking exactly who it was that was supposed to have been murdered. Damelia's eyes widen as she hears a voice that should belong to a ghost. Princess Cicely Ephania and Sira stroll into the room, looking very much alive. Cicely mockingly asks Sira when her supposed murder took place, while Sira calmly notes that she hasn't seen any assassins at all. The shock is absolute for everyone in the room. Seeing Cicely Ephania standing there in the flesh completely invalidates the grounds for Siphon's arrest and leaves the knights speechless. Cicely leans in, her star-patterned pupils fixed on the scene. She remarks that something about the whole situation is extremely fishy, and she seems to be enjoying the panic she's caused. She notes that Damelia, the very knight who came to arrest Siphon for her death, seems particularly shocked to see her. Damelia is frozen to the spot, a cold sweat running down her pale face. Damelia is overwhelmed by an intense physical dread as she stares at the princess. Her body refuses to obey her, and her mind spirals into chaos as she realizes her entire position has been compromised. Cicely Ephania and her knight, Sira, stand tall in the arena. The spy, Mary Diana, stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the woman she supposedly killed is standing right there. Sweat beads on Mary Diana's face as her mind races. Her carefully laid plans have completely imploded, leaving her exposed and cornered. Sira moves with blinding speed, a blur across the arena floor. It seems Lady Cicely's premonitions about the palace were more accurate than anyone realized. Back before the tournament, Sira had questioned Cicely about the loyalty of their imperial spies. The doubt had been planted long ago. The knight looked serious, promising to double-check everything just to be certain. She couldn't afford to let a single traitor slip through the cracks. It turned out her caution was justified. The spies they had planted throughout the imperial palace had all defected, leaving them vulnerable from within. Sira had a sinking feeling that things were going south fast. She knew she had to get back to Lady Cicely before the hidden enemies made their move. Suddenly, a massive black bird erupted from the shadows, its wings wreathed in dark crimson energy. Claude's crow had found her, and it wasn't just a simple bird. The crow spoke directly into her mind, offering a grim bargain. It would grant her the power of immortality in exchange for her vitality, but she would have to play dead first. Sira clutched her head as the voice echoed through her skull, the dark magic swirling around her like a physical weight. She was out of options and had to take the deal. The transformation was agonizing, her eyes burning as the contract took hold. A star-shaped pattern flickered in her pupil as the dark power surged through her veins. She gasped for air once the initial shock passed, leaning against a wall and demanding to know what kind of curse had been placed on her. The crow simply told her to play along and wait for the target to reveal themselves. In the distance, a shadowy figure armed with a spear was already closing in. That figure was Mary Diana, cloaked in golden light and ready to deliver a finishing blow. The question of who was targeting the princess was about to be answered in blood. In a brutal flash, Mary Diana's spear had pierced straight through Sira's chest. It was a wound that should have been fatal, leaving the knight coughing up blood. Looking back, Sira realized that without the crow's timely intervention, neither she nor Lady Cicely would have survived the night. Now, standing before the crowd, Cicely proudly introduces Sira as her loyal knight and the former vice-captain of the Yellow Dragon Knights. Cicely doesn't waste any time, ordering the guards to arrest the vice-captain of the Black Dragon Knights on charges of high-level espionage. Mary Diana grits her teeth, her expression darkening as she realizes she's been played. The shock is turning into a cold, desperate rage. Cicely leans in with a smug grin, taunting the spy for being so arrogant. She knows exactly how Mary Diana planned to use the Black Dragon Knights to cover her tracks. With a simple command from the princess, Sira leaps into action. She swings her massive weapon with terrifying force, the air whistling as she closes the distance. The strike is heavy and direct, aimed at ending the threat once and for all. Fragments of armor and debris fly as the impact rattles the stadium floor. Dust and stones explode into the air where the weapon connected. Mary Diana looks on in horror, realizing that her speed won't be enough to save her this time. Meanwhile, a shadowy mastermind watches from the distance. He had ordered Evlask to use Sira's corpse as a tool to assassinate the princess, but everything is falling apart. He watches the two women walking calmly under the sun, a sight that should have been impossible. His network of spies is being dismantled piece by piece. Cicely is shown in a new light, clever and far more observant than her enemies gave her credit for. She has completely ruined their long-term strategy. Back in the arena, a hand reaches into a pouch, clutching a small, pulsating object. It's a last-ditch effort to salvage the mission and eliminate the princess. Mary Diana squeezes a magical heart artifact, its surface crawling with glowing red runes. She's desperate enough to trigger a catastrophe right here. Her eyes glow with a sinister light as the command is sent out. She wants Evlask to kill the fourth princess immediately, regardless of the consequences. She looks completely unhinged. Her face inches away from a total mental break as she waits for the results of her command. Evlask stands frozen, her mind racing. She knows Claude hasn't actually managed to steal her heart yet, leaving her at the mercy of the magical bond. Red energy swirls around the girl as the command takes hold. She screams in pain, unable to fight against the runes engraved deep into her heart. Suddenly, the dark energy around Mary Diana flickers and dies. She looks down at her hand, a look of pure confusion washing over her face. She clutches at her side, searching frantically for the artifact, but her fingers find nothing but empty air. The connection has been severed. The spy lets out a strangled cry as she realizes the heart is gone. Her ultimate weapon has been neutralized before she could even fire it. Cicely watches the display with a calm, analytical gaze. She knew the assassination attempt was coming, but the failure of the secret weapon is a welcome surprise. In the stands, the second Prince of Ephania is sweating bullets. He can't believe the plan failed, and he's terrified that his involvement is about to be exposed. Down below, Evlask is equally confused. The dark transformation has stopped, leaving her standing alone in the middle of the arena as the surrounding chaos settles. Mary Diana stares into the distance, the weight of her failure finally sinking in. Her mind is a mess of static as she realizes everything she worked for is gone. Her eyes glaze over with a dark, murderous intent. If her traps and puppets failed, she'll just have to kill the princess with her own two hands. She shifts into a shadowy form, hopping to use the attention on Evlask as a distraction. It's her one and only chance to finish the job before she's captured. A heavy boot slams into the cracked ground as someone moves to intercept her. The hunt isn't over yet, and the real power is finally stepping out of the shadows. Mary Diana snaps, activating her skill Excel to launch a high-speed assassination attempt. She charges straight for Princess Cicely, her eyes glowing with murderous intent as she screams for the girl to die. The strike is a blur of golden light, aimed directly at the princess's head. Cicely doesn't even have time to blink before the spearhead is inches away from her face. Mary Diana puts everything into the strike, her body a streak of motion as she executes the divine spear technique. She's convinced that nothing can stop this level of speed. A dark, jagged blade suddenly intercepts the spear, grinding against the metal with a shower of purple sparks. The force of the block creates a massive shockwave that cracks the stone tiles. Mary Diana's jaw drops as Claude emerges from the shadows to block her path. She can't believe a mere corpse from the tournament could stop her world-class acceleration. Claude looks her in the eye with a cold, mocking gaze, letting her know he's been onto her from the start. He's completely unimpressed by her predictable thought process. He leans in close, his blade still locked with her spear. The dark energy swirling around him is suffocating, and he lets her know that her simple tricks won't work on him anymore. Terror washes over Mary Diana's face as she realizes this boy knows exactly who she is. The realization that her identity as a spy is blown is more terrifying than the blade at her throat. In the stands, the second Prince of Ephania panics, screaming for the guards to arrest the intruder. He's desperately trying to regain control of the situation before his own schemes are exposed. With a swift movement, Claude disarms the spy, knocking her spear aside. Mary Diana reaches out a desperate hand, but it's far too late to salvage her mission. Imperial guards swarm the arena floor, pinning Mary Diana to the ground. She's officially being charged with the attempted assassination of royalty, much to the crowd's shock. Mary Diana snarls in frustration, struggling against the guards as they haul her up. She knows she's messed up big time and the consequences will be fatal. Claude, Cicely, and Sira watch as the traitor is dragged away. Even as she's led to the dungeons, Mary Diana's mind is racing, silently pleading for help from her masters, Sigrun and Arthur. As the guards finish their business, the arena settles into a tense silence. The threat has been neutralized, but the political fallout is only just beginning. Cicely rushes over to Claude, her eyes wide with worry as she checks for injuries. Behind her, Evlask looks on with a mixture of shock and confusion at Claude's sudden heroics. Claude hides his hands beneath his cloak, which are shaking violently from the strain. Defending against that spear using only the black flame has left him completely drained. He forces a calm tone, telling the princess that everything is fine since she had the Imperial Protection necklace anyway. He's always one step ahead, even when he's exhausted. Cicely gazes at him, her cheeks flushing slightly as she realizes how thorough he's been. She's genuinely touched that he went to such lengths just to ensure her safety. Claude turns his attention to Evlask, telling her to get ready to leave. He wants to disappear into the crowd before the high-ranking nobles start asking too many questions. Before he goes, Claude leaves Cicely with a chilling warning to watch her back. He tells her she needs to protect herself, especially from her own siblings who are thirsting for the throne. A pool of dark, liquid shadow spreads at Claude and Evlask's feet. Evlask looks down in terror as she begins to sink into the ground, a power she's never seen before. Cicely and Sira can only watch as the two are swallowed by the darkness. Claude's final words leave the princess stunned, forcing her to reconsider everyone she once trusted. Cicely looks down at the spot where they vanished, her expression filled with regret. She wishes she could have thanked him properly before he left for the academy. Miles away, a white carriage thunders down a forest road, kicking up dust as it travels at full speed. It's a peaceful scene that contrasts sharply with the chaos they just left behind. Inside the carriage, Claude emerges from the floor, reflecting on the sheer convenience of shadow movement. It's incredibly handy, but the restrictions on transporting living beings cause his mana to drain at an alarming rate. He and Evlask fully materialize in the plush interior. Evlask is still catching her breath, clearly rattled by their sudden magical transportation. Claude reaches into his cloak and pulls out a sprig of golden dragon grass, handing it over to Evlask. He's holding up his end of the bargain they made earlier. Next, he pulls out the actual prize, Evlask's magical heart. He tosses it to her carelessly, making the girl scramble to catch the pulsating organ with a look of pure shock. Evlask stares at the heart in her hands, unable to believe he's actually giving it back. She expected him to use it to exploit her, just like every other world invader she's encountered. Claude thinks back to the fight with Mary Diana, recalling how he used his black flames to absorb the power of her attack. He knows how suspicious his abilities must look to others. He realizes that to anyone watching, his extreme blood poison black flame probably looked exactly like the dark magic used by the invaders. It's a misunderstanding he might have to live with. Evlask looks up from her heart, her gaze softening as she realizes this boy might be different from the monsters she's used to. She's starting to see a side of him that isn't just cold calculation. Claude sighs, realizing that his reputation as a monster will likely follow him wherever he goes. He's already preparing for the next time someone tries to hunt him down as an invader. Suddenly, Claude's crow ruffles its feathers and speaks with an urgent tone. It's received a message from his subordinates, and the news isn't good. Claude's face goes pale as the crow reports a major problem concerning his fiancée, Bianca. The vision of her lying in the snow flashes through his mind. The crow explains that a dangerous man known as Butcher Dog has invaded the Hardenheart Mountains. Even worse, Bianca has gone missing in the middle of the blizzard. A terrifying vision of Bianca facing off against a masked monster fills Claude's head. He can practically feel the danger she's in, and the guilt of not being there starts to gnaw at him. Claude recalls meeting Butcher Dog's disciple recently and having a bad feeling about it. He realizes now that the attack on Bianca was planned while he was busy in the capital. Claude doesn't hesitate for a second, shouting for the driver to turn the carriage around. He orders them to head to the Hardenheart territory immediately, abandoned his academy plans. Evlask is completely blindsided, asking how an eroder like him could possibly have a fiancé. The idea of him having a normal life seems impossible to her. She continues to mutter in disbelief, utterly shocked that any family would marry off their daughter to someone like him. She thinks the girl must have completely lost her mind. Claude looks out the window, his expression cold and determined. He finally drops the act and tells her the truth. He's not an eroder at all. Crash drops the final bombshell, revealing that even the name he's been using is a complete fabrication. He stares out the carriage window, his eyes cold and distant. A massive magical seal glows behind him as he finally speaks his true name. He is Crash Valheim, the name that carries a weight of terror across the land. He looks directly at Evlask, confirming his identity as the youngest son of the notorious Valheim house. Purple energy swirls around his head, emphasizing the gravity of his confession. The shock is too much for Evlask to handle, and her hands go limp. She stares at him with wide, trembling eyes as her breath hitches in her throat. The pulsating heart she was holding drops onto the carriage seat, forgotten in the wake of his revelation. She can only mutter his name in a daze of disbelief. The carriage continues its frantic pace through the woods, but the silence inside is shattered by Evlask's scream. She can't wrap her head around the fact that her traveling companion is a Valheim. In the mountains of the Hardenheart territory, the scene is far more dire. A temporary base camp is set up amidst the snow, but the atmosphere is heavy with dread. High up in the local mountain range, green tents stand against the backdrop of massive, snow-capped peaks. The wind howls through the valley, carrying the sound of desperation. Inside one of the tents, Jenica Hardenheart is in tears, her face buried in her hands. She wails that everything is her fault, blaming herself for a choice that led to disaster. A subordinate stands by, listening to her guilt-ridden outburst. Jenica laments that if she had just been honest about the fungus earlier, none of this would have happened. She explains through her sobs that Bianca went off into the frozen wastes alone to gather the white snow sun fungus. It's a rare item that can't be found anywhere else, and the younger girl was desperate. Jenica never imagined Bianca would take such a risk with nothing but a book for guidance. As soon as she realized what happened, she organized a search party to go after her sister. The narrative shifts back to a few days prior, showing the search party trudging through a blizzard. Jenica is at the front, shouting orders and desperately trying to find any sign of her sister. They finally catch up to Bianca, who is shivering in the cold but remains defiant. She's determined to finish what she started, regardless of the danger. Bianca looks her sister in the eye and defends the man she's doing this for. She refuses to listen to anyone who calls Crash Valheim a failure, her voice steady despite the cold. Jenica is furious, demanding to know why Bianca had to involve herself in this. She tells her sister that she could have stayed back and let the professionals handle it. She tells Bianca that she'll give her the fungus if she just agrees to go back home. Jenica doesn't even want to look at her sister's face, her resentment bubbling to the surface. Jenica's thoughts turn dark as she recalls the tragedy of their mother's death. She's harbored a deep hatred for Bianca since that day, blaming her for everything that went wrong. Bianca looks down, her voice small as she offers a quiet apology. She promises to return as soon as she successfully finds the fungus, hopping to mend the rift between them. Jenica watches her sister walk away into the snow, her expression unreadable. She doesn't say another word, letting the silence of the mountains fill the gap between them. Back in the present, Jenica's hand trembles as she clenches it into a fist. She knows that their current situation is a nightmare she never could have predicted. The peace is shattered as a monstrous figure bursts through the snow behind them. Butcher Dog arrives in a swirl of violent red energy, his presence alone enough to freeze their blood. Bianca spins around, her face pale with terror as she sees the masked killer. The sheer malice radiating from him is unlike anything she's ever felt. Butcher Dog lets out a dark, raspy greeting, his eyes glowing through his wolf mask. He moves with a predatory grace that suggests he's done this many times before. Bianca's breath hitches as she realizes what happened to the search party. The sight of the blood on the snow tells her everything she needs to know about their fate. One of the remaining guards is grabbed by the throat, Butcher Dog's massive hand easily hoisting him up. The guard screams for the girls to run while they still can. Butcher Dog's eyes flare with excitement as he watches his prey scramble. To him, this isn't just a mission, it's a game, and he's thoroughly enjoying his lucky day. Jenica grabs her sister's hand and pulls her along, her only thought being to escape the monster behind them. She screams for Bianca to hurry, her voice echoing off the ice. Butcher Dog laughs as he watches them flee, realizing he's found the perfect leverage. Having the Hardenheart daughters as hostages is better than anything he could have hoped for. He stalks after them through the narrow ice paths, taunting them with every step. He's making a sport out of their fear, relishing the way they struggle to hide. Bianca's eyes are filled with tears as she clings to Jenica, but her resolve hasn't broken. She tells her sister that she has a promise to keep, no matter how much her body shakes. Jenica snaps at her, telling her to stop worrying about her fiancé when their lives are on the line. She's terrified and doesn't want their story to end in this frozen wasteland. A desperate plan forms in Jenica's mind as she looks at the treacherous terrain ahead. She hopes that the crevasse area will provide them with a way to slow their pursuer down. They reach the edge of a massive glacier cliff, the ice cracking under their weight. They have artifacts that allow them to walk safely on the snow, something they hope the murderer lacks. Butcher Dog appears on a nearby ledge, leaning against the ice with a mocking smirk. He laughs at their attempt to outsmart him, clearly unimpressed by their good idea. Jenica looks down into the abyss, her breath hitching as she realizes they've run out of path. She whispers another apology to Bianca, feeling like she's led them both to their deaths. Bianca points across the massive gap, her eyes filled with a sudden, desperate light. She proposes the unthinkable, jumping over the crevasse to the other side. Jenica stares at her in shock, but Bianca remains firm. She knows that staying where they are means certain death, so a leap of faith is their only remaining option. Butcher Dog steps forward, his voice dripping with false concern as he tells them it's too dangerous to stay on the edge. He beckons them to come back to him, his hand reaching out like a claw. With a final look at each other, the two sisters leap into the air together. They hurtle over the bottomless pit, leaving the terrified Butcher Dog behind on the cliff. Butcher Dog lunges forward, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes they've actually done it. He reaches out a hand as if he could still grab them from the air, but they're already gone. He screams into the blizzard, his voice filled with a mixture of rage and disbelief. He can't believe they'd choose a potential fall to their deaths over being captured by him. Butcher Dog stares down from the cliff edge, his eyes glowing with predatory focus. He's surprised to see that the girls found a precarious footing on a ledge below, but his hunt is far from over. The masked killer leaps from the cliff with a manic grin, his dark aura trailing behind him like a physical weight. He's determined to join them on the ledge, relishing the terror he sees in their eyes. Bianca looks at her older sister with a calm that belies the danger they're in. She tells Jenica to trust her blue eyes reflecting a resolve that Jenica has never seen before. Before Jenica can even react, the air around them shifts abruptly. She lets out a startled gasp as she realizes her younger sister is about to do something completely reckless. Butcher Dog lunges through the air, but before he can even land, Bianca hurls herself at him, tackling the monster into the bottomless abyss as they both plummet together. Jenica screams her sister's name as she's left alone on the cliffside, the wind whipping her silver hair around her face. Below her, there is only a bottomless darkness where Bianca and the murderer disappeared. Back in the present, Jenica sits in the tent with tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. She repeats Bianca's name over and over, the memory of that moment playing on a loop in her mind. She buries her face in her gloved hands, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. She laments that the sight of Bianca falling into the abyss was the last thing she ever saw of her sister. The scene shifts to the snowy forest floor far below the cliffs, where the wind whistles through skeletal branches. According to the search party, the deep snow in that area gives them a sliver of hope that Bianca might have survived the fall. Jenica is inconsolable, her guilt consuming her as she speaks to the subordinate. She believes that if she hadn't been the one to suggest going to the crevasse area, Bianca never would have had to jump. She stares at a pile of rare sun fungi on the table, a bitter reminder of why they were there in the first place. She regrets her stubbornness, wishing she had just given Bianca what was at the mansion from the very beginning. The guard tries to offer some small comfort, suggesting that Lady Bianca must be safe somewhere out in the mountains. He looks at Jenica with pity, knowing that his words carry little weight. Crash Valheim listens to this tragic tale, his expression hardening as he hears about the sister's ordeal. His crow sits on his shoulder, its red eye fixed on the horizon as the carriage continues its journey. In the tent, Jenica slams her hands down on the table, screaming at the guard to stop being so irresponsible. She's terrified by the fact that a whole week has passed without any sign of her sister. She cries out that Bianca is just a girl who spends all her time reading books, someone who has no chance of surviving in such a brutal, remote mountain range. Her hope is rapidly being replaced by a cold, crushing certainty. Somewhere deep in the frozen woods, Bianca lies unconscious in the snow, her body curled against the base of a tree. She shivers uncontrollably, her pale lips moving as she whispers Crash's name into the freezing wind. Bianca's eyes remain closed as she drifts in and out of consciousness, her breath hitching in her throat. Her final thought before fading back into the dark is a desperate wish to see Crash one last time. Bianca Hardenheart is barely holding on, curled up in the freezing snow and shivering. Her mind is drifting back to the people she misses, desperately calling out for Crash in her head. Her eyes are glazed over as she fights to stay conscious. All she wants is to see him one last time before the lethal cold takes her. A sudden noise makes her eyes snap open. She's disoriented, the harsh reality of the snowy mountains setting back in. Bianca forces herself to sit up, her breath heavy and shallow in the thin air. She realizes she must have drifted off again, a dangerous mistake in this weather. She checks her leg, which is wrapped in makeshift bandages. It's been days since she fell into this crevasse, and her body is reaching its absolute limit. After the fall, she had no choice but to keep moving toward higher ground. She's been wandering aimlessly through the blue-lit ice, hopping to find a way to signal for help. Luckily, she stumbled upon a rare sight, a massive tree surrounded by patches of heat-giving flora. It's like a small oasis in the middle of a frozen wasteland. She gathered a handful of white snow heat mushrooms, which naturally radiate a gentle warmth. These are the only things keeping her from freezing to death out here. Using a survival book as her guide, she managed to set up a small camp inside a cave. She's been cooking what little food she can find and tending to her wounds as best as she can. But the combination of the biting cold, her lingering injuries, and a lack of real nutrition is finally catching up. Her strength is almost completely spent. As she looks out into the blizzard, the hopelessness starts to set in. She wonders if she can really hold on much longer with the rescue team likely delayed by the recent avalanche. Just as her guard drops, a predatory shadow looms nearby. A massive wolf-like snout sniffs the air, catching her scent in the wind. Butcher Hound has finally tracked her down. His red eyes glow with a sadistic hunger through that menacing wolf mask. He mocks her, declaring that their little game of tag is over. Bianca is cornered against the rocks, her stomach growling from hunger at the worst possible moment. She was just trying to find something to eat, completely unaware that her pursuer was right on top of her. She spotted some acorns hidden by a squirrel and reached out for them, apologizing to the animal in her head. Suddenly, a massive battle axe comes flying through the air with terrifying speed. The weapon slams into the ground right next to her, kicking up a spray of snow and rock. Bianca can only stare in shock as the impact rattles her bones. Struggling to look up, she focuses on the battle axe that had just slammed into the tree trunk right above her head. Another strike hits with explosive force, shattering the terrain and sending a flock of birds scattering into the sky. The shockwave sends Bianca tumbling through the snow, her body light as a feather against the brute force. She gasps for air as she faceplants into the drift. She's completely defenseless against someone this powerful. Bergman looms over her, his dark aura flaring out like shadows. He's annoyed that she hasn't shown any fear or changed her expression even once. He leans in close, his voice dripping with malice. He expected more of a struggle from someone like Krosh Walheim's fiancée. He reaches down and hoists her up by the throat with a single hand, lifting her off her feet as if she weighs nothing. His eyes lock onto the snowflake ornament in her hair. He figures he might as well take it as a trophy since it looks like it's worth a decent amount of gold. In her final moments, Bianca's mind escapes to a sunnier time. She remembers watching Krosh train in the garden while she read her books in peace. She remembers his bright smile and the way those fun days felt, even though she usually claimed to have no emotions. A single tear tracks down her cheek. If she really had feelings, she thinks she would have cherished those moments even more. As the mercenary tightens his grip, she looks up one last time, her heart calling out for the man she loves. A figure suddenly appears from the shadows, eyes glowing with a sharp electric blue light. Krosh connects with a short-range strike, a powerful blow that sends a shockwave rippling through the air. Butcher Hound is sent skidding back across the snow, completely caught off guard by the sudden interference. Krosh catches Bianca before she can hit the ground, holding her securely in his arms. He looks down at her and tells her she did a great job holding out this long. He gives her a reassuring look, promising to take care of everything from here. Bianca looks up at him, her voice barely a whisper as she realizes her savior has finally arrived. Krosh sets her down and calls out to Krim, telling her he's counting on her to look after Bianca while he fights. Nearby, a girl wrapped in a heavy blanket, Evlask, has transformed into a small bird to follow Krim. Krim's voice echoes through the area, reminding Evlask that they are strictly forbidden from getting directly involved in the fight. Krosh doesn't care about their infiltrator's code right now. He knows his servants wouldn't be much help in a direct brawl anyway. A hooded figure, Krim, emerges from a dark portal on the ground. She decides that warping away with Bianca technically won't break any rules. The crow watches them leave, its red eye fixed on the looming threat. It warns Krosh that the Butcher Hound is far stronger than he is. Krosh stands his ground, staring down the massive mercenary. Even with the odds against him, there's no way he's backing down now. Krosh Walheim stands his ground, staring down the massive mercenary. No matter how strong the Butcher Hound is, he's not planning on losing this fight. A dark purple aura flares around Krosh as he prepares to engage. Bergman, partially hidden in the shadows, demands to know who is interfering with his hunt. Krosh holds up the stolen snowflake ornament with a cold, unwavering gaze. He doesn't waste any words, simply ordering the killer to give back what belongs to Bianca. Bergman's eyes widen behind his wolf mask, confused and insulted by the demand. He hasn't realized yet that he's facing someone who actually knows his identity. Krosh identifies him by name, Butcher Hound Bergman. He makes it clear that the hair ornament belongs to his fiancée and he's here to take it back. Bergman recognizes the Walheim name and immediately launches a heavy strike with his axe. Krosh blocks the blow, the impact sending sparks flying as their weapons clash. Activating his sixth sense, Krosh's eyes glow a brilliant blue as he tracks the mercenary's movements. He realizes with a start that Bergman is a top-tier expert, far above his own current level. Bergman looms like a dark shadow, his thoughts turning toward profit. He figures that if he takes both Krosh and Bianca hostage, the ransom will be 10 times higher than he originally planned. Krosh readies his blade, fully aware of the massive power gap. He only just reached the mid-expert level, making this an uphill battle from the start. The two trade a flurry of high-speed blows, their blades becoming nothing but blurs in the snow. Bergman is surprised that someone so much smaller than him can block his strikes so effectively. Krosh spins away from a heavy swing, his body trailing wisps of blue energy. He needs to find a way to bridge the gap in raw strength. Bergman laughs maniacally as they continue to clash, his axe raining down blows with relentless force. He taunts the boy, wondering how long he can keep up this desperate defense. The mercenary sees what he thinks is a perfect opening and puts everything into a massive overhead strike. Red and black energy ripples off his axe as it descends. The impact is catastrophic, blasting a massive crater into the snowy ground and sending a mountain of ice into the air. Bergman stands tall amidst the wreckage, convinced that he's finished the job. He mocks his opponent, calling the brief fight fun while he prepares to end it. Up on a nearby ridge, the crow watches the destruction with wide eyes. It's stunned to see that Krosh has completely vanished from the spot where the axe hit. Bergman sniffs the air, his beastly senses on high alert. He can still smell his prey nearby, but he can't pinpoint exactly where the boy went. Suddenly, Krosh reappears right beside him, his body wreathed in blue energy. He moved so fast that even a top-tier expert couldn't track him. Before the mercenary can react, Krosh drives his fist into Bergman's gut with a short-range strike. The blow connects with a sickening thud, the force behind it so great that Bergman's heavy armor begins to crack. The giant man lets out a pained cry as he's rattled to his core. They separate, both catching their breath as they face each other again. Krosh looks at his blunt sword and realizes that brute strength won't be enough to win this duel. He decides to escalate, calling out the word Ignis, as his hair and blade erupt into intense flames. Bergman stares at him, finally realizing that this isn't just some arrogant noble. This kid is genuinely determined to take him down by any means necessary. His eye twitches with a mix of shock and rage. He can't believe a mere mid-expert is giving him this much trouble. To end this quickly, Bergman activates his secret technique, Phantom Bind. The world around them warps into a nightmarish, red-tinted forest under a blood-yellow moon. Krosh's vision begins to fail as his face turns into a dark silhouette with glowing red eyes. He realizes too late that his senses are being systematically distorted by the mercenary's aura. Bergman stalks through the nightmare landscape, his axe dragging through the snow. He asks Krosh if he can actually endure the mental strain of this technique. Krosh's hair continues to burn with a flickering flame as he struggles to maintain his composure. He tries to rattle the killer by claiming a search party is just minutes away. Bergman isn't falling for the bluff. He declares that he'll send Krosh to the afterlife long before any help can arrive. The Phantom Bind, environment pulses with a dark, suffocating energy, making the forest look like a bleeding wound. Krosh feels his mind spinning, his perception of distance and time completely out of sync. He knows he's being affected by a sound-based secret technique meant to paralyze his nerves. He focuses on the ringing in his ears, identifying the exact mechanism Bergman is using to scatter his aura. Images of his past failures and blood-stained hands flash through his mind. The old Krosh would have been dead already, unable to handle even a second of this sensory overload. He pushes his aura to its absolute breaking point, forcing his body into a state of hyperperception. He relies entirely on his sixth sense to navigate the chaos. Bergman continues his taunts, his voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere at once. He's confident that the boy is just seconds away from a total mental collapse. Krosh knows he can't afford a single mistake. Bergman is on an entirely different level, and the gap in experience is becoming painfully obvious. Internally, he tells himself to keep his true trump cards hidden. He needs Bergman to stay cocky and believe he's already won until the very last second. He keeps up the act, shouting again about the search party as if he's desperately clinging to a dying hope. The butcher hound laughs, his bloodlust reaching a peak. He decides to send him to hell immediately before anyone else can interfere with his prize. As Bergman lunges, Krosh's eyes narrow in focus. He knows his bluff worked. He just needs to survive the next strike. A massive axe swing comes out of the red haze, forcing Krosh to move with everything he's got. The wind from the strike alone is enough to knock him off balance. Bergman pauses for a fraction of a second, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. He remembers how unnatural Krosh's movement was earlier and starts to wonder if he's being played. Krosh Walheim grit his teeth, the intense heat from his flaming hair flickering as he realized the phantom bind technique wouldn't hold Bergman for much longer. He knew he was running out of time. The impact of Bergman's massive axe sent a shockwave through the air, forcing Krosh to pivot away. He kept his distance, fully aware that getting too close to a monster like the butcher hound would be a fatal mistake. Bergman let out a guttural laugh as his eyes gleamed behind his wolf mask. He mocked Krosh, calling him more than just a common stray and taunting him about his unexpected resistance. The mercenary's face contorted into a snarl as he threatened to tear Bianca Hardenheart limb from limb. His words were calculated to shatter Krosh's focus and lure him into a desperate, reckless attack. Krosh remained silent, his gaze fixed on his opponent as he processed the vile threats. He realized that the butcher hound wasn't biting his own provocations, maintaining a stone-faced and deadly composure. Bergman loomed over the snowy battlefield, his axe resting on his shoulder as he watched Krosh intently. He wondered aloud if the mental toll of the phantom bind was finally starting to weaken the young man's resolve. Suddenly, Bergman lunged forward, his movements blurring as he activated his phantom battle axe technique. Multiple afterimages of the massive weapon filled the air, each one radiating a malevolent red energy. Krosh braced himself as the storm of illusions descended upon him. He struggled to breathe, his hair still ablaze as he prepared to face the endless onslaught of strikes. The air screamed with the sound of clashing metal as Krosh desperately parried the phantom blades. Each strike felt like a physical blow against his very soul, pushing his defensive capabilities to their absolute limit. Watching from safety, the small bird and Claude's crow trembled at the sight of the brutal exchange. They watched in horror as Krosh was slowly overwhelmed, fearing that his death was now inevitable. Krim watched the scene with wide, uncertain eyes, her hands clenched at her sides. She debated whether to intervene, but the fear of Bergman's master, a monster who would hunt her to the ends of the earth, kept her frozen. The memory of the mad dog, Bergman's master, flashed through Krim's mind as a blood-red nightmare. The mere thought of that monster's wrath was enough to make even a seasoned survivor hesitate. Behind her, Bianca Hardenheart remained unconscious in the snow, a few loose flakes landing on her silver hair. The two birds perched on her head, their small bodies shivering as the battle raged nearby. The small bird let out a desperate chirp, its eyes wide with fear for Krosh. It seemed to be calling out to Krim, urging her to overcome her terror and help the person who had saved them. Krim suddenly clenched her fists, her expression hardening with resolve. She declared that she wasn't a coward who would forget a debt, refusing to just stand there and watch her savior die. As Krim moved to jump into the fray, Claude's crow flared its wings, its large black shadow looming over her. The bird's red eye gleamed with a stern warning, its voice commanding her to stay out of the fight. The crow insisted that Krosh had chosen to fight this battle on his own. It watched as Krosh was struck again, blood spraying into the air as the young man struggled to keep his footing. The crow told Krim to have faith in the man who had regained his heart. It spoke of Krosh's mental strength, even as the boy's form became a blur of blue and orange energy under the relentless pressure. The small bird watched with tears in its eyes, its tiny wings trembling. The crow's words were grim. It claimed that if Krosh actually died, it would simply find a way to bring his corpse back to life. Krosh collapsed to one knee, using his blunt sword as a crutch to keep himself from falling completely. Steam rose from his body as he panted heavily, his vision beginning to blur as he reached his absolute limit. He had been relying on his sixth sense to track Bergman's lightning-fast movements, but the mental strain was immense. He had burned through so much aura that he could barely keep his eyes open as the mercenary loomed closer. A massive strike from Bergman's axe sent a trail of fire across the ground, nearly catching Krosh in its path. He realized that from here on out, He could no longer rely on his eyes alone. He had to trust his gut. Bergman's axe descended in a powerful arc, but Krosh noticed something off about the movement. It was a faint, red-glowing illusion designed to draw him out into a fatal opening. Krosh's eyes widened in realization as he saw through the deception at the very last second. He lunged to the side, the air rushing past him as he narrowly avoided the real blow that followed. Bergman snarled as he prepared his final strike, declaring that this was the end. His axe glowed with a terrifying intensity as he moved in for the kill, confident that Krosh had no more tricks left. Images of chains and a dark, talentless past flashed through Krosh's mind as he faced the descending blade. He remembered the long years spent in weakness, realizing that he had never been a natural-born genius. He saw the faces of those who could overpower enemies with a single, honorable strike, the true geniuses of the world. He knew he wasn't like them. He was someone who had always been weak and forced to survive by any means. That was why he had learned to fight dirty and hide his true power until the perfect moment. His body erupted in a massive column of orange fire as he shattered the mental chains holding him back. The mental barrier Bergman had placed on him shattered into 1,000 pieces of light. Krosh had kept his fangs hidden until this very moment, waiting for the butcher hound to become overconfident. Krosh's eye glowed with an intense, crimson light as he focused his remaining strength. The flames around him intensified, reflecting the absolute focus in his gaze as he prepared his counterattack. Activating his overdrive, flame-eating erosion, Krosh's entire form was engulfed in a swirling vortex of orange and yellow fire. He pushed his body far beyond its natural limits, the sheer heat of his aura melting the snow around him. By using the Igni's flame, he converted the world erosion, energy stored in his body, into raw physical power. It was a dangerous, forbidden technique that forcibly broke past his physical limitations at a heavy cost. Krosh grit his teeth, blood trickling from his mouth as he felt his body screaming from the strain. He knew he could only maintain this state for exactly 3 seconds before his body gave out completely. With a roar of defiance, Krosh lunged forward, his blade becoming a blur of orange light. He declared that he was ending the fight right now, his movements so fast that they left trails of fire in the air. Bergman's eyes widened in sheer shock as Krosh disappeared from his sight. He let out a confused cry, unable to comprehend how the boy had suddenly achieved such incredible speed. The mercenary's wolf mask gleamed as he desperately tried to track his opponent. He realized with horror that he couldn't even see Krosh's movements with his own eyes anymore. Bergman barely had time to register the danger before Krosh was upon him. He activated his Phantom Echo technique in a last-ditch effort to dodge the incoming strike. Krosh's blade sliced through the air, his eyes glowing white as he moved with superhuman speed. He clicked his tongue in frustration as he realized he had missed Bergman's vitals by a mere hair's breadth. The butcher hound let out a pained scream as Krosh's flaming blade tore through his armor. He realized that the high-pitched sound of his own technique had distorted his vision at the last second, leading to the hit. Krosh landed a heavy blow against Bergman's side, his hand glowing with a malevolent red energy. The mercenary's body buckled under the force of the strike, the armor shattering upon impact. Bergman roared in fury, his eyes glowing red as he lashed out with a clawed hand. He screamed at Krosh to just die already, his movements becoming erratic and desperate. Krosh's sixth sense screamed a warning as the red-glowing claws closed in on his head. He realized with a sinking heart that the erosion power was wearing off, leaving him vulnerable for a fraction of a second. Krosh Walheim faced a terrifying vision of fangs as Bergman's phantom pressure nearly crushed his spirit. Blood ran down his face, yet his eyes remained fixed on the monstrosity before him, refusing to yield. "Like hell I'm dying here?" Krosh roared, a massive explosion of purple and black energy erupting from the center of the battlefield. The impact sent a shockwave through the snowy forest, shattering the ground beneath them as he pushed past his limits. In the middle of the chaos, Krosh's vision narrowed until everything else faded away. His right eye sparked with a cold, blue flame as he entered a state of focus beyond any he had ever achieved. Claude's crow and the small sparrow watched with wide eyes, their beaks agape in disbelief. They could feel the shift in the air as a new, overwhelming power began to radiate from the young man. In this moment of life or death, Krosh's focus reached the state of absolute oneness. His physical form began to glow with a brilliant blue aura, shedding the fiery overdrive for something far more precise and deadly. He moved not as a man, but as a streak of lightning. His path zigzagged through the air, his speed leaving behind only glowing blue spheres of energy where he had once stood. A single droplet of water fell near Krosh's shoulder, appearing suspended in time as he moved between seconds. His blue, ethereal form remained calm and resolute amidst the frozen storm. With a surge of electrical energy, Krosh's arm reached out, cloaked in a blinding blue light. The air crackled with the sheer density of his aura as he prepared his final, desperate gambit. His eyes were no longer those of a struggling boy, but of a predator who had found its opening. The glowing blue irises burned with a cold, unwavering intensity that signaled the end of the duel. Krosh let out a soft breath as the world returned to its normal speed. The blue glow faded from his eyes, replaced by a look of grim realization as the debris of the battle settled around him. One strike, a towering pillar of blue energy erupted from the ground, consuming everything in its path. Bergman was thrown backward, his massive body broken and defeated by the singular, devastating blow. "Kurash?" a voice called out as the snow began to settle. Bianca Hardenheart remained safe within her protective bubble, while the battlefield lay silent, scarred by the sheer power of the confrontation. A vision of August Krim appeared in the haze, her red hair and draconic horns a sharp contrast to the cold blue sky. Beside her, Claude's Crow watched the aftermath with a solemn, knowing gaze. "The strong defeat their enemies without breaking a sweat," the narration echoed as Bergman lay coughing up blood. The giant mercenary was a ruin of his former self, his pride shattered along with his armor. But for the weak to claim victory, it requires a sacrifice. Krosh knelt in the snow, his breath coming in ragged gasps as blood dripped from his head. His right arm was gone, mangled and severed at the shoulder as the price for his impossible win. The cold wind blew across the mountain as Krosh stared at his missing limb, the purple aura of the phantom bind finally dissipating. The crow stood nearby, a silent witness to the brutal cost of the young man's determination. Claude's Crow looked at the broken boy and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" The bird's red eyes held no judgment, only a deep curiosity about the human's resolve. Krosh could only bow his head, his hair falling over his face as he struggled to stay conscious. The adrenaline was fatting, replaced by the crushing weight of his injuries. "Satisfied? Hardly." Krosh collapsed face down into the cold snow, his broken sword lying uselessly by his side. He had won, but he had given everything he had to do so. Claude's Crow turned its head toward the horizon and spoke quietly. "Let's go." The battle was over, and it was time to move on before any other hunters found them. The scene shifts back to Green Pine Manor, where the group utilizes a mass teleportation gate to make their final escape. One of Evlask's summoned creatures carefully carries the battered bodies of Krosh and Bianca in its massive arms, as they finally vanish from the frozen battlefield. Bianca sits across from him, wondering aloud what it would be like if she could actually express her emotions. To her, the world has always just looked like a dull shade of gray. Krosh stays silent, his gaze fixed on her as she speaks. He knows the weight of the words she's struggling to find. She looks down at the floor, questioning which is truly worse, feeling everything or feeling nothing at all. She wonders if the sudden shock of regaining her emotions would be enough to kill her. Her voice is cold as she calls him Crash, telling him they're basically strangers now. She figures he wouldn't even care if she died tomorrow. Krosh doesn't argue, his expression darkening as he listens. He knows the tragedy her family decided for themselves. The history of House Hardenhearts is written in blood. The patriarch, Dagraken, suddenly lost his mind one day. He slaughtered his entire family before taking his own life. Bianca was the only one who walked away from that massacre. She was saved only because her sister, Jenica, acted quickly to hide her. Following the disaster, House Valheim decided the marriage alliance was worthless. They didn't hesitate to unilaterally scrap the engagement between Krosh and Bianca. This meeting wasn't about a second chance. They were only there to say their final goodbyes. Krosh accepts the reality with a sigh, telling her she's right. They probably won't be seeing each other again after this day. His eyes narrow as he leaves her with a final warning. He won't be there to help if she decides she's finished with living. Bianca stares back at him, her blue eyes reflecting the dark energy beginning to pulse in the room. A monstrous shadow looms over a small snow doll, its jaws open wide to swallow the source of her pain. The curse is being physically ripped away. Krosh's hands are covered in dark, glowing runes as he pulls the corruption into himself. The strain of the transfer is visible in his every movement. He grinds his teeth, clutching his chest as the weight of the curse settles into his own body. Even a simple snow doll curse takes a massive toll to neutralize. The impossible happens. On that day, for the first time in her life, Bianca was finally freed from her frozen state. She sits there trembling as the world hits her with full force. She whispers to Krosh that the world is truly cruel. In that moment, as her lost emotions flooded back, the chains that held her spirit finally shattered. But freedom came with a price. She didn't just regain her humanity, she became something else entirely. Fast forward 3 years to the Hardenheart's territory, a frozen wasteland locked in a brutal war. Soldiers huddle in the cold, wondering how much longer this conflict can drag on. They vent their frustrations, blaming the Aphania Empire for shattering the peace of their kingdom. The soldiers trace the chaos back to the Empire's second prince, seeking asylum within the Hardenheart's land. It turns out the prince carried information that could have leveled the Empire. To keep those secrets buried, the Empire sent in the Poison King. The Poison King was the one who actually drove the Hardenheart's patriarch insane, triggering the massacre that sparked the war. Rumor has it the White Ghost eventually hunted down and killed the Poison King for revenge. Since then, she's supposedly been hiding out in the North Sea Ice Pavilion. A sudden explosion rips through the snow, scattering the troops. The soldiers shout in confusion, wondering what the hell is going on. Through the thick smoke, a future version of Krosh leaps into action. He's grown older, but he's still caught in the crossfire of a war that refuses to end. Enemy soldiers spot him immediately, calling out to their comrades. They recognize him as a member of the elite Blue Sky generation and move in for the kill. He slides down a snowy ridge, his expression grim as he realizes his body is failing. He's used so much of the curse's power that even a saintess wouldn't be able to save him now. He looks up at the massive, frozen fortress of the Ice Pavilion. He's out of options and knows he has to ask Bianca for help. Krosh bangs his fist against the heavy gate, shouting for Bianca to open up if she's still in there. A brilliant blue light flares from the gate, responding to his desperate call for aid. Massive spikes of ice erupt from the ground all around him, reaching high into the winter sky. The pursuing soldiers don't stand a chance. The ice spears skewering them are brutal and instantaneous. One soldier gasps, blood spraying as the frozen blades rip through his chest. Krosh watches as the dust settles, a familiar voice echoing through the clearing. It's been a long time since they last stood together. Bianca steps forward, but she's transformed into something monstrous. She looks like a spirit of winter, with a single horn on her head and a sword buried deep in her chest. Krosh's eyes go wide as she collapses. He lunges forward, shouting her name as she falls toward the blood-stained snow. He catches her just in time, holding her as she bleeds out. He wonders if this wound was the work of the Poison King's daughter. In her final moments, Bianca looks up at him with empty eyes. She asks him if he remembers the question she once asked, whether having emotions or not is more painful. A memory from the day of the massacre flashes through her mind. Her sister, Jenica, was the one who hid her away while the halls ran red with blood. Jenica was crying, her face contorted with grief. She confessed that she never truly hated Bianca. She only hated herself for feeling that way. In the dying moments of her vision, Bianca recalls the words meant for her long ago, reminding her that she was never a child meant to be hated. She remembers being tucked away inside a heavy chest, hidden from the slaughter as she waited in the dark for the nightmare to end. Back then, the lack of emotions made her sister's words feel like a hollow puzzle. She couldn't grasp the complex, contradictory feelings behind that desperate act of protection. Even as the Hardenheart's estate collapsed and she was left to suffer in the aftermath, she felt nothing but a cold, empty void. Standing at the threshold of her memories, she finally understands the truth now that she can actually feel. She realizes her sister, Jenica, truly loved her all along. Tears stream down her face as the weight of that realization hits her. She collapses in her mind's eye, weeping for the years spent in emotional isolation. She kneels and cries, wishing her emotions had blossomed sooner so she could have understood the people around her. A vision of what could have been flickers before her, a family sharing their grief and support instead of burying it in silence. In this alternate dream, they moved toward a future that was stolen by the curse. Maybe they could have actually been happy. Back in the grim reality of the vision, the white ghost version of Bianca looks up at Crash with blood on her lips. She whispers that they could have been together. The vision fades away into darkness as the last of her tears fall. Reality begins to assert itself once more. In the present, Krosh finally opens his eyes, finding himself in a soft bed. He's covered in bandages, and the heavy absence where his right arm used to be is the first thing he notices. A hand reaches out, fingers gently brushing against his bandaged arm as he wakes. Bianca is sitting right beside him, her expression as still as ever. Krim, the crow, perches on the edge of the bed, its red eyes fixed on him. He realizes he's back at the Hardenhart's estate. When Bianca asks if his stump still hurts, he tells her it's fine. He immediately started berating her, demanding to know why the hell she decided to climb that mountain all by herself. If Krim hadn't tipped him off, he never would have found her in time. Krim the crow stares at him with a judgmental glare. Krosh remains silent, knowing he took a massive risk. Krosh winces as he sits up, the physical reality of his sacrifice sinking in. He remembers the reason he went up there in the first place. He reaches for the snowflake ornament, the metal cold against his bandaged fingers. He holds it out to her, apologizing for the messy wrapping job. He just wanted to make sure she got the snow sun fungus. Despite the loss of his arm, he manages a weak smile. He tells her the effort was worth it because they can finally make the elixir. Bianca stands up, her slippers clicking softly on the carpet as she looks down at him. She calls his name softly. She tells him plainly that she still doesn't have any emotions. No matter what happens, she remains trapped in her doll-like state. Even though he nearly died to save her, she admits she can't feel joy, anger, or even the sadness she thinks she should feel. It's a frustrating, empty existence. She looks down at her hands, frustration finally leaking into her voice. She's sick of being expressionless when everything is falling apart. A vision of a brighter past flashes through her mind. She tells him she wants to be able to smile with him, to feel the warmth he gives her. She wants to be able to cry by his side, instead of just staring into the distance like a statue. She wants to share his anger, to be a person who can actually stand alongside him and react to the world. She grips his hand tightly, telling him she'd hate for his own emotions to be snuffed out the way hers were. She doesn't want to smile if he can't. Krosh looks at her, his expression softening as he hears her plea. He stays silent, letting her speak her mind. He squeezes her hand back, telling her not to worry. He explains that the curse's effect is halved since he isn't the primary target. Bianca looks him straight in the eye, finally asking for the one thing she wants, for him to bring back her emotions. Intense energy begins to swirl around them. Dark energy pulses as the bond between them strengthens. He tells her she never even had to ask. A system notification appears as a massive lock begins to shatter. He's finally met the second condition to unlock her curse. He has become the person most important to Bianca. The snow doll representing the curse is suddenly bound by spectral chains, its power being suppressed by his will. The ice begins to crack. Bianca's eyes go wide as she feels the shift within her heart. Krosh reveals that this breakthrough was his plan from the very beginning. He reaches out his remaining hand, inviting her in. His fingers are still wrapped in bandages from the journey. He gives her a warm, genuine smile, welcoming her back to the world of the living. It's a look of pure relief. Bianca doesn't hesitate, diving forward to bury her face in his chest. She clings to him as the first real sob escapes her lips. For the first time, her stoic mask completely shatters. She wails in his arms, the weight of the curse finally giving way to real, agonizing tears. A final lingering image of the future war shows him cradling her dead body. At least in this timeline, the world won't be a gray, empty place for her anymore. Bianca pulls back, wiping her eyes as she catches her breath. She looks exhausted, and for the first time her face shows the lingering heat of real emotion. Krosh asks Bianca how she's feeling as they sit together on the edge of the bed. After everything that's happened, he wants to make sure she's actually okay. Bianca's face has returned to its usual stillness, but there's a new softness in her eyes. Krosh wonders if she's still struggling to process the sudden rush of unfamiliar emotion. A firm knock echoes through the room, cutting through the silence. Jenica Hardenhart's voice comes from the other side of the heavy door, asking if she may come in. Bianca gives her permission to enter. As the door swings open, she quickly wipes her eyes, trying to regain her composure before her sister sees her. Jenica steps into the room and stops short, surprised to see Bianca rubbing her eyes. Krosh looks over from the bed, bluntly asking why she's shown up. Jenica recovers quickly, explaining that her brother sent her to invite Bianca to lunch. She keeps her distance, her expression unreadable. Seeing that Krosh is still heavily bandaged and unable to leave the bed, she adds that his own meal will be brought to the room shortly. Krosh watches her carefully as she speaks. He wonders if this is a genuine attempt to talk to Bianca as family or just another formality. Jenica turns to leave without meeting Bianca's eyes even once. The atmosphere remains thick with the weight of years of silence between them. Krosh recalls his previous life, remembering that Jenica had apologized to Bianca around this same time. He wonders if history is about to repeat itself. He turns his attention back to Bianca, who is looking at him expectantly. He calls her name softly, drawing her back from her thoughts. He tells her that she shouldn't feel obligated to forgive Jenica just because she's changing her tune. He promises that once they're finished here, they'll head back to their real home together. Bianca's eyes widen slightly at the mention of a home. She suddenly ducks her head, hiding her face in her hands as if overwhelmed by the thought. She keeps her hands pressed against her cheeks, making small, muffled sounds of embarrassment. Krosh tilts his head, completely confused by her sudden reaction. Finally, she peeks out from behind her hands. She looks toward the ceiling, trying to hide the blush warming her face. She uses her fingers to quirk the corners of her mouth upward, forcing a bright, wide smile. She admits that she feels incredibly happy right now. A little while later, Krosh prepares to leave the estate for a moment. He waves a casual goodbye to Bianca, who watches him go from the doorway. Leaning back in his chair, he asked Ebelask to lend him her eyes and ears for a moment. A pair of mice emerge from the shadows, their red eyes glowing with an eerie light. He instructs them to eavesdrop on everything that is said to Bianca while he's busy. He clenches his fist, a dark, murderous look crossing his face. He vows that if anyone says the wrong thing to her, he'll tear this entire place to the ground. Krim, in her crow form, perches on his shoulder and scoffs. She reminds him that he's in no position to be worrying about his fiancée when he's missing an arm. The crow's eyes glow a piercing red as she mocks him. She asks if a returner like him really thinks he can steal her immortality in such a crippled state. Krosh isn't bothered by the jab, telling her not to get so worked up. He mentions that a wound like his could be easily mended by a saintess from the Holy Land. A grand vision of the Holy Land of Freeman appears, one of the 4 great nations known for its divine miracles and light. The saintess is depicted in a halo of golden light, her hands clasped in prayer. Her divine power is so great that it is said she can even resurrect the dead. Krim laughs derisively, asking if he really thinks House Valheim would waste a fortune on a saintess for someone they consider a loser. Krosh just smiles back at the bird, his eyes glinting with a secret. He reveals his true plan. He's going to trade in his missing limb for an even better right arm. The mention of a trade triggers a memory of August's human form looking shocked. She realizes exactly what he's planning to do. Krim asks if that's why he recruited Ebelask in the first place. Krosh confirms it, knowing that for a spirit with her skills, stitching on a dead man's arm would be child's play. A small inset shows Ebelask, the girl with the bird on her head, acknowledging the request. She admits it's a sudden and strange task, but well within her capabilities. Krim squawks in annoyance, calling returners a bunch of calculating bastards who treat everyone like pieces on a game board. Krosh claims it's just a lucky coincidence. He insists that losing his arm wasn't something he had originally planned for. He speaks a name that carries immense weight: the Sword Demon. Krim is frozen in shock at the mention of her former subordinate. August's mind flashes back to her time with the legendary fighter. She can't believe Krosh actually found his remains. The Sword Demon was a legendary swordsman whose quick-draw style once shook the entire world. He was a master of his craft, cutting down foes before they could even see his blade. More than just a legend, he was once the most prized and powerful subordinate of the Crimson Garden. Krim shrieks in fury, flapping her wings wildly. She yells that the Sword Demon was her masterpiece, and she won't let a loser like Krosh have him. Krosh remains calm, reminding her that she wants him to get stronger. He tells her to raise him with the same dedication she gave her legendary masterpiece. "Shut up," she screams, her pride clearly wounded. She snaps that she favored the Sword Demon over him for a reason. The bird suddenly falls silent, her feathers ruffled. Krosh mentions that he knows she genuinely cares about Krim and all her other subordinates. Krosh's gaze is sharp and focused. He knows that finding the Crimson Garden's weakness, its main body, is the key to everything. A memory of Arthur, the hero from his past life, flashed through his mind. He had mentioned this, and Krosh knew he could definitely leverage that information to achieve his goal. Krosh reveals a ruthless strategy from his past life. He has a saintess who can heal subordinates while they are being tortured, ensuring they stay alive long enough to spill their secrets. A vision of the saintess praying over a bloodied, blindfolded prisoner appears as he describes the process. He recalls that this was the exact method Arthur, the King of Heroes, used in the previous timeline, a tactic he describes as truly monstrous. A figure from his memories watches from the shadows, their eyes wide with disbelief. Back in the present, Krosh sits on the edge of the bed with the crow perched nearby. He explains his plan to use the Crimson Garden's attachment to the Sword Demon to convince her to help him, nodding that, while the man died of old age, His legendary quick-draw style shouldn't be allowed to fade away. He locks eyes with August, his expression intense and unyielding. He proposes that if they transplant the sword demon's arm onto his own body, he can effectively bring that legendary technique back to life. The crow flutters its wings in a sudden burst of agitation, clearly rattled by the proposal. Krosh watches her flighty movements, calmly asking if her reaction is a refusal. The bird settles back onto the bed, the shadow of her wings stretching across the white sheets. After a tense silence, she gives in, telling him he only has to wait 2 days. Krosh offers a brief word of thanks to the Crimson Garden. Krim prepares to fly off, feathers falling from her wings as she warns him not to use her real name only when he's looking for a favor. She snaps that she's going for a walk to get away from him. Krosh looks down at his heavily bandaged stump, feeling a sense of satisfaction. With the deal for the new arm finalized, one of his biggest obstacles has been cleared. His thoughts shift to the broader political landscape. He wonders how House Valheim will react to the news he sent, and knows he needs to carefully coordinate his story with the Hardenheart's family regarding his injury. In a quiet office far from the estate, Ariad sits at a desk and meticulously writes a report. Krosh worries that despite his claims of being at Green Pine Manor, Ariad will eventually figure out his true location at Hardenheart's. He flops back onto the bed with a weary sigh, staring up at the ornate ceiling. He decides that if anyone questions him, he'll just tell them to mind their own business, knowing his father has never cared enough to truly intervene anyway. One of Ebelask's mice sits on the pillow beside his head, its red eyes glowing in the dim light. Despite the success of his plans, a nagging feeling of dread continues to pull at the back of his mind. Bianca sits calmly, her expression unreadable as she gives a firm refusal to her brother's demands. Miriakan Hardenhearts isn't taking it well, leaning forward and barking that she needs to stop acting like a child and hand her fiancé position over to Jenica. Bianca points out the obvious. The loser, Krosh, just took down a peak expert like Bergman. If his true power is finally waking up, he's basically their family's best weapon. She admits she might still be a kid, but that just means when she wants something, she's never letting go. Bianca makes it clear she's staying put. Being his fiancé is the one thing in the world she's actually determined to protect. Miriakan slams his hands down, sneering that a cursed girl like her will just be tossed aside the moment Krosh gets bored with her. Jenica Hardenhearts finally snaps, telling her brother he's going too far. Miriakan doesn't flinch, claiming he's just stating facts and that she's no exception to the rules. He turns his frustration on Jenica, telling her that if she feels so guilty, she should be the one to marry him and start thinking about the family's future. Jenica looked absolutely shattered, while Bianca cut through the tension and demanded to know exactly what this family had ever actually done for her in the first place. She stares him down, stating she couldn't care less what happens to the house since neither her brother nor her father ever gave a damn about her anyway. Bianca's mind is made up. Even if she's kicked out of the estate or loses everything she has, she's staying by Krosh's side. Miriakan is about to shout her name when a sudden sound from the door cuts the tension. A foot steps into the room. Miriakan yells that he's busy, but the intruder just offers a casual apology for the sudden intrusion. It's Krosh Walheim, looking remarkably composed. He mentions that he heard some things in the hallway that were just a bit too interesting to ignore. Miriakan is shocked to see him up, telling him he should be resting. Krosh just holds up 2 fingers, bringing up the rumors that are already starting to spread. Rumor number 1. Krosh saved his fiancée and took down the butcher dog even if it cost him his arm. Then there's the other rumor. That House Hardenhearts' security is so pathetic they couldn't even stop one mercenary. To make it worse, they let a direct descendant of House Valheim be put in mortal danger right under their noses. With the patriarch away, Krosh asks Miriakan which of those rumors he thinks is more convenient for him to deal with. Miriakan grits his teeth, looking completely cornered as he asks what Krosh actually wants from him. Krosh keeps his demands simple. Let Bianca do whatever she wants. Whether she stays in the engagement or breaks it off, it's her call to make. Miriakan is stunned. He'd assumed she just wanted to leave the estate, but it looks like he read the situation all wrong. Krosh adds one final point. He isn't throwing her away either, and he couldn't care less about some curse. Bianca clings to his arm, her expression intense. Miriakan can't believe they've actually managed to form a real bond in such a short time. Miriakan sighs in defeat, telling Krosh he'll leave Bianca in his hands for now. As they head out, Krosh wonders if a hardened priest can really manage to successfully heal his missing arm. He tells them they'll see the results in 2 days and to report back then. It's a good deal for the priest's reputation, after all. Jenica watches them leave, wondering what the hell he's really planning, but she decides to just play along for now. The door slams shut, leaving the room silent. Jenica calls out to her brother, who's still processing everything that just happened. Krosh notices how much Bianca has changed. She's even blushing as she clings to him, whispering that maybe they should just get married already. Elsewhere, a hand rests on a report detailing the recent events. The Valheim family head stands in the shadows, looking out at the night. He whispers his son's name, knowing Krosh is finally starting to make some noise. 2 days later, in a quiet corner of the Hardenheart's estate, Krosh is back at it. He's pushing himself through training, sweating buckets as blue flames lick at his skin. He focuses everything into a single point, trying to weave his aura together with the extreme blood poison. It's a lot harder to balance the energies than he expected. He collapses into the snow, the cold barely making a dent in the heat radiating off his body. He lies there face down, panting for air while cursing his own lack of progress. Even with all his knowledge, the physical reality is brutal. Luckily, his snow doll trick kicks in just in time. The icy energy swirls around him, snuffing out the blood poison before it can go on a total rampage. This is his extinguishing flame erosion, a technique that uses Ignis to burn through the world-corrupting energy inside him. It's a massive power boost that literally breaks through his body's natural limits. But that kind of firepower isn't free. The second the effect wears off, he's completely paralyzed. He can't move a muscle, left vulnerable in the middle of the field while the shadows of his exhaustion loom. His internal temperature spikes so high it could actually cook his organs. He simply can't keep this up for more than a few moments. He reaches toward the sky, watching a bird fly past. If he wants to use this power for any real length of time, he needs a way to cool his core. Memories of a figure standing amidst a sea of flames flicker through his mind. The heat is overwhelming, but he remembers a chilling presence. That's his target, Aslan Ygritte, the Flame Emperor. He needs that man's chilling moon-shadow limb to balance his own internal fire. It's a dangerous goal, but it's the only way to master the heat without burning himself from the inside out. Krosh lets out a sharp grin. He's found his next objective, and he's not planning to fail. The silhouette of the Flame Emperor looms in his thoughts, a mountain he'll eventually have to climb. He's decided. Once his current wounds heal up, he's going to track that guy down and steal his curse. He tracks down Ebelask's place, standing before a massive, ancient-looking tree. He asks if this is really the house, and the crow on his shoulder confirms it. Claude's crow takes off from a nearby post, leaving him to face whatever eccentricities wait inside the giant tree. A maid with rabbit ears and a face mask steps out to greet him. She introduces herself as Corpse Unit Number 8 and says her master is expecting him. Krosh can't help but stare at the rabbit ears for a second. Even for a genius researcher, this is a pretty weird aesthetic choice. He follows her inside, noticing the space seems way bigger than it looks from the outside, likely connected through spatial magic. Ebelask is already hyped up and ready to go. She welcomes him back and tells him the transplant for the sword demon's arm is finally ready. He looks at the withered, dark arm sitting on the table next to the crow. It looks more like a piece of charred wood than a limb, but he needs it attached immediately. Ebelask warns him that this is going to be incredibly painful. She offers to knock him out, but he tells her he's already well acquainted with pain. Her expression turns serious, her eyes wide behind her glasses. She tells him straight up, once they start, she isn't stopping, no matter how much he cries. Krosh strips down and sits on the edge of the stone table. Number 8 brings the demon arm over, ready to begin the gruesome work. He lies back, bracing himself as Ebelask instructs Number 8 to pin him down, so he doesn't thrash around during the surgery. The surgery begins with a burst of dark red energy. Ebelask channels her power into the connection point, and the real nightmare starts. Sparks fly as the foreign flesh begins to fuse with his shoulder. It's a violent, messy process as the tissues knit together. He bites down on a gag, his face contorting as the sword demon's arm finally bonds to his body. The fusion is complete, but the worst is yet to come. Ebelask doesn't give him a second to breathe. Her hands glow with intense red energy as she prepares for the final, most delicate step. She forces the nerve connection, sending a jolt like lightning through his entire system. Krosh's eyes nearly pop out of his head from the sheer agony. When it's finally over, Ebelask is drenched in sweat. She's actually impressed he managed to stay conscious through the entire procedure. Number 8 makes herself useful and starts unbuckling the heavy leather restraint belts holding him to the table. Krosh stands up, testing the weight of his new limb. It's dark and gnarled, looking nothing like his original arm, but he says there's a reason he endured the pain. The extreme blood poison reacts to the new host immediately, swirling around the black flesh in a thick purple mist. The muscles under the skin ripple and bulge violently as the connection between the demon arm and his body solidifies. Ebelask takes one look at the pulsating, veined mess and winces in disgust. It's a pretty gruesome sight, even for a seasoned researcher like her. Krosh can feel the arm trying to go berserk. He knows if he'd been unconscious, the blood poison would have completely taken control of the limb. He focuses intently, carefully adjusting the amount of aura he's pumping into the arm. He has to get used to the power little by little. Finally, the energy settles. He clenches his fist, a satisfied smirk appearing as he realizes the arm feels perfectly natural, just like his own. Claude's crow flies over to check on him. Krosh looks at the group and confirms the process is done. The arm is officially a part of him. Krosh asks Ebelask to lend him her training grounds. He wants to practice the sword demon's draw technique while he's here. Claude's crow butts in, mentioning that Krosh is also on the hunt for an ancient book called Hakutu. Ebelask completely ignores him, swooning over the thought of Lord Krim instead. Krosh can only stare in confusion as she goes into full fangirl mode. She finally snaps out of it enough to order number 8 to guide him to the training grounds. The maid simply nods and accepts the task. As they walk through the manor, number 8 asks how much he actually knows about the technique he's so eager to learn. Krosh admits his knowledge is pretty basic. The crow pecks at his head, shocked that he'd go through a limb transplant for a skill he barely understands. He explains that while the sword demon's draw technique looks like a single strike, it's fundamentally different from anything else. Normally, a draw technique is about storing aura in a sheathed sword and releasing it in one fast motion. But this one is different. It divides that stored aura into countless tiny parts to maximize the impact. Instead of a simple swing, it's more like a series of microscopic explosions that launch the sword out with terrifying speed. Number 8 stops in the middle of a massive courtyard and asks if he's following. Krosh just gives her a flat no. He figures he'll just have to learn by doing. He reaches for his practice blade, ready to give it a shot. The crow flies off, telling him to trust the muscle memory already built into his new arm. Thousands of hours of training are etched into that limb. Even if Krosh doesn't know what he's doing, the arm does. He takes a breath, eyes narrowing as he prepares to test the limits of his new body. Deep down, he knows the sword demon's arm is the perfect teacher for this. Everything is finally in place. As the sun begins to set, Krosh stays out there. He's determined to recreate the technique, no matter how many times it takes. A few days of grueling practice pass by. Krosh is still at it, his movements creating a swirl of blue aura in the training hall. He focuses his energy into the hilt, the sheath vibrating under the pressure of the compressed aura. The blue flames lick at the blade as he prepares to release the tension. His eyes glow with a cold blue light, tracing the line of his intended strike. He draws, a flash of blue light tears through the air, sending a shockwave that cracks the stone floor. Number 8 watches from the side, her expression unreadable behind her mask. Krosh looks down at his hand, frustrated. He's fast, but he can still see his own blade with his naked eye. The technique is supposed to be invisible. If he can see it, then he hasn't reached the true peak of the sword demon's speed. He realizes it's an issue with his aura control. He'll need to return to Blue Pine Hall eventually to learn the next step and bridge the gap. He sheathes his sword and thanks number 8 for the days she spent helping him train. She tells him he needs to have more confidence in himself. She reveals that single-digit numbers in the corpse unit are all master-level fighters, so the fact that he can keep up at all is impressive. Krosh knows he can't settle for being just okay. The enemies he's going to face in the future are way beyond the master level. Ebelask wanders in, looking like she just crawled out of a pile of books. She's surprised they've finished so quickly. Krosh drops the news that he's heading back to the Valheim estate today. Ebelask's eyes nearly pop out of her head. He explains that she can't come along. She'd be spotted immediately and things would get messy. It's better if she stays hidden here. He warns her that the 5 elders at the estate would definitely notice her presence. They aren't exactly the kind of people who treat strangers well. He asks her to stay put for a while, but he mentions he has one more favor to ask of her before he goes. He needs her to keep an eye out for the Poison King, Dagurakan. He can't let that guy interfere with the Hardenheart's family's business. Ebelask is stunned. He's casually asking her to deal with one of the 10 strongest humans in the world. She takes a second to think it over. If it's just about protecting the head of the house, she thinks she might be able to manage it. Krosh gives her a genuine smile and thanks her. He promises that if she ever needs anything from him, all she has to do is ask. Ebelask blushes hard, looking away. She can't help but be a little flustered by his sudden sincerity. As he walks away down the sunlit hall, she watches him go. He has no idea what she actually wanted to ask him. Number 8 asks if she's sure about this. Ebelask admits that the person she used to be would have followed him without a second thought. She looks at her hand, thinking about the past. She sees glimpses of her old companions in Krosh's determination. Number 8 stands by as Ebelask reasons that following Krosh would lead to unpredictable hardships and encounters with high-level corruptors. She concludes that staying behind is truly for the best. Bathed in a warm, hazy light, Ebelask offers a small smile, trying to convince herself that she's better suited for a quiet life indoors. Her hair catches the glow as she finds peace in her decision. Krosh Walheim pauses at the door of the carriage, looking back one last time with a steady gaze. He moves on toward his own destiny, but the friends he leaves behind remain vigilant, ready to act if danger ever finds him. The white carriage rolls back onto the estate grounds after the long journey from Hardenheart. Krosh is finally home, but the respite won't last long. Ariad bows deeply as the carriage stops, welcoming the young master back with his usual formal grace. A large black crow circles overhead, watching the homecoming. Krosh steps out of the carriage, carefully carrying the sleeping Bianca in his arms. He asks the butler if anything notable happened while he was away. As they walk toward the mansion, Ariad explains that the main house has been asking questions about his whereabouts. They were particularly interested in his sudden trip with Lady Bianca. Ariad handles the situation with his typical cunning. He tells the main house that a messenger simply failed to report the details correctly, painting the worker as incompetent. The higher-ups believed the lie without a second thought since they already looked down on Krosh. The messenger was fired on the spot, effectively burying the true story of their departure. Krosh is impressed by how smoothly the butler handled the fallout. He gives Ariad a quick nod of appreciation for his excellent work in keeping the family off his back. But there's a bigger problem looming. Ariad warns him that the head butler will be arriving soon to conduct a formal reevaluation of his progress. The head butler is the one who commands all the servants of Valheim and answers only to the family head. She is the ultimate gatekeeper of the lineage's standing. Her evaluation is brutal and final, determining how a member of the direct lineage is treated from that moment on. She is a masterclass evaluator with zero tolerance for weakness. Dealing with a masterclass opponent is a headache Krosh didn't need right now. However, he realizes he can't stay in the shadows forever if he wants to gain real influence. To eventually steal the power of the Flame Emperor, Aslan Ygritte, he'll need the resources and backing of his family. Proving his strength now is a necessary risk. Krosh asks if there's anything else he needs to know. He remains focused on the path ahead, even with the weight of the mansion's politics pressing down. Ariad mentions that darling Danfirion is getting restless. The alchemist is demanding the promised materials immediately, showing her usual lack of patience for delays. Krosh sighs, thanking the butler for the heads-up. He's juggling too many dangerous players at once, and he needs a moment to strategize before the next move. Suddenly, a cold chill washes over the courtyard as a powerful presence appears on the balcony above. Charlotte Walheim has already arrived at the estate. A dark, menacing smile stretches across her face. She looks down at her brother like a predator watching its prey return to the den. Her boot slams onto the railing as she prepares to descend. Blue aura flickers around her, signaling the immense power she's currently suppressing. Without hesitation, she leaps from the high balcony, plummeting toward them with terrifying speed. She greets Krosh with a mockingly cheerful tone as she falls. Krosh stares up in genuine shock, his eyes wide as he recognizes the sword star of the Valheim family. Her arrival is way earlier than he anticipated. Charlotte Walheim lands gracefully, teasing her brother for making his older sister wait. She twirls a lock of her hair, looking bored with the lack of action. She notices Bianca in his arms and wonders aloud if she should have stayed away longer so they could have their private time. Krosh can only stare back, sweat dripping down his face. Her gaze turns sharp, her blue eyes piercing right through him. She asks if he's really telling the truth about being surprised by her presence. The atmospheric pressure in the courtyard skyrockets as she releases a fraction of her power. Krosh feels the weight of her aura, realizing she might have already surpassed the master level. She laughs, dismissing the tension as a joke. She mentions hearing stories about how hard he fought just to save his fiancée, mocking his sudden heroic streak. She reaches out and pokes the sleeping Bianca's cheek, nodding how cute she looks. Krosh pulls the girl slightly away, clearly uncomfortable with his sister's meddling. Charlotte teases that she has no interest in stealing his bride, but she's hurt by his cold reaction. She pouts, acting like a rejected sibling while maintaining a deadly aura. Krosh glares at her, telling her she doesn't need to act so dramatic. He bluntly states that he's just surprised she suddenly showed up at his house. The smile vanishes from Charlotte's face instantly. She repeats his words, "Your house," with a dangerous edge in her voice that makes the air feel heavy. She slams her foot down, the stone floor shattering under the force of her aura. Debris flies everywhere as she reminds him that this mansion belongs to the Valheim family. Ariad stands back, shielded by the dust, as Charlotte asserts that it's our house, not his. The ground continues to rumble from her sudden spike in killing intent. She scolds him for being so arrogant, comparing his quick temper to their mother's. The wind whips around them, highlighting the massive gap in their current power. Krosh tries to de-escalate, asking if she's actually angry. He's trying to gauge how much she knows and how far she's willing to push him right now. Charlotte leans in, her voice dropping to a low whisper. She admits she thought she was the person closest to him, yet he's been keeping massive secrets from everyone. She suspects he's made a contract with a god to reach the level of a mid-level expert so quickly. She's been watching him closely, sensing a growth that shouldn't be possible. But there's more. She touches her chin thoughtfully, mentioning that she feels an unpleasant energy coming from him, something that feels like a curse or world erosion. Krosh's heart sinks as he realizes the true extent of her power. He finally understands why the slaughter dog couldn't stand a chance against his sister in the previous timeline. He clutches his arm, sweating as he realizes Charlotte hasn't just awakened the mind's eye. She's moved on to the next stage, a legendary power that sees the world through the stars. She has the Star Eye, an ocular ability that allows her to see everything, including the corruption of world erosion energy hidden deep within his body. There's no hiding from her gaze. He flashes back to the rumors of her being immune to illusions and seeing through every trick. Her presence here isn't just a visit, it's a direct threat to his secret identity. Cut back to his earlier conversation with Krim. If she can see world erosion, she can see his current unstable condition and the dark flames he's been cultivating. He's essentially standing naked before a master predator. Krosh looks at the purple and black flames swirling around his hand, wondering what they look like through her star eyes. The confrontation he was hoping to avoid has arrived ahead of schedule. Claude's crow notes that to an ordinary observer, Krosh's power would just look like an ominous black flame, a deceptive mask for something far more dangerous. The crow explains that only a handful of people in the entire world, devourers or servants of an eroder, can actually recognize the true nature of world erosion. Charlotte points out a small star mark on her own neck, comparing it to the visible signs her own servants carry to mark their status and power. Krosh's eye widens in realization, sweat beading on his forehead as he understands just how deep her knowledge of the world's hidden powers goes. In a memory, Claude's crow reminds a younger Krosh that while the entities are manifestations of world erosion itself, he is simply mixing that volatile power into his own aura. The boy stares at the purple mist in his palm, while the crow notes that most would simply view his unique condition as a terrible curse. In the present, Krosh holds the sleeping Bianca, unable to shake the crow's words from his mind while he tries to maintain his composure. Charlotte leans in close, her eyes searching his for any sign of weakness. He knows the moment she confirms he's using world erosion, she won't hesitate to kill him. She lifts his chin with a finger, teasingly asking about the impressive array of equipment he's managed to gather since his sudden change in personality. Charlotte paces around him, her boots clicking on the floor as she notes that his blatant greed is a trait he clearly inherited from her. Her voice carries a hint of nostalgia, as she mentions that he probably resembles their mother more than he'd like to admit in this moment. Looking at the drooling, fast-asleep Bianca, Charlotte orders him to put the child away and meet her at the training grounds for a proper evaluation. On the field, Charlotte is instantly engulfed in a massive surge of blue aura, eager to finally test her brother's true strength with her own eyes. Krosh faces her, feeling the immense pressure of her presence as dust kicks up around them in the open Valheim courtyard. He grips his sword hilt tight, thinking back and realizing that even before his regression, he never once had the courage or chance to fight her. Charlotte stands ready with a simple wooden training sword, looking completely at ease despite the lethal intensity radiating from her body. She gives him a final warning. If he tries to hold back, she'll get genuinely angry, so he better come at her with everything he's got. Krosh drops into a combat stance, his expression hardening as he gives her a short, determined nod of understanding before the first strike. The two siblings face off in a heavy silence, the air between them thick with the promise of a violent and high-speed exchange. After 3 minutes of dead silence, Charlotte starts to lose patience, nodding that he hasn't even drawn his weapon or flared his aura to meet hers. She sighs, mentioning that since she was the one who proposed the spar, it would be weird for her to wait any longer for him to strike. Krosh remains perfectly still, his eyes locked on her every movement while he waits for the inevitable opening in her defense. With a sharp exhale, Charlotte decides to end the waiting game and lunges forward, her speed creating a literal whirlwind on the training ground. The impact of her wooden sword sends shockwaves through the air, forcing Krosh to move with everything he's got just to survive the initial clash. Steam begins to rise from Krosh's mouth as the heat from his forbidden technique starts to boil his internal energy and push his limits. His eyes ignite with a fierce yellow glow as he pushes his body past its natural limits, burning his stolen world erosion energy as fuel. A demonic mask symbol glows on the back of his hand, signaling the desperate activation of his limit break maneuver. He has exactly 1 second to make his move, drawing his blade in a blur of purple and black energy that tears through the air with a howl. He unleashes his extinguishing flame draw slash, the dark flames erupting from his blade as he strikes with absolute lethal intent. Charlotte's eyes go wide with genuine surprise as she sees the sheer destructive power and speed of the black flames heading straight for her. The clash of their weapons creates a blinding explosion of energy, the training ground floor cracking under the immense pressure of their power. It's clear to everyone watching that Krosh was using his full power right from the start, refusing to give his invincible sister an inch. He doesn't stop there, raising his sword high for a follow-up strike, while the black aura continues to rage violently around him. He pushes himself even further, extending the limit break to a full 2 seconds while his eyes burn with an intense, hollow light. A massive vertical pillar of dark flames erupts as he delivers a single, crushing slash that looks like it could split the very earth. The force is so great that Charlotte's wooden sword finally snaps in half, the splinters flying through the air as she barely avoids the direct hit. Charlotte realizes he's definitely hiding something major, but the destruction of her wooden sword means she can no longer afford to play around. A manic grin spreads across her face as she manifests a brilliant cyan blade made of pure, condensed aura, the unmistakable sign of a true master. Since her practice weapon is gone, she decides to show him the true power of an aura blade to finally even the playing field. The cyan energy clashes against Krosh's dark sword with a metallic ring, the power of a masterclass swordsman now on full display. She asks him what his next move is now that his current style has been countered, and his momentum is completely stalled. In response, a terrifying shadow maw with sharp teeth manifests from the palm of Krosh's hand, lashing out at her with a mind of its own. The predatory Black Hood skill surges forward, its jagged purple maw clashing directly with the brilliant light of Charlotte's cyan aura blade. The dark, chaotic energy creates a violent contrast against the pure power of his sister's masterclass technique. Sparks fly as the opposing forces grind against each other, a look of stunned disbelief crossing Charlotte's face as she feels the weight of the attack. Krosh admits to himself that while his current raw strength can't shatter her aura, he only needs to find a single way through. The fanged shadow maw finally reaches its target, snapping shut as Krosh manages to bridge the gap between them against all odds. He offers a tired but triumphant smirk, sweating from the exertion of finally touching the untouchable Sword Star. Krosh lashes out with everything he's got, his purple aura surging as he swings for his sister. Charlotte's eyes go wide. The impact is so violent that it actually starts to crack through her defense. Exhausted and battered, Krosh forces a smirk, knowing he finally managed to reach her. Charlotte stares back in silence, stunned that he actually made contact with the flow of her aura. She possesses a unique power called the Aura Stream, a divine, flawless barrier that's supposed to be impenetrable to anyone weaker than her. To her, the idea of a mid-tier expert like Krosh breaking through that shield was completely impossible. Until now. Up in a nearby tree, the crow watches as Charlotte admits to herself that even though she was holding back, he forced her hand. As she walks away, a chilling thought lingers. If his attack had actually landed, the outcome could have been fatal. In that split second of impact, she felt a brush with death that she never expected from her brother. Ariad interrupts her thoughts, approaching the young lady as she stands alone in the palace courtyard. They check in on Krosh's condition, with Charlotte relieved to hear that his reconstructed arm held up under the strain. Back in his room, the boy is completely out cold, the mock battle having drained every ounce of his energy. 3 weeks remain until enrollment at the academy, just enough time for one last push. Charlotte isn't going to wait around. She decides to head out early, leaving a goal for her brother to chase. A few days later at the Danforlean Manor, the alchemist Darling is practically beaming over a new elixir she just finished. It took her only an hour to brew, but the crow warns Krosh that he'll need a wide-open training ground to take something this potent. They meet with Darling to borrow the training grounds, since this isn't the kind of potion you just drink in a bedroom. Krosh looks at the elixir with a bit of suspicion, wondering exactly what kind of madness he's about to swallow. Stripped to the waist in the center of the hall, he prepares himself for the breakthrough. Darling and the crow watch him closely, their usual playful banter replaced by a heavy, expectant silence. After he downs it, Krosh realizes he might have been too hasty as he asks what exactly he just drank. Krim reveals it's the 9 Whales Dragon Pill, a legendary elixir that destroys your body and aura to force them to grow back stronger. Krim leans in with a wicked grin, telling him he just needs to endure 9 screams of agony to reach a whole new level. The room fell into silence as the potion started to take effect, but the physical pain had yet to set in. The crow was baffled when Krosh didn't immediately collapse in pain. He only felt a slight heat building up inside his body. Darling watches with wide eyes as Krosh calmly describes the feeling as nothing more than a steady, prickling heat. He's lived through much worse in his previous life, so a little internal combustion isn't enough to make him break. Krim is left speechless, wondering what kind of hellish life he must have led to find this kind of torture manageable. The crow tells him to stop talking and focus. The more he concentrates, the more efficiently he'll absorb the energy. Deep within his mind, Krim's presence looms as he observes his incredible focus during the process. The reconstruction is brutal. His organs are being burned, and his nerves are being restitched in real time. Most people would have lost their minds, but Krosh's determination is what makes him especially dangerous among regressors. His absolute obsession with achieving his goal is the only thing keeping him conscious through the agony. The crow remains by his side, ready to force him back onto his feet if he ever hits his limit. This is more than just training. It's a promise he made to himself to never be weak again. In the eye of the storm, Krosh feels a sudden shift as the pressure finally starts to give way. His aura, which used to be nothing more than a shallow puddle, is rapidly expanding into a vast, deep lake. Up until now, he had only refined the quality of his aura, but there was always a limit to the natural amount he could hold. In an instant, he leaps from a mid-tier expert all the way to the upper tier, a massive jump in raw power. The internal ocean of energy stabilizes, signaling that the transformation is complete. Krosh opens his eyes, glowing with a new intensity. He's finally standing on the same stage as the world's geniuses. Even the crow is impressed, calling him a stubborn brat for using the dragon's flames to burn away every last impurity. As Krosh caught his breath, he retorted that stubbornness is an absolute requirement if one wants to survive against those stronger than themselves. He looked straight at Krim, making it clear that the standards he set for himself were higher than anyone else's. Krim looked back at the stubborn brat and could only let out a sigh. Krosh is finally dressed and ready to go when he hears the others calling out to him, having waited for him to finish the breakthrough. Bianca rushes to his side. She couldn't stand the thought of being away from him for so long. He gives her a gentle pat on the head, though he tells them they should have waited somewhere warm instead of lingering out here. Darling looks up at him in surprise, immediately noticing that he seems to have hit a massive growth spurt during the training. Darling doesn't miss a beat, playfully teasing him about his new height and asking if he'll take her as a mistress now. Darling observed him with a satisfied look, clearly relieved to see that the elixir she brewed had actually worked. The conversation shifts to the future. Darling asks if he's still planning to enroll at Lahelny Academy next year. She's already decided to enroll first, insisting that he'll have to call her his senpai once he arrives. Krosh considers the ripple effect of his actions. In his past life, neither Darling nor Charlotte ever stepped foot in the academy. Darling explains the unique structure of the school, where progression is based entirely on skill rather than age or grade. She's genuinely excited, seeing it as the perfect opportunity for the 3 of them to stay close together. She turns a page in her manual, fully committed to this new path instead of her original life as a wandering world traveler. Krosh has a strong feeling that even Charlotte is being drawn toward the academy this time around. Darling reaches out, making it clear she's looking forward to seeing him there in a year's time. Hearing that fake-acting father say that, he couldn't help but feel a chill, yet deep in his subconscious. He also felt a heavy weight as he tried to process the massive shift in his own fate. Suddenly, a desperate shout echoes through the manor grounds as someone tries to escape. A pair of polished black shoes steps into the light. The head butler has finally arrived for the evaluation. Inside Blue Pine Hall, Catherine Valheim is informed that Krosh has returned and is ready for his testing. Her reflection gleams in the edge of her blade as she sets the date for the evaluation exactly 1 week from now. A low laugh echoes through the training hall, the heavy doors shutting behind her with a final thud. Catherine glows with a faint blue aura, her anticipation building as she prepares to see just how much the boy has evolved. When they finally meet face to face, she immediately notes the physical transformation he's undergone. She wears a practiced, polite smile that doesn't quite reach her sharp eyes. Krosh greeted him with a polite social inquiry, but he couldn't help but remain on guard. Catherine Valheim isn't just the head butler. She's also his great-aunt, a masterclass fighter who demands perfection. She explains that because he took down a high-level expert like the slaughter dog, the family needs to reconfirm his actual standing. When he tries to brush it off as mere luck, she simply laughs it off, stating that luck is just another facet of one's ability. Krosh realizes there's no way to hide the true extent of his growth from a master of her caliber. Her expression turns cold as she lays out the stakes. If he can't keep up with Charlotte, he has no business aiming for the head of the family. The bluntness of the ultimatum catches him off guard for a moment. She speaks of a future where bloodlines won't matter, where the destruction of the world will force only the strongest to the top. Krosh can't help but let out a small, sharp laugh at the irony of her warning. Catherine stops, her brow furrowing as she wonders what could possibly be funny about such a grim outlook. He laughs harder, finding the idea of the Valheim family headship being difficult to be almost ridiculous after everything he's seen. His reaction clearly irritates her, as she isn't used to being mocked by a junior member of the family. Shaking off his attitude, she decides it's time to get the test started and see what he's actually capable of. Up close, she can see the change in his eyes. He doesn't even look like the same person he was a year ago. She draws a practice sword from her belt, the movement fluid and precise. Setting her stance, she gives him his only objective. If he can make her take even a single step back, he passes. She prepares to strike, her presence alone filling the hall as she waits for him to make the first move. Krosh prepares to make his move, acknowledging that even if his opponent is a masterclass fighter, he has to keep going. Catherine watches him closely, her sharp eyes narrowing as she analyzes the specific stance he's chosen to adopt. Krosh centers his weight, his hand hovering over the hilt in a specialized drawsword technique that feels eerily familiar to his opponent. Catherine's hand goes to her neck as she feels an old scar throb, the sight of his stance triggering a memory of a fight she barely survived. Her eyes widen in genuine shock as the realization of what she's seeing fully sinks in. A dense blue aura begins to vibrate violently within Krosh's sheath, the pressure building to a breaking point. A purple Hanya mask symbol glows on his hand, marking the true nature of the technique he's about to unleash. The spectral image of the sword demon looms behind him, his aura merging with Krosh's as the boy prepares for a lethal strike. Krosh grits his teeth against the sheer force of the energy he's channeling, a faint wisp of green mist escaping his lips. Swirling clouds of dark purple and black aura coalesce around the hilt of his blade as he finally begins the draw. With a single explosive motion, he executes a slash that sends a massive wave of dark energy tearing across the training ground. Catherine raises her sword to meet the blow, her own blue aura flaring as she struggles to contain the impact of the purple shockwave. She manages to hold her position, acknowledging the strength behind the attack with a grim, impressed look. Blue light flickers across her face as she admits that, while she doesn't know where he learned it, the technique is undeniably first class. The two forces collide in a blinding flash of light, the training hall shaking under the pressure of their clashing wills. Catherine stands at the center of the dissipating energy, her expression clear proof that she no longer views him as the same boy from a year ago. The dust begins to settle around them, leaving both combatants standing in the middle of a scarred and cracked arena. Catherine looks down at her hand and realizes the sheer force of Krosh's strike has snapped her practice blade in two. She stares at the jagged remains of the hilt, the pieces of the broken sword littering the ground at her feet. A rare, satisfied smile crosses her face as she admits that even with an old practice sword, she never expected it to be shattered like this. Reaching her verdict, she officially declares that Krosh has passed the test with flying colors. She turns to leave, congratulating him on a job well done while Krosh slumps over, the exhaustion finally catching up to him. He stops her with a sudden request, surprising her with his desire to join the Blue Sea Knights instead of the top-tier orders. Catherine pauses, her brow furrowed in confusion as she questions why he would choose a middle-tier knight order over something more prestigious. Krosh looks her directly in the eye, his gaze steady and unwavering as he confirms his choice. She studies his expression for a long moment, wondering what kind of scheme he's brewing behind those calm eyes. She agrees to bring his request to the Knight Commander, the heavy doors of the hall looming behind them as the test concludes. Once he's alone, Krosh finally lets himself collapse to the stone floor, gasping for air as the adrenaline fades. In the darkness of his thoughts, he compares his own performance to the reports he'd heard of Charlotte's nearly superhuman feats. A sudden, authoritative voice breaks the silence, causing Krosh's eyes to snap open in alarm. Standing before him is Valpenabazilog Valheim, the head of the family, his presence radiating a crushing, silent weight. Krosh can barely breathe as he looks up at his father, the man's overwhelming aura pinning him to the ground. His father notes that he's grown and tells him to take the rest of the afternoon to recover from the evaluation. Without another word, The family head turns and departs with his retinue, leaving Krosh to wonder why he bothered to show up at all. 3 weeks pass, and Krosh finds himself in the bustling magic city of Hargram, the sacred seat of the Red Magic Tower. He walks through the crowded streets, accompanied by a companion as they navigate the territory of magic supremacists. They pass by shops filled with strange potions and ancient scrolls, the very air of the city thick with the scent of alchemy. Krosh explains the history of the city with a knowing smile, his memories of the future giving him an edge in this unfamiliar land. His thoughts drift to the other regressors, specifically the one who reached her peak faster than anyone else in the previous timeline. That person is Abela, the Red Witch, a powerful mage who retained her memories and vast magical knowledge through the regression. Krosh knows that with her power, it's only a matter of time before she returns to her status as a legendary great mage. He rests his chin on his hand, realizing that the most dangerous thing would be for her to discover that he has regressed as well. Krosh Walheim stands before a quiet tavern at sunset, resolved to finish their business and depart as quickly as possible. Beside him, Bianca peers at the building with curiosity, questioning if he is already familiar with the shop's reputation. Once inside, Krosh explains that while the place looks ordinary, it is a famous spot known only to those with a discerning palate. He points out Lilina, a maid of the Ygritte family, who is currently preoccupied with greedily stuffing her face at a nearby table. Lilina eventually finishes her meal and skips away with a cheery goodbye, confirming Krosh's belief that her personality hasn't changed a bit. As she disappears into the evening light, Claude's crow watches her from the rooftops, his red eyes fixed on the bright-haired maid he's been tasked to tail. Krosh remains at their table, confident that sending Krim to follow her for information will soon provide the leads they need. He smiles and suggests to Bianca that they should enjoy a good meal themselves, while they wait for their feathered spy to return. By the time they step back out into the night, Bianca is rubbing her eyes, the long wait making her feel increasingly sleepy. Krosh encourages her to keep walking just a little longer, his mind focused on the report he expects Krim to deliver any moment now. With a sudden flurry of black feathers, Krim swoops down from the night sky, squawking loudly about being left behind for dinner. Bianca gently strokes the crow's head to calm him while Krosh leans in, eager to hear what he discovered during his surveillance of the maid. The narrative shifts to the Ygritte estate later that night, where a heavy and ominous silence has fallen over the mansion. Aslan Ygritte, the grandson of the Flame King, is shown with a hollow, lifeless stare that hints at a tragic and final decision. A scene of absolute chaos breaks out as the household staff discovers the young heir, with the shocking news spreading that Aslan has committed suicide. A young man with messy red hair and hollow, dark-circled eyes stares blankly, his mind clearly in a dark place. This is Aslan, and he looks like he's at the end of his rope. The household staff at the Ygritte Manor are in a total panic, shouting for someone to cut the rope and save their master. It's a scene of pure chaos and desperation. Lilina, an ash-blonde maid, watches the scene with a look of pure heartbreak, feeling completely helpless as she sees the state of the man she serves. Aslan is hauled away by the staff, tears streaming down his face as he begs them to just let him die. He's a shell of his former self, broken by the loss of someone named Dorothy. Back in the present, Lilina lets out a heavy sigh while feeding a piece of meat to a very round-looking crow. She's stuck in Halgram Market Square, her mind still fixated on her master's suffering. Krim the crow happily tears into the meat as Lilina lists off Aslan's recent suicide attempts. Between the poison and the hanging, she's terrified that he might actually succeed next time. She remembers a time when Aslan wasn't so weak, wishing more than anything that someone could find a way to cheer him up again. Suddenly, a voice from behind offers to help, making Lilina jump and clutch herself in surprise. She spins around to find the crow flying back to its master, realizing she wasn't as alone as she thought. A young man with spiky black hair and a confident smirk reveals himself as Krosh Walheim, the youngest son of the famous martial arts family. Lilina's eyes go wide at the mention of House Walheim, knowing their reputation as the strongest martial family in the kingdom. She quickly snaps out of her shock, glaring at him for eavesdropping on a personal moment like a common creep. Krosh isn't bothered by her attitude, claiming he only overheard her by chance and genuinely wants to be of assistance. He drops a bombshell by mentioning Dorothy, the student whose disappearance triggered Aslan's downward spiral into despair. Lilina is stunned, wondering how an outsider could possibly know about a secret that's supposed to be restricted to only a few people in House Ygritte. The scene shifts to the Grand Ygritte Manor as Krosh points out how weird it is to hide the truth about a student who simply vanished. He starts explaining the reality of world erosion and how the monsters within are constantly getting smarter and more dangerous. Because of this growth, Restricted zones like the forest of the Spirit King are expanding without any limit. Lilina is confused, asking why he's suddenly talking about a dangerous forest in the middle of their conversation about her master. Krosh explains that the evolution of the forest gave birth to a spirit that was almost indistinguishable from a regular human. He reveals the truth. That spirit was Dorothy's true identity, showing a vision of the girl surrounded by a magical blue butterfly aura. Lilina finally understands why the vice-patriarch kept her existence a secret. A spirit passing as a human would be seen as a huge threat. She's still skeptical, asking why he's sharing such sensitive information with a mere maid like her. Krosh points out her extreme loyalty, noting how she travels to a distant dining hall every day just to get food for a master who won't even eat. He's convinced that someone with her heart is exactly who can help save Aslan from the darkness he's trapped in. He then shares a personal reason. Aslan actually saved his life once, though the man probably doesn't even remember it. A flashback reveals a Krosh from his past life witnessing Aslan's back engulfed in flames, shielding him from something unseen. Krosh wants to repay that debt now, looking determined to bring back the person Aslan lost. He asks Lilina to arrange a meeting in a few days, so he can talk to Aslan directly and offer him a way out. He's determined to venture into the spirit forest to find Dorothy, no matter how dangerous the mission might be. The narration describes the massive defensive walls built by the Ygritte family to keep the ever-expanding forest at bay. Krosh stands beside Sefina, a woman with a protective glass bubble over her head to filter out the forest's toxins. Sefina is a fourth-class investigator from the World Erosion Investigation Corps, who seems quite capable. Krosh has joined her team under a fake identity to get into the forest under the guise of an official investigation. Sefina hands him his official badge, looking a bit annoyed at the extra trouble this is causing her. Krosh is shocked to find out she's already been promoted to third class, jokingly asking if she's planning on becoming the commander soon. She brushes it off, saying she has no interest in command and that her subordinates are just unusually good at their jobs. They reach the gate where the guards inform them that unauthorized personnel aren't allowed to enter the restricted zone. Sefina introduces them as an investigation team from Sephiara as the guards verify their papers. The massive gates open, revealing the towering trees of the spirit forest as thick spirit dust swirls through the air. As they head deeper into the woods, Sefina suddenly stops, a look of unease crossing her face. She admits that Krosh has been acting weird since yesterday, and it's bothering her enough that she wants to turn back. Long ago, a subordinate from House Ygritte made the fateful decision to take a spirit out of the forbidden forest of the Spirit King. This one act would change the fate of his family forever. Krosh Walheim listens to the tale, the protective bubble around his head shimmering as he ponders the story of the very first spirit master. He knows there's more to this legend than most people realize. The spirit they are currently facing, a massive and weeping chaos spirit, lets out a guttural roar that shakes the surrounding trees. Its presence is overwhelming, filling the air with a heavy sense of dread. Its hollow eyes leak a dark ink-like fluid as it mutters a name that sounds like Agni, its form shifting unsteadily in the mist. It seems trapped in a cycle of eternal sorrow. The narration continues, explaining that when the first spirit master died, the spirit couldn't process the concept of death and felt completely abandoned. This misunderstanding turned a loyal companion into a monster. Consumed by a bottomless loneliness, the spirit lost control and wiped out an entire city in a single night of mindless rage. The fires of its grief left nothing but ashes in their wake. Because of that tragedy, House Ygritte declared spirit contracts a taboo, and spirits were officially labeled as entities of erosion to be wiped out. It was the birth of a long-standing tradition of fear. A vision shows a young spirit girl bound by heavy iron chains, her eyes devoid of hope as she's treated like a common monster. She was once loved, but now she's just a threat to be contained. In a memory, a subordinate and a red-haired man with horns look on as the spirit they once cared for begins to lose its sanity. They can only watch as the creature they loved becomes something unrecognizable. The chaos spirit has become a mindless beast of pure aggression, lashing out with vine-like appendages at anything that gets too close. It has lost all sense of its former self. Sefina prepares a magic circle, deciding to end the spirit's suffering since it lacks any real combat skills. She thinks it's time to run, but Krosh has other plans. Krosh steps forward, telling her there's no need to retreat as he prepares to unleash a power from his previous life. He was the one who defeated this spirit once before, and he's ready to do it again. He thanks Sefina for bringing him to the edge of the forest, while the chaos spirit lets out a deafening screech of pain from his initial strike. The battle is officially joined. Using his sixth sense, Krosh weaves through the spirit's attacks with supernatural grace, his movements a blur of speed and precision. He's reading every move before it even happens. He reflects on how much he struggled against these entities before his regression, but now he possesses a skill with unmatched destructive power. The experience of a lifetime is finally paying off. With the spirit Ignis at his side, he can incinerate anything that stands in his way. The flames dance around him, ready to be unleashed at his command. He knows he has to act now, while the world is still being consumed by erosion, and the chaos spirit hasn't reached its full, terrifying strength. This is his chance to end it quickly. He delivers a crushing blow that sends a shockwave through the spirit's massive, slimy body. The creature reels back, its form beginning to destabilize from the impact. The monster lets out one last, world-ending scream as Krosh closes in for the final kill. The sheer volume of the sound is enough to split the very air around them. His eyes glow with a fierce light as he remembers how much more formidable this thing was in his past life. He's not taking any chances this time around. He shouts "single strike," focusing all his energy into a single, devastating point of impact. It's a move designed to end a fight in an instant. A massive column of dark energy erupts, tearing through the spirit and ending the fight in a matter of seconds. It's an easy win for the regressor. Sefina stands back, her jaw dropping as she watches Krosh handle a high-level spirit with such ease. She can't believe how much weaker it seemed than she expected. The spirit's body begins to dissolve, its extraordinary regenerative powers finally failing against Krosh's overwhelming force. Its time in this world is finally over. As the spirit core shatters, Krosh reaches out his hand, ready to claim the prize of his victory. The core pulses with a faint, dying light in his palm. He realizes that with his malevolent blood poison, he can absorb the erosion power directly without needing to destroy it completely. It's a much more efficient way to gain strength. Sefina looks on in shock as the area is transformed into a crimson garden, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she's witnessing. She didn't expect the battle to end like this. The spirit takes on a faint, human-like shape one last time, whispering a final farewell before it completely vanishes into the light. It's a peaceful end to a tragic existence. In a flashback, the spirit girl sits with the subordinate, telling him she's been waiting for a very long time just to talk to him one more time. The bond they shared was clearly deeper than anyone knew. She knew he would never leave her all alone, and her faith in him is both beautiful and heartbreaking. She's been holding on to that hope for centuries. A close-up of a green eye reflects the spirit's peaceful acceptance as she finally finds the closure she was seeking. The world around her seems to brighten in response. The man from the past pulls the spirit girl into a tight embrace, their forms silhouetted against a brilliant, golden glow. It's a moment of pure, unadulterated connection. The red-haired woman watches from the side, apologizing for interfering in such a personal farewell. She admits she felt she shouldn't have intruded on their final moment together. The spirit girl looks back at her with a gentle smile, thanking her for everything she's done. She knows the woman was only trying to help in her own way. The subordinate wishes he could have looked after the spirit better, knowing his life is fleeting compared to her eternal existence. He feels he should have been the one to protect her. He realizes that in the end, even a powerful spirit needs the support of another to truly find peace. The golden light intensifies, signaling the end of the vision. He bows his head in a final, tearful apology as the light begins to fade, leaving only the memory of their bond behind. He's truly sorry for everything that happened. Back in the present, Lilina the maid is startled as the crow, Krim, suddenly takes flight from her hands. She wonders if Master Krosh is actually taking good care of the bird. Krosh, now wearing a long brown cloak, approaches her and jokes that a Walheim would never skimp on the cost of feed. He's finally back from his mission in the forest. He shows her a glowing orb, telling her he's found a way to bring Dorothy back, even if she's not in her perfect state yet. It's the news Lilina has been waiting for. Lilina looks at him with a mix of shock and hope, as he tells her they'll need the cooperation of both her and Master Aslan to call forth Lady Dorothy. The ritual is going to require everyone's help. Later that night, Krosh stands on a balcony of the Ygritte Manor, planning his next move. Lilina has given him an artifact that will allow him to bypass the manor's defensive magic when everyone is fast asleep. Because of his moonshade physique, Master Aslan lives a life where his days and nights are reversed, his body weak and frail during the sunlit hours. He stands alone in the shadows, a heavy rope coiled around his hand as he contemplates a dark end to his suffering. His breathing is heavy and ragged, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion and despair. Suddenly, a familiar name pierces through the silence of his room, causing him to freeze in shock. A mysterious figure hidden in a hooded cloak speaks from the darkness, a faint, mocking smile visible on their face. They comment on how badly Aslan seems to want Dorothy back, their voice echoing in the quiet chamber. Aslan whirls around, his long red hair flying as he stares at the intruder enveloped in a swirling purple aura. The figure asks the question that strikes at the heart of his grief. Aslan, do you want to see Dorothy? Desperation claws at Aslan's throat as he stammers out his answer, a drop of sweat rolling down his face. He wants to see her again more than anything else in the world, even as he holds the rope tighter. The hooded figure, accompanied by a black crow with glowing red eyes, asks if he's truly prepared to sacrifice everything he has. Without a moment's hesitation, Aslan shouts his agreement, ready to pay any price. The figure smiles broadly, the purple energy intensifying around them as they agree to make a deal. It's a bargain that feels like it was plucked from the depths of the abyss. The crow spreads its wings, its voice merging with the figures as they demand Aslan's moonshade physique in exchange. Feathers drift through the air like omens of the sacrifice to come. The figure explains the rest of the terms. Aslan must promise to incinerate himself in the spirit forest in just a few days. The demand is brutal and absolute, leaving no room for negotiation. In return for his life and his physique, the entity promises to bring Dorothy back to life. Aslan's eyes widen as the gravity of the choice settles on him, the flickering light of the aura illuminating his pale face. The figure steps into the light, revealing a young man with sharp features and a confident air. He tells Aslan that if he were truly a devil, he would have started by cutting off his limbs before even speaking. Aslan looks down, his expression turning somber as he admits that since he was planning to die anyway, the idea of burning himself is almost a mercy. But he wonders why the terms of the deal seem so favorable for him. He asks if the intruder truly knows what the moon shadow body is, a cursed constitution born of the moon's yin energy that forces its bearer to live in cold darkness forever. His limbs are always weak, a constant reminder of his failure. He explains that for the Ygritte family, whose very existence is tied to the mastery of flame and yang energy, his condition is a fatal and shameful weakness. He has never felt like he belonged among his own kin. The young man looks at the dark, swirling energy in his hand and disagrees, stating that the moon shadow body is actually the perfect material for him to break his own limits. What Aslan sees as a curse, he sees as a rare opportunity. With a flourish of his cloak and the flutter of black feathers, the mysterious stranger finally reveals his name. He has no reason to hide his intentions any longer. "My name is Krosh Walheim," he says, extending a hand toward Aslan with a knowing look. He suggests they find common ground as two people who have been mistreated and discarded by their powerful families. He asks Aslan if he isn't even a little curious about how he plans to bring Dorothy back from the dead. It's a feat that should be impossible, yet he speaks of it with absolute certainty. Aslan stares at him, his eyes filled with a new, burning curiosity that replaces his old despair. He wants to know the details of the impossible ritual. They seal the deal with a firm handshake, the disparate energies of their families momentarily meeting in a single point of contact. Aslan can only hope he hasn't just made the biggest mistake of his life. Years ago, Aslan Ygritte was just a young boy coughing in the shadows of the manor, his fragile health already a source of concern. He was born into the legendary Ygritte family, famed for their unmatched flame magic. But because of his moon shadow body, Aslan was unable to channel even a spark of the family's signature magic. To his relatives, he was a defect in a lineage that prized strength above all else. The Flame King, Aslan's grandfather, stares down at the boy with cold, unforgiving eyes. He declares that Aslan must be removed as a candidate for family head, his decision final and absolute. Agatha Ygritte, Aslan's mother, tries to plead with her father, reminding him that the boy is his own grandson. She begs him not to be so cruel as to take away his future entirely. Her father's response is a harsh and resounding "No," his gaze never wavering from her distressed face. He has no room for sentiment in the governance of the family. The Flame King looms over his daughter, demanding to know if he should let the entire Ygritte family and the Red Magic Tower collapse just because he loves his grandson too much. To him, the boy's existence is a liability. He points to a family portrait, telling Agatha that if she hadn't married someone with yin energy in the first place, none of this would be happening. He blames her choices for the weakness of her son. He speaks of a girl in the Red Magic Tower named Abela, a child with an incredible natural talent for flame magic. She is exactly what the family needs to maintain its prestige. He decides that if Agatha has no intention of having another child, they will simply adopt Abela to be the new successor. He turns his back on his own daughter, his mind already made up. The Flame King towers over the young, trembling Aslan as he leaves the room, his cape billowing behind him. He doesn't even look at the boy as he delivers a final, dismissive, understood to Agatha. He mutters, "Useless thing," under his breath, his words cutting deeper than any physical blow ever could. Aslan is left standing in the wake of his grandfather's immense, oppressive aura. Young Aslan watches his grandfather walk away, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. If only he were even half as good as Abela. He feels the weight of everyone's disappointment on his small shoulders. He runs to his mother, promising to work even harder on his magic training so that his grandfather will notice him again. His face is filled with a tragic, misplaced hope. Agatha's eyes turn a cold, glowing red as she stares down at him, her face completely devoid of maternal warmth. She tells him that simply working harder is nowhere near enough. She reminds him that his own father was killed by his grandfather, a fact he can never afford to forget. She tells him that from now on, he must do everything as if his life were on the line, because it is. From that day forward, Agatha Ygritte became the acting family head and transformed herself into a harsh, uncompromising figure. Her every action was geared toward one goal: preventing the rest of the family from killing Aslan. She began tormenting her beloved son as if she had become a different person entirely, using cruelty as a shield to hide him from the even greater ruthlessness of the Ygritte elders. Aslan fell to the floor, tears streaming down his face as his life became a waking nightmare. Once, as they sat by a small campfire, Krosh rested his head on his hand while looking at Aslan. He asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. "Aslan, why did your body end up like this?" His gaze lingered on the bandages wrapped around the other man's skin. Aslan sits across the fire, his body hunched and his expression unreadable. He gives a simple, chilling answer that explains everything he has endured: revenge. Aslan stares into the crackling campfire, his voice low as he speaks of his grandfather, the Flame King, who only values the family's prestige. He is driven by a burning need for revenge against the man who stole everything precious to him. Wrapped in bandages from head to toe, Aslan recounts the desperate measures he took in the past. To purge the weakness from his lineage, he went as far as to set himself ablaze. The sacrifice was intended to incinerate the moon shadow body along with his own physical form, a gamble of life and death that left him scarred but alive. Krosh reflects on the history he knows. In the previous timeline, Aslan eventually left his family and surpassed his grandfather to become a legendary flame emperor. This knowledge explains why the conditions for unlocking the moon shadow body are so specific. The true requirement to unlock the power of the moon shadow body is breaking Aslan's own ingrained stubbornness. It is a mental barrier as much as a physical one, reinforced by years of isolation. Aslan never wanted to rely on anyone else's strength to fix his condition. He was determined to overcome the curse of the moon shadow body through his own willpower alone. Krosh watches him, recognizing that same fierce independence. Krosh adjusts his stance, a faint aura of power swirling around him as he thinks back to that night in the manor. He knows Aslan's stubborn nature is both his greatest weakness and his potential greatest strength. Back in the manor, Aslan holds a glowing orb, questioning how Krosh could possibly know how to revive spirits when even the Ygritte family, keepers of the forest, has no such knowledge. The mystery of the boy before him only deepens. Aslan agrees to the plan and promises to inform Lelina of their arrangement. He offers to hand over the moon shadow body immediately, but Krosh, still hidden under his hood, declines the offer for now. Krosh tells him he will only take the Constitution when Aslan is truly prepared to let it go. Left alone, Aslan ponders the true meaning of preparedness as the moonlight filters into the room. Under the night sky of the city, August in crow form flies above Krosh, questioning why he's taking such a convoluted path. The bird wonders if Krosh is simply being soft because Aslan was once a comrade. Krosh looks down, his face partially obscured by his hood. He knows that the coming destruction is too vast for him to handle by himself. He needs powerful allies he can trust. In the timeline before the regression, Aslan had died at the young age of 24, having exhausted his lifespan in a futile attempt to erase his curse. It was a tragic waste of a brilliant talent that Krosh refuses to let happen again. The crow stares with its glowing red eyes as Krosh explains that this time, things will be different. While he fights the disasters on the front lines, He needs Aslan to be the one standing firmly behind him as his support. Krosh explains that they cannot use Siglin and the other powerful figures the same way Arthur once did, as they are far too unpredictable and risky to control. Aslan, however, possessed true ability even before the world turned to ash. Furthermore, the moon shadow body is the essential key to managing the lethal heat of flame erosion. By saving Aslan and securing the Constitution, Krosh is effectively taking down two major obstacles at once. As he walks through the quiet streets, Krosh's thoughts drift back to Lilina. He remembers her pleading with him to use his curse-stealing skill for a greater purpose someday. Lilina had smiled, asking him to take care of Master Aslan's true feelings, believing that the two of them were perhaps the only real friends the other had in this harsh world. Her words carry a weight he can't easily shake off. Krosh sighs and scratches the back of his head, looking back at the path he's chosen. "It's a promise," he mutters to the empty night, even if he knows that keeping such a vow will be anything but easy. Krosh gazes down from the heights of the manor, finalizing his plans. He's got a promise to keep, and if things go right, he'll be knocking out 3 goals at once. A memory of chaos flares up. Agatha Ygritte begged for mercy, but the Flame King was unmoved while Aslan stood amidst a self-made inferno. The old man's roar was deafening, calling his own grandson a direct-line disgrace for trying to throw his life away. Aslan just stood there, letting the heat consume him. Through the rising smoke, Aslan let out a hollow laugh. He'd spent years being invisible to his family, and now he finally had his grandfather's undivided attention. The Flame King didn't care for the boy's words, his hands already glowing with lethal intent. Aslan knew the old man was only worried about his perfect successor, Abela. Agatha could only watch in despair as her son reached his breaking point. To Aslan, he'd already lost everything: his mother's protection and his one true friend, Dorothy. A younger version of the boy smiled as the flames licked at his skin. He'd lost his entire life to the burden of the family name, and he wasn't about to go out quietly. Crying but smiling manically, Aslan swore to become the ultimate disgrace to the Ygritte legacy. The Flame King's face hardened, his fury reaching a boiling point. A massive magic circle of concentrated flame formed in the air, crackling with raw, destructive power. With a savage cry, the old man unleashed the blast, ready to give Aslan the death he so desperately wanted. Agatha sprinted toward the center of the blast, her voice cracking as she screamed her son's name. She lunged forward, desperate to pull him back from the brink of total annihilation. Suddenly, a massive pillar of dark energy erupted from the earth, slamming into the Flame King's fire and splitting it apart. Aslan looked up in shock as a hand reached through the searing heat, offering protection he never expected to find. Krosh swung his blade with absolute precision, parrying the incoming waves of fire as if they were nothing. Lilina moved in a blur, catching Aslan before he could collapse back into the burning ruins. The maid held him steady while August, in her crow form, watched over them from the sky. Aslan stared at her, stunned that she had actually come back. She didn't waste a second, pulling a letter from Krosh and Dorothy's crystal out of her pocket to show him. Aslan's breath hitched as he took the paper, realizing the thief had actually fulfilled the impossible bargain. The letter was simple: follow the crow to the lake, use the spirit powder, and Dorothy would return to the world of the living. He clutched the note like a lifeline, the first spark of real hope returning to his eyes after years of darkness. A brief flashback revealed the crystal was the key to their plan. Originally meant to lure out the acting head before the Flame King himself made a surprise return. Lilina looked up toward the clashing powers, her voice trembling as she asked if Krosh could really hold his own. The Flame King was relentless, forcing Krosh to use every ounce of his strength just to keep the old man's massive power at bay. Aslan shouted at him, still unable to fathom why anyone would willingly want to take on a curse like the Moonshade body. But if Krosh needed it to save Dorothy, he was done holding on. He screamed for the thief to take the physique and the burden that came with it. Deep within the spiritual realm, a colossal golden lock groaned under the strain before finally shattering into pieces. The transfer was violent and immediate. Krosh stood firm as glowing blue energy surged into him, his eyes shining with newfound power. A dark vortex began to swirl around him, warping the atmosphere and chilling the very air the Flame King breathed. The old man's rage vanished, replaced by a look of sheer, wide-eyed disbelief at the sudden shift in power. Krosh's presence completely transformed, dark blue shadowy flames dancing around his sword as his mana pressure skyrocketed. The Flame King finally recognized him, the boy everyone in the noble circles mocked as Valheim's failure. A cold, satisfied smirk played on Krosh's lips as the stolen power fully integrated into his soul. His eyes flared with a piercing red light as he declared that he wasn't just there as a thief, but as Aslan's friend.